Chapter 155, Contemplation. Sirius has been released from prison, and Lupin has emerged from Nocturnally. After his exposure as a werewolf and a double agent, the werewolf community ostracized him, and upon learning of his predicament, various shops refused to employ him, leaving him to engage in the trade of cauldrons and wands in Nocturnally. "Where are you headed?" the landlady inquired curiously upon seeing Lupin with a clean-shaven face, slicked-back hair, and dressed impeccably in a suit. Lupin offered a gentle smile without uttering a word, purchased a newspaper, and departed. He used apparition to arrive at the dock, a frequent stop for ships coming from Azkaban. Seagulls flitted about the dock, lamentably devoid of tourists to offer them fries. Upon sighting the approaching vessel, Lupin nervously adjusted his attire. A haggard Sirius, clad in a hoodie and jeans, descended from the deck and immediately spotted the man approaching him. "Long time no see, Sirius." "Indeed, it has been a while, Remus." Both called out each other's names simultaneously, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Come stay at my place for a while. Once you have acclimated, we can consider other arrangements." Lupin kindly addressed Sirius's concerns, showing no signs of estrangement despite the years apart. Reminiscing about Peter's words in prison and contrasting them with Lupin's kindness, Sirius felt a surge of regret. "Thank you, Remus," he murmured softly, his lips barely moving. Lupin pressed his lips together and took him to a nearby restaurant for a meal to welcome him back. In the years when Lupin held a minor leadership role in the werewolf community, he amassed a considerable savings. Even though he had spent a significant amount helping Sirius, he still had enough left to live comfortably in the Muggle world. Lupin purchased a detached villa in a secluded suburb, facilitating his lunar transformations and stockpiling of supplies. Sirius pushed open the door and, after caressing the soft sofa for a moment, finally felt the reality of leaving Azkaban behind. "Please sit down and enjoy a cup of hot tea. It's a recipe I devised myself." Lupin emerged from the kitchen with a solid wood tray, bearing a teapot and 2 plates of biscuits. Sirius expressed his gratitude, sipped the red tea to soothe his parched lips, and then picked up a sweet biscuit to munch on. As Lupin waited for him to relax, his expression softened further. Of the original quartet, only the 2 of them remained. "Remus, Harry, have you been well these past years?" Sirius fidgeted, avoiding Lupin's gaze. "I apologize. I should not have spoken to you that way." He regretted the words he had uttered in prison, realizing he should never have doubted Lupin, particularly after discovering that Lupin had exposed his werewolf identity to aid him, lost his job, and had distanced himself from Dumbledore. His remorse reached its zenith. Lupin's body stiffened momentarily as he gazed at Sirius with gentle brown eyes, a hint of mirth in his expression. The instant Sirius looked up and met his gaze, an unusual sensation flooded his heart. "I'm no longer with the Order of the Phoenix. I haven't worked for Dumbledore in years." Lupin poured Sirius another cup of tea and turned on the television to play whatever it would. At some point, the old man had transformed, no longer resembling the warm figure from his memories. Sirius set down the teacup he had lifted, contemplating a visit to Dumbledore, but his attention was captured by a figure on the television, making him glance several times at the screen. "Is that person Gilderoy Lockhart?" he asked hesitantly. Lockhart had attended Ravenclaw and was a few years his junior. Remus Lupin discerned the source of Sirius's astonishment and thus retrieved a stack of old newspapers, sipping tea while meticulously elucidating the recent transformations within the magical realm. The intricacies of New Diagon Alley and magical energy were complex and could not be succinctly conveyed. Hence, Lupin focused on the metamorphosis of Voldemort and the developments concerning Dumbledore in recent years. Voldemort has propelled the magical world to greater heights, while Dumbledore clings stubbornly to his antiquated beliefs, even as the werewolves of Wolf Village lead prosperous lives, free from societal ostracism and the need to resort to thievery and robbery to survive. Lupin sighed, acknowledging that Dumbledore's theories had become obsolete, signifying that the White Wizard was indeed aging. Sirius remained silent, having endured the loss of a dear friend and the betrayal of another, compounded by his years in Azkaban, rendering him far less reckless than in his youth. "So, did my past actions exacerbate your predicament?" Sirius queried, gazing vacantly into his cup of tea. "No, not at all. I have long since wished to abandon espionage. The werewolves have a promising future and cannot revert to the dismal existence of the past." Sirius dared not meet Lupin's gaze, taking a sip of tea and muttering, That's good to hear. The two fell into another silence, the crackling of the firewood in the hearth punctuating the stillness. Take a few days to rest, and I shall accompany you to Diagon Alley to procure a new wand. At Voldemort's mansion, a weary Tom indulged in a bath after a long day, then donned silk pajamas and settled on the sofa with a cup of red tea, leisurely watching television. As for the Daily Prophet, that was merely a breakfast-time ritual. Severus emerged from another door, followed closely by Nagini, who was clad in a nightgown and hurriedly approached Tom while clutching a small jar. "Tom, I want to watch the magical zoo." Nagini, barefoot, perched herself on the designated sofa while munching on chocolate beans. Tom cast a fleeting glance at her, exasperatedly responding, "Go watch in your room, limit your chocolate intake, and Dobby, put some shoes on her." Nagini disregarded Tom's admonitions, her large, innocent eyes fixed upon him. However, Tom, resolute as stone, waved his hand dismissively, instructing Dobby to take her away. "Ah, Tom, you are heartless. Are you truly willing to send the adorable Nagini back to that dark, cold bedroom? Woe is me, Severus. I wish to watch television with you." Nagini felt quite aggrieved. Since transforming into a human, she had spent far less time with the two than when she was a serpent, and she could no longer lounge on the sofa watching television for hours, nor could she indulge in snacks freely. Severus suppressed a chuckle, but did not hinder Dobby's movements. Nagini had noticeably gained weight since returning from London, and her food intake needed regulation lest she become a little plump. "What brings you here?" Upon noticing Severus take a seat, Tom poured him a cup of tea. Severus reflected on the past few months spent idly at the mansion, devoid of salary or income, with the potion ingredients he brewed being purchased by Tom, rendering him reluctant to sell them. Aside from the color-changing potion he had previously prepared for Nagini, which could only serve as a prank item, not every household could provide bloodroot leaves. In summary, he needed to devise a means of generating income, and the first step towards that, well, perhaps it was time to vacate Voldemort's mansion. "Staying here has become rather tedious. I wish to find something to occupy my time," Severus remarked slowly, sipping his tea. Had Severus exhausted the ancient formulas in the potions room? Moreover, with television and games available, how could he find it dull? Tom could not comprehend. Back when he resided in the city center, he engaged in similar activities at home. Tom internally scoffed, observing Severus's demeanor and nodding slightly. "Have you considered what you might do?" he inquired softly, revealing no hint of reluctance. Severus turned his teacup, pondering the very question that had occupied his thoughts recently. He had heard that Professor Slughorn was stepping down from his position as head of Slytherin House, with Professor Quirrell slated to succeed him. In short, Hogwarts had several teaching vacancies available. However, with Dumbledore at Hogwarts, he would be insane to remain beneath the watchful eye of that cunning old fox, especially given that the public perception of his relationship with Tom was akin to sharing the same trousers. Venturing there would likely lead to his demise within 3 days. The Ministry of Magic was equally fraught with pitfalls, considering its myriad rules and regulations, which were certainly ill-suited for one who preferred to coast through life. As for the Muggle world, well, he would rather return to the city center, have Zhang Mingyuan show him some properties, and continue his role as a landlord. "Well, I am unsure," Severus mused, stroking his chin. Tom remained composed. He did not wish for Severus to depart, and he was entirely capable of supporting Severus and that insatiable snake, but he understood that persistently obstructing Severus would only provoke a rebellious spirit. It would be better to allow Severus to seek out some pursuits, treating his daytime absence from the mansion as a chance for a respite. Tom set down his cup, crossed his legs, and tapped his fingers upon his knee. "There's no rush. I shall inquire with Lucius tomorrow." He nodded toward Severus. The following day, under bright sunshine, Nagini had recently been studying to identify potion ingredients, resulting in the garden's florist suffering considerably. Lucius, basking in the splendid sunlight, was grateful he had brought along a bottle of revitalizing potion. "Lucius, when does the Wizarding Primary School begin enrolling students?" Tom inquired, extracting a document from the mountain of papers on his desk and casually posing the question. Lucius fails to grasp the intentions of the Lord, and with the impending start of the school year, Draco is set to attend Hogwarts. "My lord, it is anticipated this September," Lucius replied with utmost respect. Apart from the orphans, the students of the Wizarding Elementary School predominantly hail from the Muggle world. Considerable effort was expended in locating the young witches and wizards who were under the care of their parents or relatives. If only there were an admission register. They could have simply referred to the list to find them. Lucius, contemplating his perennial adversary Dumbledore, abandoned the notion of borrowing such a register. Tom gave a slight nod and gestured toward a chair floating nearby, inviting Lucius to sit. The headmaster and faculty of the Wizarding Elementary School had been finalized. Tom perused the documents briefly before narrowing his eyes to glance at Lucius. Lucius nodded in agreement. The curriculum at the elementary level was not particularly profound, and the remuneration far exceeded that of Hogwarts. Many wizards had applied, and after careful evaluation of their character, 10-year contracts had been signed. Cornelius Fudge held a nominal position as vice principal, and Andre Crouch was also employed at the school. The security team comprised retired Aurors. In that case, who was the headmaster? Tom inquired while signing the papers. Lucius thought of O'Lion, who often loomed before him, and lowered his gaze. It has yet to be decided, my lord, as I am uncertain if you have a suitable candidate. Severus would surely disdain such a busy role, yet it was perplexing that Dumbledore had not intervened. They planned to appoint the werewolf wizard to the school and observe Dumbledore's reaction. Tom cleared his throat. The headmaster shall be the young lad from the Black family. Lucius respectfully acknowledged and, after confirming there were no further instructions, departed the study. He wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow beneath the bright sunlight in the garden. Truly, my lord is ambitious. He hoped Regulus would not disappoint him. Otherwise, their last hope would rest with the next generation of the Blacks. Dumbledore's reluctance to meddle in the affairs of the Wizarding Elementary School was not due to disinterest, but rather because he had recently been warned by the Minister of Magic, Old Crouch. Headmaster Dumbledore, I admire your contributions and great achievements for Britain, but your frequent communications with the Austrian counterpart have unsettled trade relations between our two nations. Old Crouch appeared via a temporary link in Dumbledore's office. Having served as Minister of Magic for several years, he seemed more temperate than in previous times. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses and smiled kindly. Minister Crouch, you must understand. It is merely two elderly men with idle time, conversing over tea. Dumbledore refused to accept blame for these rumors. Very few knew of his contact with Gellert. Old Crouch snorted coldly. A former Dark Lord and the White Wizard sharing conversations. Do you truly believe it is as innocuous as tea and newspapers? Even a child would be skeptical. I shall keep a vigilant eye on you, Dumbledore. With that, he grasped his hat and departed through the fireplace. Dumbledore stroked his mustache and produced a two-sided mirror. In recent years, due to Tom's efforts to reform the magical community, the Ministry had prohibited the misuse of Muggle artifacts. Though the Ministry's reputation was largely nominal, Arthur Weasley remained steadfast in his post, while the venerable wizard Perkins treated it as a retirement job. On one occasion, after Arthur had dealt with the aftermath of a prank by Willie Weasley, he returned to find his cramped office transformed. Perkins was discreetly sipping rum from a flask, quickly hiding it upon Arthur's frown. Previously, someone had donated 30,000 galleons to the Ministry, prompting Minister Crouch to initiate renovations. Perkins sat comfortably in a new chair with back support, gesturing toward the workers bustling about. He simply allowed these workers in. No objections from others? Arthur asked in disbelief. Perkins nodded, puzzled by Arthur's anger. Previously, Arthur had been furious when Muggle workers were hired to repair the entrance apparatus. They can cast spells and ignore enchantments. Our department holds no critical secrets, Perkins responded cheerfully. My concern lies elsewhere. What about all those galleons? Arthur sniffed, suppressing his unease. He is only thinking about refurbishing the Ministry, but not about raising our salaries. Perkins chuckled. In a few months, I shall retire. Such matters no longer concern me. Arthur sighed helplessly, feeling as though he were the sole sober person amidst a crowd of revelers. Chapter 156. Wizarding Elementary School. September marked the commencement of the new term at the Wizarding Elementary School. Several unexpected individuals appeared. Neville Longbottom with his round face, Harry Potter, who ought to have been attending a Muggle primary school, and Nagini, a mysterious girl with multicolored hair. Their presence captivated the attention of the entire faculty. In the original prophecy, these two children met the criteria, though it was now evident the prophecy was false. Nonetheless, it had once been widely celebrated. Nagini, it turned out, was the Dark Lord's illegitimate daughter. Neville, shy and reserved, often spent long periods with his grandmother due to his Auror parents' frequent absences. Lacking peers to play with, he had developed a timid disposition. Harry scratched his head, puzzled by Dumbledore's persuasion of his aunt to allow him to attend the Wizarding Elementary School. Yet he was nonetheless delighted to see those both unfamiliar and familiar faces. The school comprised 5 grades, with young witches and wizards of similar ages assigned to the same classes. Draco Malfoy sat early in his seat, surrounded by Pansy, Crabbe, and Goyle, while the orphans clustered near the window, and the transferred Muggle-born students gathered on the opposite side, forming distinct cliques and whispering among themselves. Harry subtly nodded toward Draco before joining the group of newly transferred students. Neville, face flushed, sat hesitantly beside Harry, unfamiliar with anyone except him. Under Fudge's supervision, the opening ceremony officially began. Lucius and Parkinson, among other parents, applauded from the audience. After 3 years of preparation, the Wizarding Elementary School finally opened its doors to young witches and wizards. Journalists eagerly photographed the event and swiftly drafted their reports for publication. Severus, concealed in a corner, observed Nagini, Draco, and others, suppressing a smile that betrayed his amusement. Why not join the audience? And if you held a vice principal position, you could occasionally teach classes. Tom remarked softly, accompanying Severus. Severus shook his head. Setting aside Tom's identity, as a vice principal, he is not a professional educator. Better not to mislead the children. Yet Harry's enrollment is indeed unexpected. Severus glanced at the blue-eyed little cat and the platinum-haired boy below, wondering if their futures would be harmonious. If Harry, intelligent and capable, and Draco, more indulged by his parents, were not adversaries, might they become good friends? Dumbledore had arranged for the Longbottom child and Harry to be together. Tom had been informed by Lucius. He pointed toward the round-faced boy, who was holding Harry's arm. Another unfortunate child, Severus mused, though his parents are alive and well, and reportedly lead an horror squad. Promising prospects indeed. Sometimes I wonder what you were thinking back then, Severus sighed. Without the Dark Lord's reforms, the magical world was destined for collapse and ruin, owing to their long-standing belief in the Muggles' inherent weakness and a feudal, backward society that would inevitably be eroded by external forces. The current Dark Lord, possessing rationality and vision, though initially ruthless, had undeniably instilled a sense of urgency among witches and wizards, compelling them to progress and ultimately recognize the Muggles' true strength. Tom, hearing this, knew the speaker referred to the times surrounding the prophecy. At times, even he found the people of his memories strangely unfamiliar. You might as well consider me possessed. Severus was somewhat speechless. One should not casually misuse a few phrases of Mandarin, especially when the entire magical community is aware of your misdeeds. There is no point in quibbling. Tom shrugged under Severus's gaze, his soul having been sliced into pieces like toast, making the act of possession rather fitting. As the two engaged in conversation, a sudden outburst of gasps erupted from the student's side. It turned out that the genteel and affable Remus Lupin had taken the stage to introduce himself. His gentle features and the smile upon his face instantly captivated numerous young wizards. Remus Lupin, he is here too? But he is a werewolf. And the school is brimming with so many young sorcerers. However, upon seeing Lupin, Severus understood Dumbledore's intent in sending Harry to this school, that werewolf, to conduct practical lessons. Even primary schools offer defense against the dark arts classes, you know. Tom blinked, pondering the idea of consuming a modified wolfsbane potion under a full moon before being confined to the underground outskirts. Rest assured, everything will be fine. With Sirius recently released from prison, residing with Lupin, and Harry clearly distancing himself from Dumbledore, one could sense a hint of urgency. Severus cast a sympathetic glance at Lupin. Nonetheless, for a werewolf whose identity had been exposed in London, this indeed seemed like a commendable job. When Regulus took the stage, Severus noted how many familiar faces there were in this primary school, all of whom were significant figures. It was evident that someone genuinely cared about the wizarding primary school. The two confirmed that no wizard would disrupt the proceedings, and it was clear that Nagini thoroughly enjoyed life at school, before turning to leave. What they did not witness was Nagini, during the lunch break, retrieving the color-changing potion she had stored in her locker, intending to share it with Draco and the others. The two, unusually, did not use their wands to apparate away. Rather, they began to traverse the streets of London on foot. The banks of the Thames were bustling with activity, birds flocking in groups, and tourists arriving in waves. Severus, inhaling the enticing aroma of cheese pastries and grilled sausages, felt his appetite awaken. He inquired about Tom's preferred flavors while deftly producing pounds to purchase several sausages, waiting a moment longer before taking a bite of the pastry. Tom broke apart the pastry, blowing on the cheese within, savoring it in small bites. Throughout his resource-deprived childhood, the hustle and bustle of his student years, the impatient slicing of his youth, and the era of battling against Dumbledore as the Dark Lord, he had never paused to fully appreciate this beautiful world. It felt as if something was pursuing him from behind, compelling him to keep moving forward. Yet, after meeting Severus, the regrets of his childhood and many of his fantasized dreams began to be fulfilled. What is the matter? Is the pastry not to your liking? I recall you used to enjoy their beef pie, Severus remarked, taking a sip of cola and turning to see Tom lost in thought. Tom shook his head slightly. It's a bit hot. I'll let it cool down, he said, taking a bite of the pastry, which tasted just as it always had. In truth, he wanted to convey that with Severus by his side, anything he ate would be delightful. That's good. We should take a stroll to the west in a few days, Severus proposed, gazing at the river's surface. Tom nodded. When Severus made a plan, he would always find time to accommodate it. Moreover, today, Severus' gaze towards that boy from the Black family was remarkably calm. He should not harbor too many doubts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, and the seagulls cried out, the two finally rose from their seats and apparat back to the manor. The butler had been waiting at the door since early morning, accompanied by a dejected Nagini. What's wrong? Tom glanced at Nagini, but found nothing amiss. The butler cleared his throat and handed them a photograph, showcasing a group of colorful-haired young wizards, all beaming with radiant smiles. Severus immediately spotted Draco. His cheeks puffed in anger, his platinum hair transformed into a silvery hue, while little Harry was comforting a weeping Neville. Severus felt both exasperated and amused. Nagini must have taken the color-changing potion to school. What happened? Tom asked, casting a sidelong glance at the barely concealed smile on Severus's face. Nagini traced circles on the ground with her toes, her head bowed low in shame. She was well aware that she had caused trouble. I thought Severus's potion was marvelous. So I brought it to school to share with my classmates. I believe they would be thrilled to have hair that could change colors. So I poured it into the school's soup, Nagini whispered, reflecting deeply on her actions under the butler's gentle admonitions. Tom felt a twitch in his eyelid. Causing chaos right at the beginning of the term would likely attract the attention of the press once again. Inform Lucius to have someone check the cafeteria's meals daily and establish a list of prohibited items for the young wizards, Tom instructed the butler. His gaze fixed on Nagini for a long moment. It was only when her hair faded to a soft black that he clapped his hands. Nagini, this is a warning. Luckily, it was merely a color-changing potion this time. Imagine if a nefarious individual had utilized poison. What would happen to the young wizards at school? Tom admonished sternly, aware that Nagini would need to live as a human in the future. If she did not correct her behavior, one could only imagine the chaos that might ensue. He observed Nagini's shoulders quaking and her face turned away. 3 months without snacks and desserts after meals. As for the little lamb on the table, it can only eat 3. The butler acknowledged with a nod. Additionally, arranged for Nagini to have a history tutor. As the butler responded, Tom took Severus's hand and departed. Isn't this a bit too severe? Severus glanced back at Nagini, who had buried her face in the butler's embrace, her hair still shifting through shades of black, blue and green. Having spent decades with Nagini, Tom was well aware of her nature. She typically confessed on the spot, only to repeat her mischief again. The earlier display was merely for Severus's benefit. It's fine, even without this incident. She has reached the age to study history, Tom chuckled softly. You know her mind well. After a good night's sleep, she will forget all about it. If we don't impose a stricter punishment, next time she might just resort to using your Verita serum. Severus recalled Nagini's carefree demeanor and quelled any lingering softness in his heart. If she could transform, he would have let Helbo take her to play in the Forbidden Forest. He mentioned Helbo, who had been away from home for months. Summer had come and gone, yet he had not returned. Tom nodded in agreement, but Nagini was a blood-cursed beast. Although the blood lily had granted her physical evolution, it remained uncertain whether she could revert to her human form after transforming back into a snake. Meanwhile, back at home, Draco covered his ears, his mother's exclamation filling him with despair. Lucius, quick, look. The little dragon's hair has turned blue. What does that signify? Narcissa giggled, pulling her husband into the discussion. Lucius, however, found it quite alarming. If in future meetings someone angered Lord, a single vial of color-changing potion could expose their feelings for all to see. In such a scenario, what would happen if he were caught daydreaming during a meeting? Moreover, compared to the cautiously used truth serum, this potion was far more unpredictable. Narcissa pinched her son's puffed cheeks, capturing a few more photographs with her magical camera before having the house elf bring in dinner. This potion's effects last for a month. Lucius mused, chewing on his fried fish as he glanced at his son's brown-haired head. This potion is quite impressive. But having one's mood displayed through color changes isn't particularly delightful. Draco paused mid-cut with his steak, the knife scraping audibly against the plate. Father, Draco pouted, his hair turning a shade of red. Lucius coughed lightly, taking a sip of wine to soothe his throat. Narcissa, seizing the opportunity, snapped a few more photos, cherishing the lovely memories. The remaining young wizard, upon returning home, encountered a fate akin to Draco's. Neville, amidst his grandmother's incessant chatter, consumed an entire small basket of bread dipped in corn chowder. Meanwhile, Harry, returning home, found himself trailed by a small appendage, his cousin Dudley, who curiously fixated on Harry's color-changing hair with his round little eyes. Do eat your meal, Dudley, Harry lamented, giving his little cousin's head a gentle poke. If you don't finish it soon, when Aunt Petunia returns, your little backside will be in trouble. Dudley, recalling his mother's merciless grip, could only abandon his curiosity and scamper downstairs to finish his nutritious meal. Harry gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Goodness, he would have to endure this rainbow hair for an entire month. After a long day, Lupin returned home to find Sirius at the door, donning an apron. Momentarily taken aback. I've prepared dinner. Do give it a try and see if it pleases your palate. Sirius's expression held a trace of awkwardness. Clearly feeling guilty for indulging without contributing, yet unable to leave home at present, he could only manage what he could. Lupin shook himself from his reverie and hung his coat on the rack. Thank you, Sirius. He glanced at the plate of fried meat pies and hearty soup, speaking softly. You ought to take better care of yourself. We could dine out. Apparition was a simple feat for wizards. Even if Sirius's current condition rendered him unfit for it, he could still reach the restaurant and bring back a meal. Noticing the dejection in Sirius's eyes, Lupin cleared his throat. On Saturday, let us venture to Diagon Alley and visit Ollivander's wand shop. Sirius nodded, having spent far too long in Azkaban and not wielded a wand for years. He was nearly forgetting the sensation of magic. The two dined in silence as Lupin shared a few anecdotes from school. You mean Harry is at school too? Sirius expressed surprise. Didn't Dumbledore assure that Harry would be well protected? How could he send him to a wizarding primary school? Lupin solemnly nodded, acknowledging that Dumbledore had begun to neglect Harry's welfare. Sirius suppressed the urge to curse, his breath coming in heavy huffs. If even Dumbledore had compromised, what did that render the deaths of James and Lily? For what reason had Harry lost his parents? Lupin understood the grim reality. They were merely pawns in a political game. It was only Harry who suffered for it. Chapter 157. Gellert arrives in London. Rumors spoke of a singular truth. Whoever gathered all 3 Deathly Hallows would become the master of death. Gellert had pursued the validity of this claim since his youth. Otherwise, he would not have sought to steal the Elder Wand. Now, having shed the fervor of his younger days, it was Dumbledore who remained ensnared by the obsession, still pursuing the invisibility cloak. Karma rapped the table with the spine of a book, snapping Gellert from his reverie. He stamped the documents in his hand with a seal. How are the arrangements for the exchange students coming along? Gellert inquired of his great-nephew, Orin. Orin calmly exchanged the stamped documents for another set, replying nonchalantly, all is arranged. 5 6th years and 10 7th years under Karkaroff's supervision, along with 3 accompanying teachers. Gellert felt a flicker of intrigue. If he were to consume a polyjuice potion, becoming a supervising teacher wouldn't be a bad idea. The list has already been submitted. The group should be arriving at Hogwarts soon, so do not dwell on it. Karma seemed to see through his intentions. I've secured a few tasks for you aligned with the French and Russian ministries, so do not think of eloping. Gellert rubbed his temples, regretting his decision to emerge from seclusion due to a prophecy regarding his connection with Voldemort. Now he was ensnared beyond escape. Couldn't you grant me a holiday? After all, I am your superior. He lamented, take a lesson from Voldemort in England. He enjoys 2 paid days off each week. Karma twitched his lips. Voldemort has expanded the British magical community several-fold, establishing both a wizarding orphanage and a primary school, while we are still limited to Durmstrang. Could you not aspire to be like other leaders and strive for progress? Karma pondered with exasperation. Regrettably, if Gellert were a man of counsel, he would not have been defeated by Dumbledore during the War of the Century. Voldemort had made a shrewd move with the establishment of the primary school, effectively siphoning off much of Dumbledore's power. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly favor the primary school for the development of young wizards, he mused, chuckling to himself. If only the German ministry were so easily swayed. Easily swayed. Those are the fruits of others' labor over many years. If we had placed some of our own within the ministry back then, you wouldn't be confined to Nurmengard. Merlin's beard. Karma, do not speak so. I have my dignity. Dignity? You still care for appearances? You nearly bared your soul for Dumbledore, Karma exclaimed in astonishment. Well then, Gellert conceded, for Orin's sake. Let us cease this conversation. Gellert was known for being rather infatuated. His friends, relatives, and even the entire order knew of this. Karma had spent decades teasing him for it. Orin, sensing Gellert's gaze upon him, quickly focused on the red seal on the document, pretending he heard nothing. Karma, noticing this, laughed softly but still granted Gellert some grace by shifting the conversation to another topic. After successfully experimenting with the blood lily on our lab rats, we proceeded to test it on death row inmates. However, every time we reached the 3rd day, the inmates succumbed to accelerated cellular evolution, their bodies unable to cope, leading to genetic collapse and death. We did manage to revert a 70-year-old to 50, but 10 days later, he suffered brain death. Karma disclosed, producing a document and handing it to Gellert. Immortality is out of reach, but longevity might be worth pursuing. Let us aim for living 500 or 600 years like Nicholas Flamel. Gellert tapped his fingers on the table, squinting at the document after reading it. Have you tried it on the dark wizards in prison? Not yet. However, we have signed contracts with severely ill muggles who willingly joined the experiment. Request a few death row inmates from the ministry for testing. Subtly leak some information, Gellert instructed Orin, gesturing for him to undertake this task. You leave everything to Orin. What will you do? Karma eyed Gellert skeptically. Gellert smiled, rising to stretch lazily. Of course, I shall take a trip to England, he declared, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire and departing leisurely under Karma's murderous gaze. In Voldemort's manor, Severus lounged in a sunlit recliner, perusing the tales of Beetle the Bard. Procured from Nagini. You know all the words within, so why must I read them to you? Severus basked in the breeze, occasionally sipping on a cold milk tea. Nagini's experiences as a snake differed vastly from those as a human. She struggled to articulate the peculiar sensations and could only nod silently. Severus, not overly concerned, obliged her modest request, and thus his deep, soothing voice resonated beneath the trees as he recounted the tale of the three brothers. Nagini rested her chin on her hand, relishing Severus's voice, which made her ears tingle with delight. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak, Nagini counted on her fingers. This story sounds so familiar. Severus closed the book, admitting he had merely flipped to a random page, surprised that it happened to be the tale of the Three Hallows. Because I read it to Tom when you were still a snake, Severus quirked a smile. Nagini's eyes lit up with realization. That's why it felt so familiar. When will Helbo return? I no longer wish to toss around the little goblin toy, Nagini sighed, yawning as she lay on Severus's lap, her mood decidedly somber. The previous day, Severus received a letter delivered by an owl from the Forbidden Forest, revealing that Helbo had fed the blood lily to the magical creatures dwelling within. As a result of this evolution, those creatures had succumbed to slumber, and he was left to guard them until they awakened, a departure that remained uncertain. The magical beings differed from Helbo and Nagini in constitution, leaving their awakening time a mystery. Severus gently stroked Nagini's hair, which had returned to its natural hue, soft and fine beneath his fingers. There was no telling when they might awaken, perhaps during winter, or perhaps much longer. He did not indulge Nagini with false hopes, as many matters were beyond his certainty. Nagini's spirits were low. Despite the presence of numerous young witches and wizards at school, Helbo was her kindred spirit, and their companionship brought her a profound sense of comfort. Tom had just returned from Lucius's, confronted by two furrowed brows. A bit perplexed, he silently sought clarification from the butler. The butler leaned in to provide a brief explanation before excusing himself to attend to other matters. Tom glanced at the ring on Severus's finger, musing that as long as he was present, the resurrection stone would remain forever concealed. Guests are arriving at the estate, Severus. You and Nagini should change into appropriate attire to meet them. They are quite remarkable individuals. A peculiar smile graced his lips at the thought of Gellert arriving uninvited. Severus cast several glances at him, the smile reminiscent of a cat encountering a mouse. Once the two had donned suitable garments and entered the parlor, they beheld a middle-aged man with golden hair and mismatched eyes seated across from Tom, engaged in light-hearted conversation. And these two? The middle-aged gentleman inquired, regarding Severus and Nagini with a knowing smile. I presume they are the Dark Lord's lady and his daughter? Severus halted mid-greeting, taken aback by the peculiar title. Gellert laughed heartily at Severus's reaction. This is Severus Snape, my dear friend, Tom introduced. And this is Nagini, my cousin. Noticing Severus's frozen expression, Tom took his hand and gently urged him to sit. This is Mr. Gellert Grindelwald, the infamous former Dark Lord, a sworn enemy of Dumbledore and also his former lover. Tom emphasized the word lover, successfully eliciting a change in Gellert's demeanor. Severus, snapping back to reality from the title of Dark Lord's lady, became curious upon hearing Gellert's name. He had heard numerous rumors about this individual and Dumbledore. Had Gellert been a tad more ruthless, one could imagine old Dumbledore burdened by chains. Gellert steadied himself, allowing Severus to scrutinize him without flinching, casually enjoying his pastries. Undeniably, Gellert was a remarkably charismatic wizard, although no longer in his youth. The serenity acquired through his life experiences was enticing. Tom subtly nudged Nagini, prompting her to attract Gellert's attention. Hello, Uncle Grindelwald, I am Nagini, she exclaimed, running to hug Gellert's leg and acting coyly. It was Gellert's first encounter with such a young child being so affectionate, and seeing that Tom did not intervene, he lifted the little girl into his arms. Call me Uncle Gellert, he corrected her as he handed her a piece of cake. Men often harbor an inexplicable desire to compete. He did not wish to acknowledge his age. Nagini took a bite of the sweet treat and cheerfully inquired, Uncle Gellert, did you come especially to see me? Did you bring me a gift? Gellert, gazing at her wide-eyed innocence, felt his mood brighten. Uncle came in a rush. But the gift is just behind. You may tell me what you wish for, he replied, waving his hand grandly. Nagini, emulating Draco's tactics with his father, tugged at his sleeve bashfully, her cheeks flushed. Really? Thank you, Uncle. You are so handsome, kind-hearted, and a dashing gentleman. I like you the most. Gellert, hearing her effusive praise, lost his facade of politeness, his eyes narrowing into slits of delight. If only Orin and that wretched gang weren't so insufferable. He would gladly bring someone like her to Britain. Alas, his family was male-dominated, with few girls to cherish. Gellert, utterly charmed by Nagini, found himself led by her through the garden, spending a day filled with laughter and joy, ultimately staying the night at Voldemort's estate. That evening, Tom, resting on a plush pillow, pondered Gellert's true intentions throughout the night. The following day, as Nagini prepared to attend her witching school, Gellert voluntarily assumed the duty of escorting her, and under Tom's cold gaze, he seized the driver's wheel of the flying car, weaving through the skies until they vanished from sight. Has he been in Nurmengard too long, his mind becoming peculiar? Severus remarked, pointing at his head with an odd expression. Tom shook his head, declaring, no one is more lucid than Gellert. He must be here for the Deathly Hallows. As he and Severus strolled into the garden, his fingers brushed against tender petals. Dumbledore possessed the Elder Wand and the invisibility cloak. All that remained was the resurrection stone. Severus recalled the stories he had shared with Nagini and the various rumors circulating within the magical community, uncertainly stating, but hasn't the resurrection stone been lost to the magical world for ages? Why would he come here? Is it possible he believes it to be in your possession? As he spoke, he scrutinized Tom, contemplating where he might hide the resurrection stone. The resurrection stone is not in my possession, but they think it is, Tom remarked, grateful for his past decision to bind someone with an impractical ring. His crimson eyes shone like rubies, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Severus's heart began to race uncontrollably. He pressed his lips together, concealing his unease from the man beside him. Dumbledore was collecting the Hallows. The invisibility cloak belonging to the Potter family was surely among his coveted items, and he had long possessed the Elder Wand. Are you not going to explain? What if he turns his attention toward you? I had already considered it, shortly after your departure. Impossible. After all these years. He could not have failed to trace the resurrection stone. He sought me twice, the first time to inform me about another suspected descendant of Slytherin, to which I did not respond. The second time was to reveal the secret of the blood lily, prompting me to take Nagini to Borneo. Severus's eyelashes fluttered in surprise. What a coincidence. Then what if, Severus hesitated to ask, Gellert cannot find the resurrection stone and decides to conspire with Dumbledore? Tom was about to respond when the ever-elusive butler reappeared. My lord, Mr. Snape, the school just called, reporting that Mr. Grindelwald is offering high salaries to teachers in Germany. What do you think? The butler's unfinished thought implied a desire to send Aurors or house elves to retrieve the individuals, or at least keep an eye on those teachers. Tom and Severus exchanged glances, questioning whether the former Dark Lord had truly changed his ways, audaciously attempting to poach talent. No need. Have the house elves assisting at the primary school ensure the safety of the young witches and wizards. As for those teachers, if they wish to leave, let them go. But should they wish to return, it shall not be so simple, Tom declared, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. Indeed, aside from the obstinate old Crouch, the Minister of Magic, and Dumbledore, who dared to challenge him, the rest had opted for self-preservation. Thus, they had little need for teachers who could be so easily swayed. Severus had always been one to listen rather than speak regarding such matters, standing aside to admire the newly planted flora. The previous ones had been rendered unrecognizable by Nagini's antics, prompting the butler to reintroduce a batch devoid of rare treasures and medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, Gellert, after escorting Nagini to school, halted the vehicle and turned to stride purposefully towards the bustling streets of London. He found Karma's assertions quite astute. Consulting Tom for insights on expanding his operations seemed prudent. As for Dumbledore's invitation, there was no rush. The exchange students from Durmstrang had only just arrived at Hogwarts. Chapter 158, Grape Harvesting. Gellert had remained at Voldemort's estate, occasionally taking Nagini to Diagon Alley and various magical amusement parks during her breaks. Tom had shifted from initial wariness to annoyance at the sight of house elves. Yet Gellert seemed utterly enthralled, meandering through London without a care. In truth, through the power of magic, wizards could accomplish numerous feats. Yet they preferred to allow nature to take its course. By mid-October, it was time to harvest grapes for winemaking. The wine from Voldemort's estate had long been depleted by Gellert, while the latest shipment from Malfoy Manor had been entirely consumed by some party the previous day. Shall we visit the vineyard tomorrow? Tom proposed to Severus, noting that the house elves at the estate were engaged in winemaking, and Nagini could join in the grape-picking fun. Severus felt somewhat tempted. Though he was not fond of picking grapes, he relished consuming them. However, tomorrow was Wednesday, and Nagini had school. Taking a day off would render attending school meaningless. Suddenly, a thought crossed Severus's mind, causing him to furrow his brow. There's no need for concern. Simply arrange a fall camp, allowing students to enjoy a week at the vineyard, Tom remarked nonchalantly. After all, it was not his orchard, and the suggestion had initially come from Lucius. Yet, this meant that communication with the parents would now fall to the school staff. The following day, over 200 students arrived at the vineyard aboard a flying bus. Lucius had anticipated a large turnout, but witnessing the scene caused his smile to falter slightly. He briefed the house elves briefly before stepping forward and vanishing with a disapparition. He feared that staying even a moment longer might see him conscripted into labor. As Lucius's brother-in-law, Regulus recognized the Malfoy estate, raising an eyebrow as he greeted the teachers and stepped inside first. Fudge, being a ministry official and the deputy headmaster, should have been present but was unable to attend due to a sudden increase in workload at the ministry. The teachers leading the group were Lupin and Andre, who guided the students through the accommodations before ushering them into the orchard. Harry gazed at the sprawling grapevines, feeling a twinge of envy for the estate's opulence. Harry, over here, Neville called, noticing Harry had fallen behind. Coming, Harry replied softly, jogging to catch up, unaware that Draco and Nagini had vanished from the group. The vineyard boasted an array of grape varieties that Severus could not name, but they were discernible by color: black, brown, white, green, and red. He snipped clusters of each hue, rinsed them under a spring, and settled comfortably into a lounge chair to indulge. However, the first grape he tasted was sour enough to make him grimace. Draco, observing Severus's leisurely enjoyment, felt a pang of jealousy. He regretted listening to Nagini's whimsical tales of encountering the former Dark Lord Grindelwald, only to find himself laboring in the vineyard instead. Hey kid, watch it, Gellert chuckled, ruffling Draco's hair. Ah, just as soft as I imagined. Draco shot him a glare, adjusting his sun hat. His cheeks puffed in indignation. Didn't the man know not to mess up one's hairstyle? He resolved to tell his father that a certain bothersome adult was too fond of tooling children's hair. Gellert laughed heartily, finding amusement in the antics of other people's children, unlike his own, who all wore serious expressions. Meanwhile, Nagini followed closely behind Tom, increasingly irked by Gellert's incessant chatter. She contemplated transforming back into a snake just to bite him. Tom, when will that uncle leave? Nagini pouted, clutching a small basket atop her head, tugging at Severus's sleeve with displeasure. Tom carefully snipped a branch, gently placing the grapes into her basket. What's the matter? Can't handle it? You used to love spending time with him. You even chose to fish with him earlier. He cast a sidelong glance at Nagini, speaking in a measured tone. Nagini chuckled shyly, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the plethora of toys and treats the uncle provided. His stories were plentiful and captivating, but now that the novelty had worn off, she wished to return to Tom's side. He's so annoying, always asking me about my favorite subjects and when I'll be attending Hogwarts. During the quiz, I received a C in basic potions, and he insisted on dragging me into extra lessons. As she spoke, she suddenly felt a chill at her neck, followed by a cool voice. See, yet I see an A on your test paper. She looked up to find Tom smiling, and she immediately knew she was in trouble. With a nervous laugh, Nagini hurriedly set her basket down, waved at Tom, and exclaimed, No, you heard wrong. I'm off to find the little dragon. See you later. With that, she dashed away like a rabbit. Tom arched an eyebrow beneath the grape arbor, surprised that Nagini would resort to such antics. It appeared he would need to have a serious discussion with the butler upon their return. Nagini was quite practical, rushing to Draco's side and calling up the small ladder. Little dragon, don't pick any more grapes. Let us go find Harry to play. Huh, find Harry? Sure. Draco had been eager to escape, and with Nagini's invitation, he readily agreed. The uncle had been overly bothersome, and after filling 2 baskets with grapes, he had taken to lounging beneath a tree, even asking Draco to cut some red grapes to send to him. What a burden for a child. Moreover, his godfather was watching, and as a young boy, he could not use magic to retaliate against the uncle. Professor Snape, Nagini and I are going to take a break, Draco informed Severus. Severus waved them off, assuring them that inviting them was not meant to exploit child labor. If they wished to play, they were free to do so. Hand in hand, the 2 children followed the guiding house elf to another area, while Harry, wrinkling his nose in distaste, turned away to sneeze as he worked on destemming grapes. By the time Tom returned to Severus with several baskets of assorted grapes, Severus appeared quite fatigued, having stifled countless yawns. Gellert had long since vanished, likely off in search of more wine. Let us wait until after dinner to harvest some more, Tom suggested, popping a cleaned grape into his mouth, grimacing at its sourness. He noted that the sugar content would rise when harvested at night. Selecting a red grape, he found it sweet, the frown on his face easing. Are you planning to personally ferment those baskets into wine? Severus inquired, chewing on a grape that Tom had handed him, discovering it to be sweet and consuming it. Tom shook his head, then nodded, pointing to a platter of pale red grapes, encouraging Severus to indulge. Tom merely relished the act of grape picking. He knew nothing of the fermentation process, preferring to leave it to the experts. The aroma of sour grapes is intense, while the sweetness is subtle. Only by blending the two, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, can one craft a delightful wine. He smiled at Severus, who frowned after tasting another sour grape. Severus paused, then simultaneously popped a sour grape and a sweet one into his mouth. Let us see what those little wizards are up to. I heard from the house elf that Harry is also here, Tom suggested. Severus, realizing he had just acted foolishly, hastily shifted the topic to salvage his dignity. Tom did not expose him, merely nodding in agreement. Managing over 200 young wizards proved no challenge for the teachers, especially with the assistance of house elves. Everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves. The process of crushing grapes was particularly enjoyable, with the young wizards donning clean rain boots, stomping joyfully in large basins. Nearby, the elusive Nagini and Draco were washing their boots, whispering to each other. As Severus drew closer, he could discern their murmurs. They had no idea that wine was made by treading grapes. Just then, Regulus happened by, chuckling at their hushed conversation. There are specialized machines for crushing grapes. This orchard has been designated for your enjoyment, Regulus explained with a smile. Even house elves do not tread the grapes. They use magic to crush them. Now, with Muggle technology introduced, the yield has increased significantly. Draco awkwardly rubbed his nose. In his past life, he had mostly consumed the less intoxicating sweet sherry, while his father was the true wine enthusiast. Understood, Uncle Rawl, Draco replied with a polite smile. Catching sight of Severus approaching and quickly greeting, "Good day, Lord. Good day, Mr. Snape." Severus felt a momentary daze at the sight of the mature and composed Regulus. How many years had it been since they last met? He had truly changed. "Good day, Lord." "Good day, Mr. Snape," Regulus said, his gaze lingering briefly on Severus before addressing the two. Tom nodded slightly, acknowledging that selecting the heir of the Black family as headmaster was indeed a wise decision. This young headmaster demonstrated foresight and vibrant thinking, successfully stabilizing the newly established Wizarding Primary School, undeterred by the malicious gossip and numerous obstacles. This achievement was sufficient proof of his capability to guide the institution toward a brighter future. Tom would not suppress this rising star in the political arena for his own selfish desires, for their paths had long diverged. "It has been a long time, Mr. Black," Severus replied with a courteous nod. Draco sensed an odd atmosphere among the three, but could not pinpoint its peculiarity. So he busied himself with the clean grapes in the basin. Nagini, however, chattered away, her plump face quivering. "Severus, this is our headmaster. He occasionally teaches us defense against the dark arts, with Professor Lupin as our opponent." Nagini thought Regulus looked exceptionally cool when drawing his wand during duels with Lupin, and she had been mimicking his stance with her little sword for quite some time. Severus was somewhat taken aback. He recalled that during his school days, transfiguration was his favorite subject. However, considering the dark magic prevalent in the Death Eater organization, though it had yet to be renamed, he felt a sense of relief. The fact that Lupin was the opponent was a bit delicate. Although Lupin had been the mediator among the four highwaymen back then, he had also witnessed Sirius bullying Regulus. That's quite difficult to assess. Congratulations. You have become headmaster at such a young age. Truly impressive," Severus remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he genuinely congratulated him. Regulus raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "It's all thanks to Lord's discerning eye. He recognized my talents, allowing me to be the first headmaster of this primary school. Lord has greatly developed the new Diagon Alley and magical energy, creating considerable wealth for the wizarding world and supporting countless families." Regulus offered a small compliment to the Lord, though he spoke the truth and genuinely wished to avoid spending another year and a half in Germany. For Tom, this was merely a routine commendation. He did not exhibit much emotional fluctuation. However, had Lucius been present, he would have been able to extol the virtues of those in attendance from every angle, using the most suitable language and emotions to leave everyone beaming. In contrast, Regulus's praise seemed somewhat lackluster. Severus, upon hearing this, began to ponder. It seemed that Gellert's purpose here was connected to these matters. However, the German Ministry of Magic was not as lax as its British counterpart, and breaching their defenses would likely prove significantly more challenging. Minister Strauss was an exceptionally powerful wizard, making it no easy feat to penetrate their safeguards. If it were not for Old Crouch holding down the fort in the British ministry, and considering a few clean officials beneath him, it was likely that Tom and Dumbledore's spies would have already infiltrated completely. "Lord, you are truly remarkable," Severus remarked, half in jest and half earnestly. Tom's ears perked up, unabashedly accepting the praise. "I have even greater feats. Would you care to know?" Tom replied with a captivating smile. Severus, bewildered, nodded, and was then led to the kitchen. Upon witnessing Tom preparing dishes such as pears stewed in wine, braised pork, and boiled shrimp, he realized that the greater thing was indeed this. Did you not previously have a fondness for Chinese cuisine? I made you braised meat and red wine before. Now I am preparing some dishes you haven't tried yet, Tom said, cheerfully instructing Severus to remove his apron. Severus gazed at the table laden with enough food for 5, swallowing hard. It all looked so delicious. I will go fetch Nagini for dinner, he said, rising to find her. Tom reached out to stop him, gently pressing him back into his seat. No need. I have arranged for the house elves to prepare her meal, and besides, with her friends around, it's uncertain whether she would even remember us. As he spoke, Tom raised his glass to clink with Severus's. This is the wine freshly produced from the estate. Do give it a try. Gellert has probably already indulged. What about Mr. Grindelwald? Is he not coming? Severus inquired. He should be with Nagini and the others. Oh, very well. Severus acquiesced, recalling that the last time he had drunk alcohol had been during the previous gathering when Halbert had commented on his poor drinking habits, advising him to abstain, which he had since adhered to. Surprisingly, he found himself somewhat tempted by the wine. Well, just so you know, if I become tipsy, you cannot hold it against me, Severus said with earnestness, taking a small sip of the wine in his hand. Tom blinked, remaining silent. The wine was newly brewed and not too potent. Chapter 159, Almost. Tom had always been a man of integrity. Well, one could say it was a product of the love potion, rendering him incapable of experiencing many human emotions. During his time at Hogwarts, he had been preoccupied with academics and discovering his identity, showing little interest in romantic affairs. After graduation, unable to find work at the school, he ventured into Nocturne Alley, gathering the necessary items to fragment his soul. After becoming the Dark Lord, he had become emotionally distant due to having too many fragments of himself, with the killing curse always at the ready. It was not until he possessed a little kitten, merging with the flaws of his bloodline, that the emotions he had accumulated over decades finally erupted, only for him to flee. Tom narrowed his eyes. Serpents are exceptionally patient when stalking their prey. The targeted quarry, blissfully unaware, sipped wine and quickly devoured a piece of rib. If you enjoy it, I shall make it for you often, Tom said with a gentle smile. Severus had long grown accustomed to his smile. Even before he regained his identity, he had expressed himself in the same manner in the city center, a sentiment that had once been warm and moving, but now felt somewhat different. Severus leisurely sliced through his steak, shaking his head at the remark. With the multitude of matters and documents he had to attend to each day, such an occasion was indeed rare. He and Tom were not related by blood, despite the past kindness he had received. Expecting a prominent figure to cook daily was akin to tempting fate. Tom raised an eyebrow at this, pushing the peeled shrimp closer to Severus. As long as you enjoy it, I shall continue to prepare it for you. His serious tone was reminiscent of discussing matters of state. Severus sensed a shift in the atmosphere and lowered his gaze to eat the shrimp. Tom's lips curled into a smile, his crimson eyes brimming with gentle mirth. Severus, may I ask you something? Yes, what is it? Have you ever considered seeking a soulmate to share your life with? Coughing slightly, Severus nearly choked on his bread. He swiftly reached for the wine beside him, taking a sip to compose himself before responding in a hoarse voice. No, I find being alone quite agreeable. Internally, he scoffed. Was there any difference between this and the relatives who began to nag about marriage once one reached a certain age? Moreover, Tom had broached the subject without any preamble. He hadn't even begun to converse on the topic. Tom shifted his gaze from the empty wine glass to Severus's slightly intoxicated face, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Whether from the question or the haze of inebriation, it was hard to tell. Those your age are marrying and starting families, living blissfully. Don't you feel a twinge of envy? Severus belched softly and quickly waved his hand. First it was Halbert, then you, and now Nagini. I no longer wish to envy those with children, he declared with conviction. Tom chuckled, his amusement anticipated. You always have a plethora of reasons, he remarked. After all these years, I've yet to see anyone walk alongside you. Severus's gaze turned pensive as he looked at Tom, confusion etching his features. It's not about reasons, he murmured. I simply believe that a solitary life is uncomplicated and liberating. I bear no responsibility towards anyone and am not bound by anyone. Even Halbert ultimately returned to Hogwarts. What was Severus's destination? Tom sighed, recognizing the duality of Severus's keen intellect and his obliviousness. Perhaps it was the failures of his parents that instilled in him a fear of marriage and family. But don't you find that rather lonely? Tom took Severus's hand, speaking softly. Without companionship, without someone to share your joys and sorrows, one risks being forgotten. Severus's lashes fluttered, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. Not from the loneliness he spoke of, but from the thought of being forgotten. If I were to die, would anyone remember me? Severus asked quietly. Everyone dies. Yet I am not. He paused, pouring himself another glass of wine, draining it in one go. As he reached to pour another, Tom grasped his hand, preventing him from pouring any more. If you drink any further, you shall truly be intoxicated. You won't die, at least not before I do, Tom asserted solemnly. Severus, bemused, looked at Tom, but the gravity in his expression stifled his laughter, leaving him only able to nod. Thank you, Tom. After a moment of silence, he inhaled deeply. Your words bring me considerable comfort. Tom tightened his grip on Severus's hand, subtly shifting closer, smiling as he said, if you fear being forgotten, I shall plaster your portrait across the world, ensuring they eternally remember our names. Recalling the global search for him, which bore a striking resemblance to a worldwide manhunt. Severus felt a flush of embarrassment tug at his lips. It's nothing, I was merely jesting, he said, glancing at the half-eaten shrimp, eager to shift the topic. Let us continue our meal, it shall grow cold if we delay. Tom remained silent, leaning closer to Severus, his ruby eyes fixed on him. Why don't you inquire why I have not sought a soulmate to share my life? Severus gazed at the alluring visage mere inches away, internally chiding Tom for his childishness, as if a question required a question-and-answer format. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to Tom's desire, whispering, and why is that? Tom did not respond immediately. Instead, he locked his gaze onto Severus for what felt like an eternity. Their breaths intertwined, and it seemed that if Tom leaned down just a fraction, he could kiss those slightly parted crimson lips. Severus, lost in his wine-induced haze, remained blissfully unaware of the awkwardness, blinking in confusion as to why Tom had yet to speak. Tom sighed deeply, wishing he could pry open Severus's mind to uncover its contents. The man appeared astute and perceptive, yet he always cowered in the shadows, reluctant to engage with the emotion known as love. Severus shifted his stiff neck, tilting his head to alleviate the strain. It's because, just as Tom was about to divulge his thoughts, Nagini's jubilant voice echoed through the room. Tom, Severus, are you enjoying a private feast? Why didn't you call for me? How wicked of you. I even brought great pastries for you both. The moment of intimacy shattered, and Tom found it difficult to continue, reluctantly releasing Severus's hand. Next time, I shall send Nagini into the forbidden forest, Tom thought, lamenting the near miss of his carefully prepared dinner. Nagini, oblivious to Tom's musings, had not filled her own belly at dinner. Upon spotting the spread before her, she had already summoned house elves to bring her utensils and began devouring the feast with glee. Wow, Tom made this. Delicious, she exclaimed, her cheeks stuffed, unceasingly praising Uncle Gellert. You should join us. Tom doesn't he often cook? Only then did Tom notice Gellert leaning against the doorframe, sipping wine. That rascal must have done this on purpose. As Tom silently cursed Gellert, he shot him a glare, urging him to leave promptly. Gellert, with a half-smirk, paid no heed to Tom's ire and took a seat at an empty chair. I must taste this properly. As he sampled the wine-braised ribs, his brows lifted in surprise. The flavor was unexpectedly delightful. Reflecting on the scene when he entered, he cast a sidelong glance at the slow-eating youth, a malevolent grin creeping onto his face. Severus sat at the dining table, feeling dizzy yet satisfied, letting out a contented burp. Although his head spun, he couldn't deny Tom's culinary prowess. Due to Severus's absence, Tom's planned nocturnal gathering fell through, and with the young wizards unfit for late nights, only house elves flitted through the grapevines, busy picking grapes. Gellert continued to drink, switching from bottle to bottle, seemingly impervious to intoxication. Stop drinking. Do you fear dying from it? Save some for later, Tom remarked disdainfully, casting him a sidelong glance. With all the time you spend drinking, you might as well check in on what foolishness Dumbledore is up to now. Gellert's hair danced in the evening breeze as he took another sip, gazing at the serene manor under the night sky, suddenly bursting into laughter. Tom frowned at the sound, inquiring, what are you laughing at? Gellert halted his laughter, turning to Tom with a mysterious smile. You know, Tom, I believe you have a fondness for that young man. Tom's gaze sharpened. He could not refute Gellert's words, but this matter pertained solely to him and Severus, and outsiders had no right to interfere. Ah, to be young. With the privilege of love, Gellert lamented. Tom's eyelids twitched. Something about that statement felt utterly amiss. It's been nearly a year since you found him, and yet you two remain apart? Gellert inquired nonchalantly, his foot resting on a nearby shelf. Tom countered, we have lived together for 6 years. He glanced at Gellert before continuing, 2 months of infatuation, a century of unspoken sentiments. You are far greater than I. Mr. Grindelwald, you have forged an extraordinary white wizard. Tom remarked, noting Gellert's change in expression, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Nurmengard knows no summer. Huh, with your own love and tatters. Do you aspire to present yourself as a connoisseur of romance before me? Dream on. Gellert's face flushed, feeling as if a younger counterpart stood before him, mocking his youthful folly and antics. A truly mortifying experience. Evidently, Tom's sarcasm struck its mark, compelling Gellert to relive his past pretensions. Albus has scarcely had time for me of late, Gellert sighed, taking another swig of wine. He is preoccupied with the exchange student program. I cannot even reach him with the two-way mirror. Tom was aware of this, knowing that Gellert's subordinate, Karkaroff, was leading the charge, though he remained baffled as to how he managed to secure a position as an exchange teacher. Are you still friends? Tom chuckled softly, incredulously noting that Albus had accepted the two-way mirror Gellert had gifted him. And to think, Albus carries such an item on his person? He must still harbor feelings for you. After a moment of silence, Gellert finally managed to utter, does it truly matter if we are friends? At the very least, he is willing to converse with me. Tom shook his head, unsure of how to respond. Was the elder truly fixated on a late-in-life romance? Especially with the amalgamation of first love and a cherished memory. Both men, over a century old, could not be more forthcoming. Their veiled exchanges were unbecoming of a white wizard and a dark wizard alike. You are nothing like the brilliant, ambitious dark wizard who sought to dominate Europe, Tom remarked before departing. Gellert chose to sit upon the grass, sipping his wine while gazing at the moon. At Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore and Karkaroff greeted several individuals, warmly inquiring about their adjustment to life at Hogwarts. As a graduate of the institution, Karkaroff was well acquainted with its environment. Aside from Karkaroff, the others appeared to be adapting quite well, especially the 15 exchange students. They resided with Ravenclaw and attended classes, thriving in their new surroundings. During weekends, they ventured to Hogsmeade, indulging in delectable local cuisines and acquiring various magical items to send back to Germany. Excellent, Dumbledore remarked with a polite smile. Karkaroff relished his time in Germany, basking in the affection of his students, truly experiencing the taste of wielding power. A glimmer of satisfaction and pride shone in his eyes, though he made an effort to keep his smile natural and sincere. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, aware of Karkaroff's connection to Tom, who had vanished from sight in recent years, only to find him thriving in Germany. I am delighted to hear that you all are adjusting well, Dumbledore said, his smile broadening. Especially those exchange students. They are sure to have an unforgettable semester here. Indeed, they are quite fond of life here, Karkaroff nodded, chuckling lightly. They have seamlessly integrated into Ravenclaw and forged wonderful friendships with their peers. Their conversation remained formal, devoid of superfluous chatter, merely exchanging pleasantries before parting ways. As Karkaroff rounded a corner, he stole a glance at the portrait on the wall, where the depicted figures had long since vanished. He stroked his chin, pondering how Hogwarts portraits had remained gossipy for decades. On the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid patrolled with Fong, his loyal dog. Fong, ever vigilant, perked up his ears, occasionally growling softly in a particular direction, as if urging Hagrid to maintain his alertness. Yet Hagrid seemed somewhat distracted, his thoughts drifting far away. Ever since the Acromantula incident nearly breached the school, and the Ministry relocated the perilous creatures from the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid had felt rather aimless. The forest he once adored now lay desolate, devoid of its former vibrancy and commotion. In bygone days, he could feed Aragog and engage in conversation with him. Now, he merely observed the snails on his cabbages and chased away the birds. The forest's transformation left Hagrid feeling a profound sense of loss, as he reminisced about the days of yore. However, in recent months, he had noticed peculiar occurrences. While patrolling the centaur territory, he had not been shot at with arrows, a surprising development, for the centaurs were notoriously wary, disapproving of human trespassers. Hagrid began to question whether something was amiss among the centaurs. Were it not for Fong's fearful demeanor, he might have suspected a mass exodus. In the depths of the forest, the serpentine creature, Helbo, yawned, wondering when Bane and the others would awaken. Boredom had settled in. Chapter 160, The Pact. The autumn camp for the young wizards lasted a week, indicating that they would remain in the vineyard for several more days. Gellert seemed wounded by Tom's words, and after finishing the wine from the cellar, he vanished. When Tom heard the house elf report this news, he could only sigh in exasperation. Such pettiness from the former Dark Lord was rather unbecoming. Yet Gellert's departure did not signify the conclusion of matters, as his true intentions remained concealed. Nonetheless, this did not dampen Tom's spirits. He waved the house elf away and turned to search for Severus, who was meandering through the vineyard. Upon finding Severus seated beneath a trellis, gazing into the distance, Tom approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Severus turned, unsurprised to see Tom, a flicker of amusement dancing in his dark eyes. I thought you would be buried in paperwork until sundown, he remarked softly. Tom had been by his side these past few days, neglecting his documents. And today he had departed for the study earlier than expected. Severus had assumed he was finally tackling the backlog. No, I merely signed some important papers, Tom replied, sitting beside Severus and observing his profile. Gellert has left the estate. Severus's expression shifted oddly at this revelation. Surely Gellert hasn't gone to seek out his old flame, Dumbledore? Is Nagini aware? She does seem quite fond of him. Although Severus often endured Nagini's complaints, he sought her out whenever there was something delicious or entertaining. Tom nodded, confirming that Nagini had not seen Gellert that morning, yet had remained cheerful throughout the day, likely having heard something. Otherwise, she would have been clinging to him by now. The autumn breeze was gentle, and the aroma of grapes was intoxicating. Tom leaned closer to Severus, noticing his lack of reaction, and initiated a conversation. Severus, might I see the ring on your left hand? He asked, his crimson eyes filled with anticipation. Severus shot him a quizzical glance. Had he not worn that very ring? Though he still did not fully comprehend its significance. He raised his left hand, the black gem glistening in the sunlight. Tom held Severus's hand tightly, gently caressing the ring upon it, his gaze revealing a profound emotion. This black gemstone ring symbolized his family's legacy, embodying his identity and status. Severus had grown accustomed to the presence of the ring, yet it was the first time he was held and scrutinized in such a manner. Reminded of his initial desire to remove it, he inquired whether Tom could take it off. Tom's crimson eyes flickered momentarily as he shook his head softly. Severus, it bears an enchantment of permanence. Even I cannot remove it. Besides, it looks exquisite on you. Indeed, the ring's design was simple yet elegant, free from ostentatious embellishments, highlighting the unique allure of the gemstone. Adorning Severus's fair hand, they complemented each other beautifully. Severus felt a twinge of disappointment. He could not fathom why Tom had chosen to place this ring upon him, especially on the ring finger of his left hand. You know it cannot be removed. Why then did you put it on me? Severus pressed his lips together, always perplexed by Tom's unpredictable actions. Tom replied with a meaningful glance. If I wished to adorn you, then I did. His crimson gaze bore into Severus, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. Severus felt the intensity of Tom's stare, his heart raced, and a flush crept onto his cheeks, leaving him at a loss for words. He attempted to divert the topic, only to be startled by Tom's actions. Tom brought Severus's hand to his lips, kissing the black gemstone softly, then placing tender kisses on the back of his pale hand. A jolt of electricity coursed through Severus. The skin where Tom had touched felt alarmingly hot. You, Severus stammered, speech escaping him as the situation unfolded unexpectedly. Tom's expression softened further as he gently stroked the back of Severus's hand, as if conveying a message. Severus sensed his hand trembling yet endeavored to maintain his composure. He tried to retract his hand, but Tom held it firmly. Tom, we. Severus's voice quavered. He was uncertain of what to say. Tom smiled warmly at Severus, his eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. He embraced Severus, caressing his back gently, as if to reassure him. Severus, I love you, Tom whispered softly in his ear, his voice deep and soothing. Severus's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the weight of Tom's words. They struck him like a bolt of lightning, splitting him in two, one half insisting it was impossible, that it was a jest, as they were both men, the other half urging him to confront this emotion, acknowledging that his feelings for Tom were extraordinary. Even if not romantic, outright rejection could jeopardize their bond. What did you say? Severus pushed Tom away in a panic, stuttering to confirm whether those words had been a mere jest. Tom maintained his serene smile, seemingly aware of Severus's confusion. He gently grasped Severus's hand and said, Severus, I understand this is sudden, but I must confess. I love you. I have always loved you. I was simply afraid to tell you. I feared your rejection, worried that it would render our relationship awkward. But now, I no longer wish to conceal my feelings. I want you to know I love you, and I desire to be with you. Severus's heart raced, his face aflame. He sought to remain composed. Yet Tom's declarations had unraveled his thoughts. I once contemplated making you disappear, so no one would uncover my vulnerabilities, but in the days spent with you, you brought me joy and solace. I lost you for a year, and now that you are back by my side, I cannot envision a life without you. Tom entwined his fingers with Severus's, kissing his ring-adorned hand with a smile. This ring is an heirloom of my family, and I placed it upon you. Do you not comprehend my feelings? Severus's heart stirred, yearning to articulate something, yet words eluded him. His throat felt dry, as if something obstructed his voice. He could only silently gaze at Tom, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a prolonged silence, Severus finally spoke, albeit with a heavy heart. But I do not like you. Why would you come to like me? And, have you been ensnared by a soul-stealing curse? He hesitated to utter the word love, for it bore too great a weight. In truth, he had never harbored any romantic inclinations. Moreover, he distinctly recalled that the original character had met an untimely demise. Were it not for the heart-wrenching sobs of readers, he might not have remembered this at all. If he could not escape that fatal destiny, then all of this was but a fleeting illusion. His existence felt as fragile as a delicate bubble, liable to burst at any moment. With this thought, Severus's initial embarrassment and anger morphed into fear and unease. I have not been ensnared by any soul-stealing curse. Aside from you, no one can approach me. I truly do not know what it is I like about you. Perhaps it is the way you gently held me, or how you celebrated my first birthday, or maybe it is the way you stood before me, declaring that everything was better with you present. I know I can no longer remain silent. If I do, you will retreat behind the walls you have constructed for yourself. Tom inhaled deeply, drawing closer to plant a tender kiss on Severus's forehead. Severus, you must feel something for me, else you would not indulge me so. His voice brimmed with certainty, his crimson eyes unwavering as they locked onto Severus. Severus was momentarily rendered speechless, then managed a bittersweet smile. Your credibility has improved, yet it has never been particularly stellar. Tom paused, contemplating for a moment before asking, I have always valued my credibility. Do you not trust me? Severus nodded in agitation, fearing that if these words were a jest, or if Tom reverted to his former self, he would become the punchline to a cruel joke. Tom appeared somewhat defeated. He straightened his posture, regarding Severus earnestly. We can forge a magical contract. Severus, I will never harm you. Tom's fervent declaration disordered Severus's thoughts, and he scarcely remembered how he had departed the vineyard. By evening, Tom noted Severus's absence from the dining hall, realizing he was evading him. Nagini remained blissfully oblivious, having feasted and then darting off to seek her playmates. The vineyard was vast, offering ample space for energetic young wizards to frolic. Otherwise, they would have clamored to return home long ago. In the vineyard, Lucius had constructed a swimming pool, initially intended for a vacation with his wife, now lent to the Lord, leaving him to seek recreation elsewhere. Nagini, clad in a swimsuit prepared by house elves, leapt from a high platform like a depth charge, drenching the nearby young wizards. Draco floated in the pool, encircled by a swim ring, regretting revealing this place to Nagini, the blabbermouth. Harry surfaced, tugging at Draco's leg, and upon hearing his startled exclamation, emerged with a mischievous grin. You scarhead, annoying little pest, Draco exclaimed in frustration, splashing water in Harry's direction. Harry chuckled, deftly evading, and pulled Draco close to the pool's edge. So you can't swim? I thought all of you would have learned. Even Parkinson is quite adept, Harry said, slicking back his damp hair, gazing at Draco in astonishment. In a previous life, he had participated in the Tri-Wizard tournament, rescuing 2 individuals from the lake. Naturally, he could swim. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that Draco was a non-swimmer. Draco's face reddened, his arms splashing excitedly in the water. So what if I can't swim? He does not require frequent immersion in water. Given your remarkable abilities, why not teach me instead? Draco pouted, his voice laced with irritation. Harry blinked his vibrant green eyes, pondering seriously for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall teach you. Let us first learn to adapt to buoyancy. With that, he took Draco's hand and headed towards the pool. Draco's eyes widened in terror. Could he be serious? Harry innocently blinked back, urging, stop staring and start moving your arms and legs. Thus began a lesson, filled with Harry's suppressed laughter and Draco's bewilderment. Meanwhile, Tom sat in his study, listening intently to his subordinate's report. Although Regulus was aware that the Lord regarded him with disdain, he could only lower his gaze as he recounted the scene of young wizards frolicking in the vineyard. I have discovered that 2 or 3 young wizards from Northern Ireland are searching for the location of the study and the vault. A young wizard from Wales sent a letter, which we intercepted and copied the contents of. This illustrates the drawbacks of lacking an admission book. Although the young wizards possess magic, we cannot ascertain whether they are spies sent from foreign lands. Tom quickly perused the document, his fingers drumming against the table. He dispatched house elves to closely monitor the movements of these young wizards to prevent them from causing us greater trouble. Lord, Nagini has a reasonably good rapport with them. Regulus began, only to see the Lord dismiss him with a wave of his hand. He nodded and replied, I shall inform the other teachers of the situation. Excellent. Should any further developments arise, report to me immediately, Tom instructed. Understood, Regulus respectfully acknowledged before gradually retreating. Tom glanced at the documents on the table, sighed, and picked up his quill to review them, pondering how long Severus would continue to evade him. Severus sat on the edge of his bed, frowning deeply. His dinner was brought in by house elves. He was at a loss as to how to face Tom. In the past, he could deceive himself into believing that Tom's kindness stemmed from gratitude for years of care. However, that veil had been torn away, leaving him confused and uneasy, unable to fathom that Tom did not harbor brotherly feelings towards him. Well, even if he could choose to leave Tom and begin anew, his current situation rendered any departure inappropriate. He had traversed several countries in search of a suitable place to settle, having visited Russia only to be bewildered by its magnetic field, ultimately arriving in China. Although he could reside in China, His Western appearance felt incongruous in this Eastern nation. He was often gawked at as though he were a rare specimen. He sighed and turned over, seeking a comfortable position to wallow in despair. If all else fails, he mused, perhaps he should just hide in Hogwarts. After all, with the influx of magical energy into the school, many electronic facilities had been added. Hogsmeade now offered television and games. It provided tranquility if one sought it, and gossip if one desired it, with the only troublesome factor being Dumbledore. If Tom were to discover his thoughts, he would undoubtedly find it both amusing and perplexing. In any case, Severus spent the better part of the day without arriving at any conclusion, compounded by the absence of Halberd, leaving him without anyone to consult. This truly vexed him. Severus lamented, if only Halberd were here, at least I could converse with him. It was not until the clock struck midnight that fatigue once again enveloped his mind, and he slipped into a deep slumber. Tom received a response from the house elves, and then slowly entered Severus's bedroom. He sat at the bedside, holding Severus's hand with a gaze fixed upon his sleeping face, his eyes flickering with emotion. Chapter 161, The Lobbyist. In his previous life, Severus lived for over 20 years without ever having a girlfriend, let alone a boyfriend. It was not that no one pursued him. Rather, he consistently rejected them with indifference, as if devoid of any interest in romance, leading a solitary existence for over 2 decades. In this life, although he had yet to encounter someone who stirred his heart, certain individuals had transcended friendship to become akin to family, such as Halberd and Tom. They were the closest and most trusted people in his life. However, when Tom suddenly confessed his feelings, Severus felt a stir within him, yet that sentiment could not be classified as love. Perhaps it was more akin to familial affection. Now, upon receiving a confession, Severus was so startled that he spent his days secluded in his room, fearing the embarrassment of encountering others. He was unsure how to confront Tom or how to engage him in conversation. He could only hope that if Tom did not see anyone, he would forget the prior confession. Covering his face, Severus pretended to bury his head in the sand like an ostrich. Tom did not press him too hard. He understood that Severus needed time to reflect. However, he was reluctant to let the situation remain stagnant, so he summoned Lucius as an external ally. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius, having finally shaken off his son and enjoying some time alone with Narcissa, felt quite troubled. He was not a relationship advisor. The vineyard typically housed few wizards, leaving the manor with only a few magical radios. With no entertainment facilities, Severus found himself quite bored. He casually picked up a poetry collection and ventured into the small courtyard to enjoy the breeze. Before long, the wind chimes at the gate began to ring, and Severus turned to see the radiant Lucius, who held a thick stack of documents. Severus regarded Lucius with surprise, for since Tom had expanded his global enterprises, this capable aide only appeared during meetings, remaining otherwise elusive. Long time no see, Lucius, your brilliance remains undiminished. Severus squinted and offered a smile. Likewise, Severus. Lucius observed Severus skillfully summoning a house elf to prepare tea, indicating that his spirits were quite high. Lucius took a sip of red tea before sliding the documents towards Severus. Severus looked at him quizzically, unsure of his intent. These are Lord's assets and the distribution of his enterprises across Europe, Lucius explained with a cough. Many of these investments are made in your and his names, so your assets are considerable as well. Severus furrowed his brow upon hearing this, taking the documents from the table to examine them. When he saw the fortune amassed in Gringotts equating to nearly 5 enormous vaults, he was visibly taken aback. The earliest date on the documents was 1984, if memory served. That was before Tom had regained his youthful appearance. Lucius secretly chuckled. He was astonished while compiling this summary. Although the Malfoy family had accumulated considerable wealth, the sight of such an abundance of galleons was enough to stir his avarice. Severus, you must recognize the special regard Lord holds for you, Lucius remarked, weighing his words carefully. Since my earliest memories, Lord has never had a lover or anything of the sort, and he conducts himself with integrity, possessing wealth, charm, and, most importantly, a commendable character. If you do not believe me, I could even invite my father to speak on this matter. He is, after all, Lord's senior and mentor. He invoked his father to bolster his argument, attempting to convince Severus. Lucius conveniently overlooked the past ambitions of the old Voldemort, who sought to unify the magical world and wielded the killing curse with abandon, instead offering a sincere compliment. His thoughts were rather uncomplicated. The young scholar was clearly no match for the cunning old fox, Lord Voldemort. Despite Severus having a formidable serpent by his side and possessing a remarkable talent for potions, Lord had long since started his intricate schemes. The entire magical community, and even the Muggles, were aware of the tumultuous love-hate relationship between the two, to the point that it seemed inevitable they would soon be at the Ministry of Magic to register their marriage. Thus, his remarks aimed not only to bolster Lord's standing, but also to provide himself some leeway. If their relationship were to falter, he would have done his utmost. And Lord would likely not hold him accountable. Lucius's father was not much older than Lord, and here was Lord's son, on the verge of attending Hogwarts. While Tom remained solitary. Reflecting on this, Severus could not help but chuckle at the thought of Tom as a lonely elder. He pursed his lips, attempting to suppress his amusement. I know what you wish to say, but this cannot be forced, he sighed resignedly. The mere thought of Tom stirring a sense of discomfort within him. Lucius added more tea to his cup, casting a puzzled glance at Severus. I fail to see what is so difficult about this. He adores you, and you cannot deny your own feelings for him. Why not give it a try? Upon hearing Lucius's candid words, Severus felt a flush of embarrassment. The once subtly eloquent discourse of the aristocracy had now transformed into such straightforwardness. Seemingly perceiving Severus's confusion, Lucius continued, in recent years, our interactions with the Russian Ministry of Magic have increased significantly. Moreover, your relationship with Lord is hardly a matter of obscurity, is it? Severus, recognizing the awkwardness of the topic, strategically sipped his tea, wishing to steer clear of the conversation. However, Lucius, on a mission, was not deterred by Severus's reticence. He rambled on and eventually found himself discussing Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Did not Durmstrang reach an agreement with Hogwarts to exchange students starting this year? I have heard that Grindelwald has infiltrated the group of leading teachers, likely to reconnect with his old flame, Dumbledore. Lucius remarked with a tisk, unfortunately. Dumbledore has been frequently visiting the ministry, so he may not be available. Severus looked on in surprise, given Tom's efforts towards fostering harmony within the magical community. Major incidents had become increasingly rare, resulting in a significant reduction in the workload of Aurors. Overall, the ministry was quite idle. So what business could Dumbledore have there at this time? Was it to evade Grindelwald? Yet, had they not already rekindled their past affection? Noticing Severus's budding interest, Lucius flashed a mysterious smile and produced several newspapers from a thick stack of documents to hand to him. What is this? Severus inquired, swiftly skimming through the paper. The headline featured a large photograph of Tom, dominating half the page, alongside the title, The Sole Heir of Slytherin, Lord Voldemort of Hogwarts Castle. The newspaper was dated yesterday, and in the image, Tom's handsome face bore a smile as he shook hands with the stern Minister of Magic, Barty Crouch. With the ministry's grand fountain and the statue of the Magical Brotherhood in the background, surrounded by bustling wizards. Alas, if only we had a television in the manor. We could watch it live, Lucius lamented, his tone tinged with a sense of longing and disappointment. As if he yearned to witness the scene firsthand, but was constrained by circumstances beyond his control. Severus pointed to the still image of the people, noting that they seemed to understand the importance of not provoking Tom, as none of them dared use magical photographs. However, Tom's identity as the heir of Slytherin had already been revealed. Severus's gaze lingered on the phrase heir of Hogwarts Castle, pondering its implications. Before Severus could voice his curiosity, the insightful Lucius provided the answer. Lord discovered a contract in the Gaunt family's hidden chamber, after taking it to the ministry for verification and finding it authentic. The ministry officials quickly disseminated the information. Moreover, the goblins at Gringotts reported several ancient vaults glowing, which, should Lord validate their connection to the Slytherin lineage, would mean he stands to inherit far more than just a quarter of the castle. Lucius shrugged. As for why he doesn't inherit at all, perhaps the spendthrift sold off the ownership, just like me, as I am now a trustee of Hogwarts myself. Severus nodded, seemingly grasping the situation. This implied that Dumbledore was likely feeling anxious. It could be said that although he had added teachers to the school, diluting some of his authority, he could still maintain control. Yet now that Lord had secured the inheritance of the castle, many of its secrets would become increasingly difficult to conceal. Lucius chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Even if Lord's ambitions extended beyond Hogwarts, witnessing an adversary stumble was certainly a cause for merriment. Severus stroked his chin, realizing that with power stripped away and reputation tarnished, Dumbledore, the headmaster, would likely find his role rather uninspiring. No wonder he hadn't seen Tom recently. It turned out he was preoccupied with claiming Hogwarts. The thought of little Draco attending school there in the future filled Severus with amusement. Lucius paused for a moment, then nodded, contemplating that once Lord inherited Hogwarts, he would likely invest in refurbishing the decades-old, dilapidated cellars. Though their house was Slytherin, no one preferred the damp, cold underground. Lord might occasionally stroll through Hogwarts Castle, especially now that it had been outfitted with electric lights, telephones, and projectors, far superior to the conditions during his own schooling. With this in mind, Lucius felt a tinge of envy for Draco. Severus, however, was lost in thought. Just a few days prior, he had mentioned retreating to Hogwarts, unaware that Tom had already taken steps to do so. As Lucius noticed Severus deep in contemplation and the sky darkening, he rose to take his leave. Before departing, He regarded Severus earnestly. Severus Snape, do not allow yourself to harbor regrets. In this limited lifespan, why not follow the inclinations of your heart? Lucius said solemnly, patting Severus on the shoulder. Severus watched Lucius's retreating figure, his head bowed in contemplation. In the world of adulthood, matters were seldom as straightforward as they seemed. Meanwhile, in Hogsmeade, Grindelwald, upon seeing the news broadcast, raised his eyebrows in increasing astonishment. He quickly downed his drink and strode towards the exit. With Tom now established as the Dark Lord of the magical realm and the rightful heir of Slytherin, it was likely that his most pressing concerns would lie not only with the ministry, but also with Albus. Grindelwald gazed towards Hogwarts Castle. Noticing countless owls flocking from the castle, evidently shaken by the recent developments. In the conference room of Malfoy Manor, a full assembly gathered, including Karkaroff, who was serving as an exchange teacher at Hogwarts. Tom listened to the reports from his subordinates, wearily pinching the bridge of his nose. He was already overwhelmed, and now, with the title of Slytherin heir, the old noble families that had previously ignored him were sending gifts and congratulations, creating a chaotic scene in the manor. This was also the reason he had not brought Severus back with him. Karkaroff, after listening to Norton, stood up with a document in hand and spoke calmly. My lord, I encountered centaurs patrolling in the Forbidden Forest. Upon relaying your message to him, he assured me there will be a response within 3 days. At last, Tom heard a satisfactory reply. He waved his hand, doubling Karkaroff's reward. Karkaroff beamed with gratitude, carefully resuming his seat. Tom shifted his gaze towards Isidore Prince, eager to learn of any progress in his research on the blood lily. Isidore, feeling the weight of his superior's gaze, took a deep breath and stood up. My lord, the composition of the blood orchid is exceedingly intricate, and as of now, research has yet to yield substantial progress. He recalled the small creatures that had perished after consuming the blood orchid and felt there was nothing to conceal. Thus he spoke candidly. Tom nodded slightly, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly lost in contemplation. Were Isidore to achieve results in a short span, he might harbor doubts. For progress in Germany has been rather languid over the years. Yet, considering Nagini and Halberd, could it be that the blood orchid is solely beneficial to serpentine beings? However, he had perused the experimental reports, and even using snakes, the effects would not last long. Tom concentrated and listened intently until the briefing concluded, offering a few more remarks before announcing the meeting's adjournment. The butler entered at an opportune moment and whispered a few words in his ear. Tom cast a thoughtful glance toward the entrance before hastening to the parlor where Lucius awaited. Lucius, how fares the situation? Tom inquired directly as he took his seat at the head of the table. Lucius scrutinized Tom's expression, hesitating for a moment before giving a slight nod. Tom let out a deep sigh, not wishing to put Lucius in a difficult position, and waved him off to leave. Perhaps it was due to placing too much importance on the matter that he felt such anxiety. As night descended, the sky was adorned with countless stars. The young wizards at the vineyard had long since concluded their autumn camp and returned to school, leaving the estate in a profound silence. Severus observed Nagini sitting opposite him, shaking his head in amusement. She had been coming to the estate daily to share meals with him. When he inquired why she did not seek out Tom, she placed her hands on her hips and replied earnestly, Tom entrusted me with the task of ensuring your safety. Severus was well aware that he did not require protection. The estate was fortified with powerful defensive magic and safeguarded by house elves, making it impossible for any wizard to intrude. However, the solitude was indeed exceedingly dull. Nagini was washing her little paws in a nearby basin, recounting the tragic tale of Tom's life during his years of absence. When Tom was not at the estate, and I could not speak, I could only amuse myself with the gnomes, she said, blinking with a hint of disappointment. Although I do enjoy playing with the gnomes, it can become tiresome after a while. Severus smiled as he dried her paws and began to partake in the evening meal. The dining table was adorned with several dishes of Chinese cuisine, all of which he relished, appearing quite enticing. Severus assumed the house elves had taken note of his preferences and learned to prepare them, so he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Yet, upon tasting the unmistakably familiar flavors that bore Tom's signature, his heart wavered once more. Those were his most cherished dishes, the ones Tom excelled at preparing. Severus recalled how Tom would always watch him with a smile whenever he savored his cooking. Nagini, what do you suppose Tom is doing now? Severus suddenly asked. Nagini was currently engaged in a battle with a roast piglet and shook her head at his inquiry. Chapter 162, Harry and the Godfather. Lately, Harry had been somewhat absent-minded, a condition stemming from the day he witnessed the heir's emergence at Hogwarts Castle. This world is becoming increasingly magical, he mused, nearly feeding his oatmeal into his nostrils. Petunia brought forth the freshly cooked bacon, and upon seeing Harry's dazed expression, her brow furrowed slightly. Hurry up and finish, the school bus will be here soon. Petunia packed their lunchboxes into the backpack, continuously urging him. Harry, however, felt no urgency. The bus for the Wizarding Primary School was considerably faster than a Muggle bus. Yet he still quickened his breakfast pace. Students at the Wizarding Primary School all traveled by bus. And even Draco and his cohort of magical aristocrats did not receive any special treatment. Upon boarding the bus, Harry immediately spotted Draco's platinum hair. He always sat at the front, reflective of his competitive nature, unwilling to be left behind. Harry settled into one of the rows toward the back, where Neville was waving at him, but it was not yet the time for conversation. It was only during lunchtime that Harry squeezed between Goyle and Crabbe, their sturdy frames shielding him completely. Unable to locate Harry, Neville had no choice but to depart with the others to another side. As Harry ate his lunch, he struck up a conversation with Draco. If you were to tell me that the giant squid in the Black Lake is a Gryffindor transformation, I would believe you. Harry lamented about the frustrations he had been holding in, culminating in that one remark. Draco erupted into raucous laughter at this, but stifled it upon receiving Harry's displeased glare. You should be accustomed to this by now. Draco bit into a sausage and, noticing Harry's still puffed demeanor, remarked with resignation, "Look at the flying car. The new Diagon Alley and the magical energy. Were any of these previously available?" Harry, upon hearing this, deflated like a punctured balloon, gnawing fiercely on the carrot in his hand. Even though everything seemed to be progressing positively, the identity of his adversary had grown increasingly nebulous. In his past life, he believed it to be Voldemort, and he had vanquished him once. Yet, this reincarnated life had been fraught with tribulations. Were it not for Draco's companionship, he might have resorted to confronting those individuals with his uncle's shotgun. Draco, unaware of Harry's internal turmoil, would undoubtedly be taken aback if he were to learn of Harry's capacity to act upon such thoughts. In any case, an utterly mundane afternoon passed without incident. The final class before dismissal was taught by Lupin, who, after imparting fundamental knowledge, allowed the students to review previous content. Lupin approached Harry's desk, gently tapping on its surface. When Harry lifted his gaze, Lupin's smile had softened even further. "Tomorrow is the weekend. Would you like to come over for a visit? Sirius misses you." After a brief pause, fearing Harry might decline, he added, "I have already spoken with the headmaster, and he has no objections." Harry looked at Lupin in astonishment. Although they could chat on the phone, he felt that meeting in person would allow them to truly grasp each other's presence. In truth, Harry had longed to meet his godfather, but his hesitance stemmed from a fear that Dumbledore would disapprove and concoct some peculiar excuse to obstruct it, thus causing unnecessary complications. Now, having heard Lupin's words, Harry felt no reservations. "All right, Lupin. I'll speak with Aunt Petunia, and if she agrees, I'll call you." After coming to this conclusion, he nodded with a smile. Lupin sighed in relief, as he too did not wish to witness serious disappointment. While Harry agreed to meet his godfather, Tom welcomed an old acquaintance at the estate. "Gellert, have you pilfered Dumbledore's wardrobe?" Tom regarded the figure clad in a purple robe, sporting buckle boots and half-moon spectacles, with a look of incredulity. His appearance seemed somewhat absurd, utterly mismatched with Dumbledore's style. Gellert, upon hearing Tom's words, could not help but chuckle. He was aware that his current appearance was rather incongruous, yet he remained indifferent. "Young man, why the fuss?" Gellert adeptly seated himself opposite Tom, squinting as he sipped the red tea poured by a house elf. Did Tom find it alarming? Certainly not. His curiosity lay in why this individual had come to seek him once more. Gellert adjusted his glasses and glanced at Tom before leisurely speaking. "You have inherited a portion of Hogwarts, have you not? Someone has sent me to gauge the situation. What do you intend to do?" This was also Dumbledore's plight. While his prestige was considerable, it primarily floated among the upper echelons, lacking a solid foundation among the masses. Beyond the compliance of high-ranking officials, he held no real influence. Tom gazed at Gellert with a knowing expression, pondering the reason for his recent disappearance. "What do you think I should do?" he inquired, with a snap of his fingers. An array of delectable pastries materialized on the table. Gellert shrugged and picked up a small cake, indulging in its sweetness. "It doesn't matter. After all, it's not my castle," he remarked with a hint of disdain, a smirk escaping his lips as he added, "One can certainly ruin a good hand of cards, can't they?" Tom, catching the implication, quipped, "Like you perhaps?" For Gellert, his defeat was not against the Ministry of Magic or the Aurors, but rather against the prison of love woven by Dumbledore. Therefore, he dismissed Tom's words with a slight curl of his lip, recognizing that the young man before him had nearly squandered his own chances. "Do you recall the divination I performed for you?" Gellert casually tapped the table, his tone indifferent. Tom nodded ever so slightly. Gellert observed the restored beauty of Tom, his magical aura now even more potent, and sighed deeply. "The essence of dark magic that lingers within you. Though I am unaware of how it vanished or how you mended your soul, You must remember that no dark magic can ever be entirely eradicated. If possible, perhaps a second divination might unearth a solution. Gellert, of course, was oblivious to the fact that Tom was under the protection of his ancestors, not only having restored his soul, but having also undergone a sublime transformation. Although he endured considerable suffering and experienced a brief amnesia, the gains were monumental. Currently, several portraits resided in the manor, while the gold galleons exuded from the Chamber of Secrets were safely tucked away in the manor's vault. Tom, noticing Gellert's serious demeanor, found it inexplicably amusing. Perhaps Dumbledore had not provided sufficient advantages, leading to Gellert's current lethargy. Tom mused. No need for that, he firmly declined, recalling that Gellert had never shared the results of that initial divination. Gellert, unfazed by Tom's response, poured himself another cup of tea. Where are Nagini and Mr. Snape? He casually inquired, recalling the empty garden he encountered upon entering. They remain at the vineyard. Too many intruders have been frequenting the manor lately, Tom replied, casting a pointed glance at Gellert. Gellert blinked, feigning ignorance. However, Tom's protective instincts toward Nagini and the others were indeed commendable. He wished to keep them free from any trouble. Gellert twirled his teacup, recollecting Albus's unexpectedly warm demeanor, and felt compelled to offer a cautionary note. By the way, have you received the gifts from the German and Russian families? If they invite you to their estate for a banquet, it would be wise to decline. I fear that a single visit would spark a flurry of rumors, even if you publicly declare you have a partner. They are the sort who would pursue a heir without hesitation. Tom grasped the underlying message, raising his teacup in acknowledgement. Perhaps 2 decades prior, he might have considered marrying a woman of notable background to solidify his position, but now, he felt no such necessity. Sipping his red tea, he added, when you converse with Dumbledore, you might mention that I plan to visit Hogwarts Castle before Christmas. Where to? Gellert inquired. Naturally, to Hogwarts Castle, Tom replied, asserting his right to explore the castle he had inherited. Gellert clicked his tongue, foreseeing that Albus would likely wish to avoid him for some time. Tom and Gellert dined together, each harboring their own thoughts, before engaging in lengthy discussions in the study. Outside the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, Helbo sighed in relief as the female centaur finally regained consciousness. If you had awakened any later, I might have had to make my exit without you, he remarked. Helbo, I am immensely grateful for the blood lily you provided, the female centaur said, stretching her limbs as her bones cracked satisfyingly. I feel invigorated, and living for a few more centuries seems entirely plausible. Helbo nodded, preparing to speak when he realized he still bore the form of a serpent. He shifted a few times and transformed into a human before her. The female centaur, having grown accustomed to Helbo's transformations, showed no surprise, instead leisurely observing the muscles on his abdomen. Would you like me to arrange for a base station in the Forbidden Forest so you can watch television during your idle moments? Staring at the stars all the time isn't particularly entertaining. Helbo, donning a set of clothes from his bag, began grumbling, I'll set up solar power for you. After all, there aren't many magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Just look at the neighboring werewolves, they're thriving nowadays. The female centaur listened quietly, recalling her visit to the werewolves' territory in previous years. The once emaciated and listless werewolves had transformed remarkably. Their faces now glowed with health, their attire neat, and their living conditions bright and spacious. In short, the little centaurs also enjoyed frolicking there. I will consider it, but it may take some time, she murmured, gazing up at the starry night sky. Helbo nodded in contentment. He was genuinely concerned about the centaurs fading away amidst the currents of time. Since you are all awake, I should take my leave after a few days of rest, he said, furrowing his brow. He had nearly grown stale during the past months, and the gaming console he brought had long run out of batteries. The female centaur nodded, calling upon Bane and Firenze to assess the tribe's supplies. As they sought to gather some food, Helbo observed the bustling adults and waved at the little centaurs scampering about, ensuring they shared the remaining snacks he had. He would return to the manor the next day, ready to resume a life of leisurely watching television while being catered to. Helbo daydreamed blissfully, unaware that a grand surprise awaited him. Time passed swiftly, and the weekend arrived. Sirius was buzzing with excitement, pacing around the house, eagerly anticipating his reunion with Harry. This would not be a hurried few minutes at Azkaban or an indistinct conversation over the phone, but a genuine encounter where he could embrace his beloved godson. All right, Sirius, cease your spinning. You're making my head spin, Remus remarked, observing Sirius's beaming grin since receiving Harry's call. Why not check if the guest room is prepared for Harry? Sirius, momentarily calmed by the suggestion, still struggled to contain his exhilaration. Right, Remus, you're absolutely right. Not just the guest room. I should also see what dishes I can prepare for Harry. He rambled on, donning an apron and turning toward the kitchen. Hearing the sounds of chopping from the kitchen, Remus sighed. Harry doesn't arrive until tomorrow. Starting dinner now is a bit premature. thanks to the abundance of groceries Remus had purchased when Harry arrived the next day. The table was adorned with a sumptuous spread. Standing at the door, Harry's eyes widened as he beheld the man in an apron, appearing far more composed than he remembered. And perhaps a bit rounder as well. My godfather is alive. He has returned to my side, Harry thought, his lips trembling with excitement, his throat parched, rendering him speechless. Harry, I am your godfather, the one and only. Your parents appointed me as your guardian. Sirius's voice quivered as well, his eyes glistening with tears. He gazed at Harry, seeing a reflection of his deceased friend James, for the two were nearly identical. Yet, being older, he quickly regained his composure. He approached and enveloped Harry in a grand embrace. Godfather, Harry returned the hug with fervor, his voice hoarse as he struggled to contain his overwhelming emotions. I have missed you so much, not only in his past life, but he is also waiting in this life for a reunion with Sirius. The tip of Sirius's nose tinged with sorrow. Had it not been for Peter's betrayal back then, perhaps James and Lily would not have perished. And little Harry would not have become an orphan. I miss you too, Harry. Thankfully, I can still embrace you. Sirius gently patted Harry's back, his tone tender. Harry silently embraced Sirius, feeling the warmth of his hug, his heart brimming with happiness and emotion. He knew that in this lifetime, he was not alone. He had a godfather who loved him and a family that cared for him. The two remained locked in an affectionate embrace, a scene of warmth and harmony. Remus coughed discreetly. He didn't wish to disrupt the serene atmosphere, but if he didn't interrupt soon, he would surely starve, transforming into the loving godfather. Sirius had been keeping the dishes on the table warm with magic to ensure Harry enjoyed a delicious meal. He had been shooed away from the kitchen, under the pretense that he might cause chaos if left unattended. Consequently, he had tea at breakfast and had remained hungry until now. Observing Remus's mournful expression, Sirius cleared his throat awkwardly and nudged Harry into a seat. As Harry savored the lamb chops prepared by Sirius, his eyes squinted with delight. While others might point to his godfather's flaws, in his heart, Sirius would forever remain his one and only godfather. Chapter 163, The Introduction of New Courses. The bond between Harry and his godfather Sirius rapidly deepened, while Draco, well, he had no such godfather. Although Lucius had previously mentioned Severus becoming a godfather, it was merely idle talk. He had never acted upon it, primarily out of fear of challenging the authority of the Dark Lord. Draco could only sulk beneath the weight of his potions textbook, watching as Harry joyfully discussed his godfather with others. Lucius, meanwhile, was preoccupied with an onslaught of inquiries from numerous nobles and Muggle scholars eager to glean details about the Dark Lord's inheritance of the Slytherin estate. What could he possibly know? The only thing he could recall was standing amidst the ruins of the Gaunt Manor when the Dark Lord returned. Oh, now the Gaunt Manor has been secured, with a new structure built atop it, transformed into a small estate for cultivating herbs. Bella had been present at that time, but now, being with child, she had retreated to the manor. Lucius ground his teeth in frustration. Why didn't these people seek information elsewhere? But upon reflection, he realized that he alone had remained in the Dark Lord's confidence for so long, and as the most trusted individual, his gloom dissipated, replaced by a sense of joy. He resolved to take Draco along to the upcoming banquet when he returned, stroking his chin in contemplation. The Dark Lord, having inherited the wealth of Hogwarts and Slytherin, though not physically present, was celebrated with a series of lavish feasts. The bonuses for employees at global enterprises and elsewhere had multiplied, resulting in widespread jubilation, as the staff felt the benevolence of their boss through these rewards. In the past few days, Tom had been exceedingly busy. He darted between the Ministry of Magic's Department of Property Management, the Voldemort Manor, and Hogwarts Castle. For he was to inherit not only a few scattered estates and lands through bloodline, but also Hogwarts Castle through a will. The castle, long regarded as public property by the magical community, had been home to Dumbledore for decades, yet he was not its owner. Now, Tom's task was to transfer partial ownership of the castle to his name, a process requiring a series of legal formalities and approvals from the Ministry of Magic. Throughout this endeavor, Tom faced considerable resistance. The old stalwarts of Wisengamot had convened several meetings privately, though to no avail. Some argued that Hogwarts Castle should remain public property, deeming him unworthy of such a magical sanctum. Others contended that Tom was indeed qualified to inherit the castle, arguing that the Slytherin estate should not be denied to its rightful heir, an assertion that seemed utterly nonsensical. Nevertheless, this did not deter Tom. After all, the ministry had recognized his claim, and it seemed the castle itself sensed the existence of the contract, exhibiting a fondness for its new master. Walking alongside Dumbledore in the corridors of Hogwarts, Tom now possessed rights akin to those of past headmasters, nay, even greater rights. He could discern the sounds of serpents slithering through the tunnels. Tom's crimson eyes narrowed, aside from Helga. He could think of no other entity that could traverse the castle with such freedom. As he contemplated summoning Helbo upon his return, he mused that Severus must be weary of the vineyard by now. Noticing Tom's sudden uplifted mood, Dumbledore curiously stroked his mustache. "Tom, my dear child, why not stay and dine with an old man? The students are quite curious about you." Tom cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. Since he had trimmed his waist-length beard, his hair returned to gray, and perhaps due to the effects of the elixir of life, the wrinkles on his face seemed less pronounced, rendering him a rather handsome elder. Well, at least he was no longer outclassed by Gellert. "Very well," Tom replied nonchalantly. Today he felt amiable enough to stay for a meal. Dumbledore nodded. Since Tom's inheritance of the castle could not be changed, it was best to let things unfold naturally. After all, he had previously used a prophecy to procure the invisibility cloak, so it was not beyond him to employ some means to acquire the resurrection stone as well. "Then let us retire to my office for a moment. After all, you are quite familiar with the castle," Dumbledore invited, leading the way upstairs. Unbeknownst to Tom, Dumbledore harbored ulterior motives. Even if he were aware, he would merely conclude that the old man was losing his touch. Failing to perceive the circumstances, didn't he notice that Gellert hadn't even inquired about the resurrection stone? During lunch, the great hall was filled to capacity. The young witches and wizards had heard that the heir of Slytherin would be dining at the school today, prompting them to arrive early to secure prime seating. Janya sat at the Ravenclaw table, finding the man at the staff table somewhat familiar, though she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. "Wow, Lord Slytherin is truly handsome," exclaimed a freckled little witch beside Janya, before returning her attention to her book. Janya nodded in agreement. She had heard that this Lord Slytherin was over 50, yet his youthful appearance made her wonder if it was indeed due to his formidable magical prowess. She furrowed her brow in contemplation, considering asking this Lord Slytherin for his secrets to maintaining such youthfulness, as she too wished to preserve her vitality at that age. However, before Janya could formulate a coherent thought, the discussions around her shifted. She overheard talk of the introduction of a course on legal studies, and her mind buzzed. Did the magical world actually possess a comprehensive legal framework? Heaven knows how many years she had studied magic at Hogwarts without encountering a single book on law. Well, even if the ministry had a department of legal enforcement, those matters felt far removed from their reality. So, was she, Janya, legally illiterate? Janya remained in stunned disbelief, while the other young witches and wizards lamented. The older students who were about to take their OWL exams were somewhat fortunate, as they would not have to partake in this course. The younger students, however, were in dire straits. This subject would carry significant weight in their studies. "Merlin, I heard that it will be a ministry official teaching us." The well-informed Hufflepuff could not help but utter a curse. It is worth noting that those who teach the art of apparition are indeed wizards, strict and traditional in their ways. "No matter, I have heard that Mr. Weasley will be the one to lecture." Another Hufflepuff handed him a pudding, reassuringly stating, "I asked my mother, and there are not many copies of the ministry's legal texts." "Oh, that is a relief. Otherwise, I would surely lose more hair." "It matters not. After all, I am already in my 6th year. Get lost." The young wizards below were clamoring, while the professor seated at the faculty table took it all in stride. Accustomed to the exuberance of youth, their concern lay with the Slytherin heir, who, after exchanging a few pleasantries, had remained conspicuously silent. Tom, oblivious to the probing gazes cast in his direction, was instead engrossed in observing the students below. Once, he too had been among them. Though he found no nostalgia for the poverty and ignorance of his past, his thoughts dwelled on how to reshape Hogwarts, especially with the first batch of young witches and wizards set to enroll in the latter half of the coming year. Tom's mind drifted back to the night he first set foot in Hogwarts, a young boy filled with anticipation of learning magic and dreaming of becoming a great wizard. He had achieved that, albeit through a winding path, but the outcome was indeed what he desired. Now, as he gazed upon the young wizards, an inexplicable emotion welled within him. They were so youthful and innocent, untouched by the darkness of the world, still filled with beautiful dreams of the future, much like Severus, who harbored goodwill towards everything. Tom casually consumed a few bites before rising from his seat. The young wizards below expressed their disappointment at the departure of the handsome figure, hastening their meals as they had classes to attend in the afternoon. Tom meandered through the castle, aware that although Dumbledore had not followed him, the portraits within the castle served as his eyes and ears. He could uncover any matter within the castle at will. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him, and he regarded the blank portrait on the wall impassively, contemplating whether to hang the ancestral portraits from the manor here. Hogwarts was vast, and Tom, attuned to the presence of Helbo, made his way toward him step by step. Arriving at the window, he caught sight of a green tail disappearing into the black lake, the surface still disturbed by dazed fish. Without much hesitation, he uttered a spell and, in the next moment, found himself at the lake's edge. This spot was a fair distance from the castle, and with classes in session, he felt no concern about being seen. Helbo, come out. We shall return to the manor together tonight. Tom gazed at the placid lake, sending several water orbs swirling from his wand. Helbo, engaged in a playful pursuit of a giant squid at the lake's bottom, surfaced upon being disturbed, his once arrogant demeanor deflating upon recognizing Tom, who he had not seen in months. Hiss, Tom, what brings you here? Helbo inquired knowingly, already having sensed the shift in their binding contract. Though he feigned ignorance due to his previous inability to locate Tom, Tom glanced up at the enormous serpent's head, frowning as he remarked, return to your human form. You are far too conspicuous like this. Helbo flicked his tongue and complied, wrapping himself in a robe-like garment. The magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest have awakened, and I intended to return tomorrow, he casually explained, tossing aside his damp green hair. Tom said nothing. Helbo was safe wherever he roamed, for few in this world could truly harm him. Moreover, once he located Helbo, the plans he intended to set in motion could finally commence. After consuming the blood lily, have you experienced any changes in your body? Tom shot him a glance, casually inquiring. Helbo touched his neck, acknowledging the changes, at the very least. The constraints of the contract they had once forged were now significantly diminished. As for other changes, he was still exploring. Compared to before, my body is now brimming with power. I no longer feel the urge to sleep for decades, Helbo mused, raising his arm to display the defined muscles. This time, it was Tom who fell silent, contemplating the need to hire a tutor for Helbo to elevate his intellect. He seemed to be growing increasingly foolish. If Nagini spent too long with Helbo, she too might become dim-witted. It would likely take several manors to house their antics. Helbo remained oblivious to Tom's disdain, animatedly recounting his discoveries in the Forbidden Forest. The unicorn has birthed the offspring you have seen over the years, but after consuming the blood lily, I have heard that 2 female unicorns are now pregnant. Tom's ears perked up. This coincidentally validated that the direction of their research was misguided. It seemed only magical creatures could benefit from the blood lily, which was indeed regrettable. That is certainly delightful, Tom concurred, nodding thoughtfully. But are there any other changes? Helbo shook his head. Unicorns were among the latest batch of awakened magical creatures, and he was privy to these changes. As for the centaurs who would awaken later, they were still busy repairing their homes. Tom felt a pang of disappointment. However, research at the laboratory could now be suspended. Can you accompany me back to the manor? Severus misses you. He glanced toward the castle, intending to take Helbo directly with him. Helbo blinked, equally eager to see Severus, though the peculiar circumstances in the Forbidden Forest had delayed his return. Of course, I had already informed Bane that I would be returning in a few days, he said, understanding well the reason for his sudden disappearance. The two exchanged no further words and left the Black Lake, one following the other. In the tower, Dumbledore's keen gaze behind the half-moon lenses flickered. Every time he felt he had a grasp on the situation, unexpected events would unfold. Furthermore, was that an animagus? Why was it so large and so familiar with both Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest? Upon Helbo's return to the manor, he discovered he had been deceived. Not only was there no sign of Nagini, but Severus was also absent, and the lingering scent had grown faint. He watched someone leisurely sipping tea and perusing documents. Pursing his lips. Where has Severus gone? You haven't angered him and driven him away from home, have you? Helbo scoffed, finding his own speculation quite plausible. Tom shot him a sidelong glance, snapping his fingers to summon the house elves to prepare dinner. Impossible. Even if you left, Severus would never depart, Tom replied, handing the last document to the steward with a light chuckle, adding, the grapes from the vineyard have ripened, and they have been playing in the fields ever since. Recently, I have fully inherited the Slytherin name and estate, and there are many unruly individuals in the manor, so I did not bring them back. Helbo exclaimed in realization, his eyes widening as he turned to Tom. What did you say? Estate? How substantial is the estate? Is there a manor dedicated to raising lambs? He questioned eagerly, as if seeking validation. Tom regarded the excited Helbo, slowly shaking his head. Do not even mention a manor for raising lambs. What remains are merely a few desolate mountains and several dilapidated estates, housing only 2 elderly house elves on the verge of death. With a human consciousness now awakened within him, he understood what it meant to feel sorrow, and Helbo lowered his head in disappointment. A millennium has passed. The world has changed. Chapter 164, The Oath. Helbo was a serpent devoid of desires. At least during his centuries at Hogwarts, the only thing he longed for was that Lamb Manor. Tom could not fathom why Helbo was so fixated on the Lamb Manor, but upon reflection, it was clear that their ancestors had gone to great lengths to construct a manor for the basilisk, indicating a significant amount of indulgence. I did not uncover any portraits of our ancestor Salazar within the manor, nor even in the Chamber of Secrets. Moreover, the ancestral burial grounds had long since been lost to time, much to Tom's dismay. he had hoped, much like with the old Gunter family manor, to discover portraits of his forebears. Helbo, however, was somewhat more informed. Salazar believed that portraits merely captured fleeting memories of a person rather than their true essence, and he abhorred being confined, thus leaving behind no likenesses. Even the elderly statue in Hogwarts' Chamber of Secrets was a haphazard creation of Salazar's, designed to prevent future generations from being beguiled by his own striking visage. Nonetheless, Tom retained a faint recollection of Salazar's tomb. Helbo regarded Tom with suspicion. Could he be contemplating desecrating Salazar's south resting place? Tom perceived Helbo's unease but could never have fathomed the peculiar thoughts running through his mind. Setting aside the fact that Salazar had been dead for nearly a millennium, the very existence of his tomb was uncertain. Having spent several months within the Forbidden Forest, Helbo was not hungry, merely craving delicacies. The house elves at the manor laid out course after course of dishes. Only when the self-striking clock chimed 9 did he cease his indulgence. Tom furrowed his brow upon seeing Helbo clutch a plate of small biscuits, about to dash off to watch television. "Helbo, squeeze some of your venom for me. I have use for it," Tom requested. Naturally, he was not soliciting Helbo's food allowance. The laboratory required samples. After all, what creature is most abundant in venom? Snakes, and therefore their venom, of course. Helbo nodded and inquired, "When do you need it?" "Now, squeeze it out, and I'll have Dodo deliver it." "Very well, no problem," Helbo readily agreed. When the house elves brought the containers, Helbo transformed back into his serpentine form and within minutes had extracted 200 milliliters. "Is this sufficient?" Helbo reverted to human shape, taking the handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Although the venom he provided was not highly concentrated, its quality was decent. Tom examined the faintly ink-colored liquid in the vial and nodded with satisfaction. Having spent an extended period in the tranquil Forbidden Forest, Helbo now preferred lingering before the television upon his return, occasionally wandering about the manor during commercial breaks or visiting Tom's study. Consequently, those attending meetings at the manor would invariably find a green-haired, enigmatic gentleman conversing with Lord Tom, yet each time the man departed, Tom's expression would grow peculiar. Coupled with Severus's nearly month-long absence, the gossiping subordinates' imaginations soon ran rampant. Rapidly, an absurd rumor spread through various tabloids. A mysterious youth, embroiled in quarrels between two lovers, had, in a fit of rage, abandoned the manor despite one lover's pregnancy. Unaware of the damaging gossip, Severus leisurely enjoyed his days at the vineyard, presently watching a tutor instruct Nagini in piano. It must be said, despite Nagini's plumpness, she possessed a strong aptitude for learning and could now fluently perform several pieces. Severus tapped rhythmically as Nagini completed her final practice, then took her hand and led her to the garden. "Severus, when shall we return to the manor?" "I suddenly find throwing little house elves quite amusing," Nagini remarked, scratching the back of her head with hopeful eyes. Initially delighted by the absence of Tom's oversight, she did not anticipate the arrival of multiple tutors, including a music instructor, so that she now had 3 tutors in total. Moreover, Christmas was only half a month away, and while at school she could play with Draco and others, the vineyard was far too quiet during the holidays. Severus had already spoken with Tom by phone that morning. With many visitors and comings and goings at the manor, the vineyard was the quietest refuge. Hasn't Tom inherited the Slytherin name and Hogwarts? Many have recently sought to ingratiate themselves. Although you are not publicly recognized as his daughter, your status as a cousin attracts eager attention. You will be surrounded by chatter you cannot dispel, Severus gently explained, stroking Nagini's head. Nagini nodded in agreement. Many young wizards at school sought to curry favor with her, crowding around after class. Though initially pleased, she soon grew weary and sought refuge with Draco and his friends in higher grades. "If only Helbo were here, then we could go to London and play. I wish I had gone with him during the summer," Nagini said, blinking with envy toward Helbo, who had spent months away. Severus chuckled ruefully. Although Helbo had indeed traveled, he had spent his time as a bodyguard protecting slumbering magical creatures, hardly a leisurely pursuit. "I could take you to London too. But you always take so long to finish your homework," Severus teased. Nagini pouted. She attended school daily and still had to study with her tutors, though she managed at least one outing on the estate. In contrast, since the vineyard had installed a television and telephone, Severus' excursions into the garden were a rarity, 9 out of 10 days, a miracle. Feeling awkward under Nagini's gaze, Severus scratched his nose. Without pressure, his greatest pleasures were brewing potions, playing games, and binge-watching dramas. Conveniently, some of his favorite shows and games had just been released, a perfect excuse to stay up late. Aside from matters concerning Tom, the magical world had seen no fresh developments. As for the perpetually gossiped about Gellert and Dumbledore, having met them in person, Severus cared little for such rumors. In essence, Severus's former life as a recluse had fully emerged, without the aid of various magical potions. He would now resemble nothing more than a stereotypical couch potato. Nagini was well aware of this, and thus often lamented Helbo's absence, having long since outgrown interest in dramas, though she still enjoyed cartoons. Meanwhile, Helbo had spent several days at Voldemort's manor indulging his cravings before deciding to visit Severus at the vineyard. Observing Helbo's carefree demeanor, Tom grew concerned for Nagini's mental well-being. Have you ever considered systematically learning magic? Now that you can speak English, Tom gestured toward the house elves nearby, and clearly possessed the ability to learn magic. If you mastered it, you could, like Dodo, apparate anywhere at will, and wouldn't need to rely on flying cars. Due to Helbo's unique physiology, others could not apparate with him, so for longer distances, he was limited to flying cars and magic carpets. Helbo rubbed his arm, acknowledging Tom's point, but unwilling to spend 7 years at Hogwarts. I'm not a little wizard. Do you know of any accelerated magic courses that would enable me to quickly master spells? Helbo posed the question, hoping to surprise Severus. Tom gave him a look of mild exasperation. If magic could be learned rapidly, Hogwarts wouldn't require 7 years of instruction. Yet, given Helbo's non-human body, perhaps an exception could be made. I thought you'd refuse to learn. As before, Tom teased with a smile. That's different. Helbo sighed mournfully. Previously, a wand was all I needed. Now I must learn to use computers, firearms, hand-to-hand combat, and beware nuclear attacks. He referred to events seen on television and complaints Severus had shared. Gentlemen, times have changed. Tom nodded in agreement. Muggle technology often malfunctions within the magical world, rendering devices unusable, but they function normally outside it. Particularly, Muggle locators pose a threat. If every wizard wore one, their sudden appearances and disappearances would allow Muggles to easily track them. Hence, Tom's Research Institute continually studies Muggle technology to devise countermeasures. He has unlocked the technological side of their magical realm. I can arrange for someone to teach you all of this, provided you are willing to learn. Tom shrugged, sipping from the red wine sent from the vineyard. In this era, the boundaries between the magical and Muggle worlds have become increasingly blurred. They must learn to integrate with one another to better adapt to the changes in this world. Helbo nodded solemnly, aware that soon magical creatures from the Forbidden Forest would roam within the magical community, and he would certainly lend a hand when it mattered most. Regarding the Forbidden Forest, when will you send someone to repair it? Upon his return, he immediately discussed solar power generation and the construction of a base station with Tom. At this point, Tom felt a headache coming on. The discussions about the renovations to Hogwarts Castle had yet to yield any conclusions, and now there was the matter of the Forbidden Forest, leaving him uncertain about how long the disputes would persist. What surprised him most was Isidore Pritchard's unexpected willingness to take on the responsibility of communicating with the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, aiming to mitigate complications for the team. However, it was clear to discerning eyes that his motives were driven by the unique medicinal materials possessed by these creatures and the plethora of herbs scattered throughout the forest. Tom held no objections to this, as Severus's demeanor towards him had always been rather indifferent. Noticing Tom's silence, Helbo understood that the matter concerning the Forbidden Forest would not be resolved anytime soon. He yawned, stood up, and prepared to leave. I'm off to the vineyard to play with Severus and Nagini. Which flying carriage is the fastest? He inquired of the butler standing nearby. The butler, with a cheerful expression, quietly advised him on the best carriage choice and route. Helbo, wait a moment, don't leave just yet. I would like to ask you for a favor, Tom called out, halting Helbo's departure and urging him to return to his seat. Helbo looked at Tom, puzzled, wondering how he could be of assistance. Tom cleared his throat and sat up straight. Helbo, if Severus were to find a companion for life, would you feel unhappy? He inquired, gauging Helbo's reaction. Helbo hesitated, shaking his head, his expression one of suspicion. His partner could be male or female. I mean, if it were someone of the same gender, would you oppose it? Although there were instances of male wizards uniting in the magical community, the mainstream preference remained for heterosexual pairings, and he was uncertain of Helbo's stance on the matter. Tom's inquiry turned out to be misdirected. As a serpent who had lived for a millennium, Helbo had never experienced love himself. Thus, he felt it was not his place to weigh in on such matters. Moreover, he believed that the gender of the partner was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the happiness and joy shared between the two individuals. However, observing Tom's anxious demeanor, he seemed to grasp something significant. Ultimately, it does not depend on me, but on whether Severus feels comfortable with his partner and whether his smile is genuine. Helbo contemplated the melancholic Lady Rowena Ravenclaw, his expression turning serious as he stated, if Severus is unhappy, I would not hesitate to constrict that individual with my coils. And my digestion is quite efficient. With a meaningful glance at Tom, he considered the implications. While he could not take direct action against the descendant of Slytherin, a subtle threat was certainly within his means. Tom's lips curled into a slight smile at Helbo's words. If Helbo refrained from intervening, his chances of success would significantly increase. His greatest fear was Severus retreating into his shell. You speak wisely. Tom nodded in agreement, recognizing Helbo's firm stance on the matter concerning Severus. Helbo huffed lightly, seizing a chocolate frog from the table and promptly biting off its head. Your lifespan, having lived for nearly a millennium, has the blood lily allowed you to transcend? Tom squinted, shifting the subject to another matter. Helbo swallowed the chocolate and shot him a sidelong glance, urging him to get to the point. An unbreakable vow requires a witness, one who is reliable and not easily perishable, Tom stated earnestly. Helbo paused, hands raised in exasperation. But I don't have a wand. I need your assistance, Helbo. Tom's tone remained as sincere as ever, though his ruby-like eyes sparkled with an undeniable intensity. There are few I trust as much as you. If it's you, he will feel more at ease. The relationship between Tom and Severus was akin to a balloon held in someone's grasp. Any hesitation on the part of the holder could send it soaring away into the sky. What exactly do you need me to do? Helbo scratched his head. You simply need to procure a suitable wand and practice how to wield spells effectively. Thus began Helbo's arduous learning journey. Fortunately, he had now mastered the art of human speech. Had he still been speaking Parseltongue, he would have been at a loss as to where to cry for help. For the time being, Tom and Helbo had aligned their efforts. The turmoil of the magical world seemed to be kept at bay outside the vineyard. While Severus gazed at the vines on the grape trellis, reminiscing about the sour grapes, his mouth watering involuntarily. Meanwhile, Nagini donned her little riding boots, whip in hand, preparing to venture out. Severus, you stay home obediently. I'm taking the little dragon to the racetrack. Nagini called out to the dazed Severus as she passed by the trellis, cheerfully heading towards the flying carriage, with house elves safeguarding her wherever she went. And possessing her own means of self-defense, Severus felt little concern for her safety. However, upon hearing that they were off to the racetrack, Severus recalled Nagini mentioning that many adults would also be attending, and he silently followed behind. After all, children shouldn't venture out to play without adult supervision. Chapter 165, Straightforward Approaches. This was not Severus's first visit to the racetrack, yet it was the first time he encountered such a large crowd of people and children. Adults gathered in small clusters, engaging in conversation, while young wizards chattered excitedly. The owner of the racetrack was accustomed to such scenes and was currently conversing with a young wizard from the Norton family, regardless of whether they were wizards or muggles. Everyone seemed intrigued by Severus, yet the word had spread throughout the magical community that he preferred quiet places, so they dared not intrude. Even those assigned to guide Severus in riding were taciturn individuals. Nagini and Draco rode their ponies gleefully, while the adults also took to horseback, casting furtive glances at Severus. Severus tightened his grip on the reins, wishing he could tell them, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to look at me as if you're constipated. He was not blind. Lucius rode alongside his wife on a single horse, leisurely basking in the sun on the grass. Narcissa glanced over at Severus, who was riding slowly, then turned to her husband and remarked, Doesn't he appear to be pregnant? His belly is still flat. If he were, would Lord allow him to come out? I twitched at her words. What on earth are you talking about? Sissy, Severus is hiding in the vineyard to avoid being disturbed. During that time, the little dragon was also present. Discussing it with me is one thing, but let us not have outsiders over here, Lucius whispered to his wife, leaning down to plant a kiss on her cheek as they spoke. Narcissa giggled, fully aware of the situation, finding the rumors rather amusing. Little Dragon has a good relationship with Harry at school and plays together at the racetrack. This shouldn't anger Lord, right? Narcissa said casually, a hint of concern absent from her expression. Lucius chuckled, giving the horse a gentle squeeze, prompting it to move forward. If Lord were to be upset, he would have never allowed Harry to enroll when the Wizarding Elementary School was established. Just look at the Weasleys. They didn't attend when invited. And now they want to, but Dumbledore isn't permitting it, Lucius grumbled, not out of disdain for the Weasleys, but rather due to their stubbornness. In earlier years, when circumstances were unclear, aligning with the Order of the Phoenix was one matter. After all, the Malfoy family covertly supported the Order. However, after the Lord's disappearance, and with the Weasleys firmly under Dumbledore's wing, frequently arriving at the manor with trivial ministry concerns in search of dark artifacts, attempting to implicate their noble circle, the situation was overwhelmingly unfavorable, forcing their reluctant acquiescence. But now, with the Lord's return and the magical world evolving rapidly, the Weasleys' persistent meddling has become quite vexing. Narcissa nodded thoughtfully, explaining that their salon seldom invited Mrs. Weasley precisely for this reason. If not to maintain connections and stay informed, they would never have extended an invitation even once. While the adults exchanged information, the children were equally active. Harry was no stranger to the Malfoys. In his previous life, he knew that Draco had loving, devoted parents who cherished him, and that during the war. Draco's mother had even aided him. "Hey, Scarface, what are you daydreaming about again? Let us have a pony race." Draco approached Harry astride a small horse, assertively issuing the challenge. Having trained for 2 years, Draco's equestrian skills far surpassed Harry's novice abilities. Harry paused briefly, then beamed brightly. "All right, Little Dragon." Upon hearing this nickname, Draco's hair seemed to bristle. "Don't call me Little Dragon. You're not allowed," he retorted indignantly, his gray-blue eyes brimming with displeasure. "Little Dragon, Little Dragon, Little Dragon," Harry teased, making a face as he leisurely rode ahead. Draco pouted, clutching his riding whip as he pursued from behind. Meanwhile, Nagini was feeding carrots to the ponies, and when she looked up, the two companions had vanished. In the vineyard, Tom and Halpern observed the empty room and, after inquiring with the house elves, exchanged glances before heading out. Soon, 2 figures appeared in the stable. Pierce, the stable's attendant, efficiently guided them to change into riding attire and led their prepared horses to them. Severus, engrossed in watching the young wizard's playful antics, remained unaware of the newcomer beside him. "Severus, how have you been lately?" Tom inquired warmly, a smile playing on his lips. Hearing the familiar voice, Severus turned, momentarily startled before a faint smile curved his lips. "Not bad, just a bit bored," he murmured. "Nagini can visit friends at school, but alas, I am confined to the manor alone." Tom chuckled softly at this, though recently he had been busier than a spinning top. Seeing Severus' smile erased all his fatigue. "I visited Hogwarts a few days ago. The Slytherin dormitory's dungeon is too damp. I've been contemplating relocating it. Also, the number of young wizards at school far exceeds my expectations," Tom lamented, brow furrowed. Severus considered the dormitory move a positive development. More young wizards signified a flourishing environment and the success of Lucius's child protection agency. Fewer silent sufferers and casualties. Surely there's a castle blueprint? Hand it over to Lucius or the scholars to plan the interior. There are plenty of vacant classrooms and dilapidated rooms, Severus suggested. Besides, with more teachers, staff accommodations must be arranged. A mere wardrobe does not constitute a dormitory. Tom did not dispute this. It was a point he had overlooked, especially since he was no longer teaching, and Dumbledore, the headmaster, had not addressed it either. However, now that he had inherited the castle, albeit with limited authority, establishing staff quarters would enhance his reputation. After all, he would provide the funds while others did the labor. "Where would you suggest placing the dormitory?" "How about the 8th floor near the headmaster's office?" Tom proposed. "There's a room of requirement there. If you house the teachers there, what about the adventurous students? Besides, Dumbledore surely wouldn't he approve. Then relocate the dungeon to the teachers. After all, they are adults and not afraid of dampness. If teachers weren't restricted from leaving school, Hogsmeade Village would be a good option," Severus countered. "We shall see." Maintaining a steady pace on horseback, they conversed and settled the matter. Observers, seeing their jovial exchange, grew more convinced in their own speculations. Harry's gaze flickered toward the handsome man mounted on a tall steed, a seed of doubt germinating within him. How could such an outstanding, intelligent leader have been a murderous, snake-faced madman in his previous life? Could it truly be linked to the fragmented soul? Yet one certainty remained. The deaths of his parents were undoubtedly entwined with Dumbledore. Prophecies, incomplete as they were, did not justify murder, unless guided by malicious intent and irrational dark lords. The ultimate beneficiary was none other than Dumbledore. Harry thought of his godfather, Sirius. Though transformed into a werewolf, the magical community now afforded werewolves decent working conditions, allowing them to scrape by, albeit barely. He glanced at Nagini trotting toward them on a pony. Was this little girl truly that serpent? Harry's thoughts remained his secret. And even Draco merely noted that Harry had been unusually absent-minded today. After Severus and Tom's conversation neared completion, Halpern arrived belatedly. He had been riding nearby but startled his horse into collapsing upon mounting. After regaining composure and mounting again, he found the two had nearly finished their discussion. "Severus, have you missed me?" Halpern grinned as he led his horse to Severus's other side. Severus, noting little change in Halpern over the past months, nodded. Without anyone nagging in his ear, he admitted he was not entirely comfortable. "I brought Nagini out more this time. She said I was boring her to death," Severus sighed. Indeed, snakes share more in common with one another. Before she transformed, Nagini never would have said such things. Halpern regarded Nagini's childish demeanor with mild disdain, but refrained from contradicting Severus. That little chubby girl had remained the same size for half a year, showing no growth. He genuinely doubted Nagini would change much in the next 10 years. "The Lady Centaur of the Forbidden Forest wishes to see you," Halpern said, stroking the horse's mane. "They are curious about my contractor and plan to host a feast at the tribe." He frowned, conflicted. "I usually sign contracts with Salazar's descendants. This agreement with Severus was entirely unexpected. The Lady Centaur wishes to meet me? Severus was surprised. A few years prior, when Halpern, still in serpent form, visited the Forbidden Forest, the Centaur Bane was wary of him. Now he was invited into the tribe? I'll accompany you. I want to see what the Centaur tribe looks like, Tom said, sensing something, nudging Severus with his arm and murmuring, I will protect you. At this, Halpern bristled, as if Severus might be harmed. Though centaurs could be fierce and rough with outsiders, they treated him well. Ahem, anyone else coming? Once the number is confirmed, I'll write to Bane to inform him. Halpern cleared his throat, wishing to notify the centaurs beforehand to avoid embarrassment. Nagini must come, so she doesn't nag again, along with Tom and me. That leaves few others, Severus replied without hesitation. Tom shook his head, adding several more to the list. Ministry Minister Crouch Sr., his trusted aide Lucius, and Isidore Prince among them. Hearing Isidore's name, Severus connected it to the rare medicinal herbs in the Forbidden Forest, understanding his true purpose for entering the forest. Dumbledore's acquiescence? And what purpose does the Minister of Magic serve? Severus found himself somewhat perplexed. Is there a need to recite the regulations of the Ministry of Magic before the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest? Please. They are not under the jurisdiction of the Ministry. Tom observed Severus's curious gaze, his crimson eyes brimming with mirth. Successive ministers of magic have long desired to relocate the magical beings of the Forbidden Forest, as their territory is vast and their resources abundant, despite the numerous dangers within. Many wizards are drawn to it like moths to a flame. Tom walked alongside Severus, leading the horse. And the Forbidden Forest has always belonged to Hogwarts. Now it also partially belongs to me, so allowing Old Crouch to take a look inside is of no consequence. Severus nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, after the eight-eyed spiders, one of the major threats of the Forbidden Forest, were removed, it had become somewhat safer, yet the resources within attracted new dangers. As the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid must have amassed quite a collection of magical materials during his years patrolling the woods. Merely gathering the fur shed by unicorns while they galloped through the forest would have yielded quite a pile, not to mention other treasures. Severus shared his thoughts with Tom, only to receive a mysterious smile in return. Let us set this aside for now. After all, spring will arrive soon enough. Tom handed the reins to a staff member and led the two towards the rest area. Although Severus was merely riding around on horseback, the dust from the paddock and the sweat he had worked up made him quite uncomfortable, prompting him to wash up first. Helbo watched Severus's departing figure and then glanced at the relaxed expression on Tom's face. Have you given any thought to your oath of covenant? You must understand that once an unbreakable vow is made, there will be no room for regret. Helbo advised, should you wish to use the spells conveyed by the portraits, you must exercise even greater caution, as they pertain to the soul. Tom remained silent, staring at the coffee in his hands. If being the first to fall in love in a relationship signifies defeat, he had lost utterly. Helbo clicked his tongue, noting how love blinds one, but thankfully, he himself felt none of that affliction. When Severus emerged from the washroom, he found the two still seated in silence. There were wizard chess, international chess, and video games nearby. Why were they simply sitting there? He fetched some fruit and sat down to eat. Helbo greeted him with a sincere smile and promptly dashed off to play the video game. Staying with Tom was simply too dull. Tom picked up a cherry, the juice staining his lips a luscious shade, enhancing his already striking visage, though alas, his beauty went unappreciated. Severus munched on a cherry the size of a ping-pong ball, oblivious to everything else in the face of such deliciousness. Tom sighed inwardly, realizing that only Severus could so thoroughly disregard him. Severus, shall we return to the manor together later? I have nearly completed all my tasks. Severus's gaze finally shifted back to Tom, wiping the juice from his hands, tilting his head in confusion. Which manor do you refer to? The Riddle Manor or the vineyard? I have been quite comfortable in the vineyard. He feigned ignorance, a playful smile dancing in his onyx eyes. Tom smirked and leaned closer to Severus, knowing that those dark eyes reflected only his own image. Unable to resist, he reached out to caress Severus's face, inexplicably lowering his head. Severus instinctively recoiled, forgetting that behind him was a sturdy wall, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Severus, do you recall what I said beneath the grapevines last time? I love you. Seeing Severus's evasive demeanor, Tom firmly cupped his face and kissed him directly. Helbo glanced over but continued playing the game, having witnessed Tom's affections several times before, with predictable results. Chapter 166, Speculations. Severus stared wide-eyed at the handsome face so close to him, finding himself devoid of any resistance. He tightened his grip on Tom's clothing. Tom's eyes flickered with exasperation as he gently covered Severus's eyes, deepening the kiss. Feeling increasingly dizzy, Severus mustered the strength to push the person before him away. Gasping for fresh air. Are you a rogue or a thief? Do you not seek the owner's consent before engaging in such acts? An autocratic lord. Disregarding the counsel of others, he wiped the corner of his mouth, regarding Tom with a feigned fierceness. Tom, observing Severus's flushed face and hearing his incessant chatter, could not help but chuckle at his reaction. I merely thought that if I were not more direct, you would retreat into your shell like a turtle. Tom settled beside Severus, leaning in as if to curry favor, stealing another kiss from his cheek. Severus's face grew even hotter. He pushed Tom away forcefully, only to find his hand firmly grasped. "Release me," he murmured. Yet he was startled by the raspy quality of his own voice, tightening his lips in surprise. "Not a chance." Tom playfully drew him into an embrace, brushing Severus's long hair behind his ear and whispering, "I cannot help myself, and I have long planned this. Otherwise, how long would it take for you to give me a title?" Severus felt a tingling sensation in his ears, the warm breeze sending shivers down his spine. "A title? What title?" Severus licked his lips, recalling that he had just been confessed to moments before, yet now such talk was being broached. Tom raised an eyebrow, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. "I assumed that since you have not left the vineyard and have been concerned for me, you have already acknowledged our relationship as lovers." He twirled Severus's dark hair around his fingers, his expression forlorn, after spending so much time together. Surely a formal designation was in order, such as registering to become a legal couple. Severus turned his face away, flustered. He had no idea Tom could be so brazen. They had not even begun dating, yet he spoke of being like an old married couple. Tom observed the crimson flush of Severus's ears and could not resist pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth. "I do not care. The world is already saying we are married and even have children. My reputation has been tarnished," Tom exaggeratedly declared, claiming that everyone believed Nagini was our child and questioned why I had not provided her with a position of inheritance. "Severus, I love you. I know your feelings for me are merely fondness, but you will not encounter another who loves you as I do, nor could I ever love anyone else. Shall we first take the time to date properly?" Severus's eyelids fluttered, reluctant to engage with him. Sensing Severus's silence, Tom knew there was potential and pressed on. "You must have seen the documents I had Lucius prepare for you. A third of my estate is yours. If we were to register our marriage, a significant portion of my fortune would become yours. Does that not entice you? We could have Draco and Nagini as our flower children. Or if that does not appeal to you, we could opt for a simple ceremony at the manor, inviting only those we know well." Tom gazed earnestly at Severus, his words gradually morphing into visions of the future. Severus contemplated his words, hesitating as he heard Tom declare once more, "If you are truly concerned, we can sign a covenant." Tom looked at Severus with hopeful anticipation, refraining from using legilimency to probe his thoughts. He took Severus's hand gently, saying, "How about an unbreakable vow? I shall never betray or harm you. Severus, will you look at me?" At his words, Severus raised his gaze. Locking eyes with Tom's captivating crimson orbs, his breath momentarily stilled. "Very well, we can give it a try." Severus turned his head away to evade Tom's intense gaze, and, after a deep breath, softly added, "However, it is merely to establish our relationship as lovers." Implicitly, he meant that thoughts of marriage were far from his mind at present. If he were truly destined to perish on the very day of the original owner's demise, it would be better to first heed the heart's desires and acquiesce. Should either he or Tom grow weary of the game of love, departure could come later without haste. Nearby, Helbo shifted his posture while engrossed in a game, never expecting Tom's success. Yet, it mattered little, for he vowed to safeguard Severus. As Severus calmed, the sound of the gaming console reminded him of Helbo's presence, causing the warmth to return to his cheeks. Tom, poised to launch another advance, was momentarily taken aback by Severus's words. His earlier statement had been but a tentative probe into Severus's feelings, unexpectedly met with success. Yet success was welcome, and he resolved to reward Lucius accordingly. "Truly? Then I must be the happiest soul on earth," Tom murmured, enfolding Severus in a tender embrace. His slender fingers caressed Severus's neck as he leaned in. Feigning a kiss, Severus blinked and raised a hand to intercept. Tom's lips met the flushed palm instead, his eyes sorrowful as if questioning the denial. "We already kissed," Severus replied, seizing the moment of Tom's hesitation to break free and stand. Tom's crimson eyes flickered. He too rose and pursued. "As lovers, embraces and kisses are inevitable. You must grow accustomed." With that, he opened his arms wide, bestowing a firm embrace upon Severus. Severus grunted but offered no rebuttal, his tense frame gradually relaxing as he patted Tom's back. Their ambiguous emotions finally found tangible progress, prompting Helbo to silently applaud their union. When Nagini, exhilarated from her play, sought Severus, she found the two seated harmoniously together. Upon spotting Tom, Nagini joyfully leapt at him, though Helbo, hidden behind and hindered by his height, went unnoticed. Tom intended to hug Nagini, but upon seeing the dust and sweat adorning her, he disdainfully levitated her using magic. Go wash up. Tom snapped his fingers, summoning a house elf to escort Nagini to the bathing chamber. Nagini's grumbling faded at the doorway, restoring quiet within the room. Severus withdrew his grasp from Tom's hand and handed over the recently received proposal concerning the internal renovations of Hogwarts Castle. The Ministry of Magic, the Board of Governors, and many wizards concurred that, as a millennia-old edifice, much of Hogwarts must remain untouched during refurbishment, rendering some ideas untenable. Such constraints will surely complicate the renovations, Severus observed. Noting Tom's furrowed brow, Tom snatched the strawberry from Severus's hand and ate it, shaking his head under Severus's glare. That's not the issue, he said after a moment's hesitation. Gellert wishes to accompany us into the Forbidden Forest. Since Gellert's departure, Severus had not seen him, catching only fleeting mentions in entertainment news and gossip columns. Is he still in London? Why not let Dumbledore take him in? Severus inquired, immediately recognizing the folly of his question. Although their relationship was an open secret, the protagonists seldom appeared together publicly. Gellert was indifferent, but Dumbledore's actions were more enigmatic, hinting at some hidden concern. Severus's own conduct just moments prior mirrored Dumbledore's caution. Gellert preferred to keep his identity concealed, yet, given his relationship with Dumbledore, this might be a peculiar shared amusement. Tom shrugged, offering this as his conclusion. Severus lowered his gaze, reflecting on Tom's words before broaching another matter. The Wizarding Elementary School had organized a new activity. Teachers would escort students to Hogsmeade Village, allowing them to acclimate to magical life earlier. Tom nodded, having been briefed on this by Regulus. Seeing Tom's confusion, Severus sighed. Nagini is a blood-cursed beast, right? You once told me her lover's father, Dumbledore's brother, is at the Hog's head. Severus carefully gauged Tom's reaction before continuing. A Beforth Dumbledore, brother to Albus, is Crescenda's father, Nagini's lover. Though Nagini now appeared as a child, her name remained the same, while ordinary folk might not think much of it. Considering Dumbledore's astuteness, his brother's mind was surely no simpler. Even if Nagini stayed home to play, as a witch she would inevitably cross paths with others in the future. Tom pondered this, stroking his chin before glancing at Helbo, who was diligently gaming. He then resolved to have Helbo accompany Nagini on her Hogsmeade visits, allowing him to observe the companions within the Forbidden Forest. Severus approved, noting that since he spent prolonged periods at the manor, Helbo's presence was inconsequential. Thus, Helbo was assigned the responsibility of supervising Nagini, rewarded with access to a Gringotts vault. Since Nagini's school visited Hogsmeade every Friday, expenses could be drawn from the vault, generously provided by Tom, considered payment for Helbo's venom. At dinner, Helbo and Nagini munched on roasted beef shanks, quietly discussing their plans for the Hogsmeade excursion. Wonderful. I love playing, Nagini cheered, delighted by any outing. Helbo tossed aside a bone and grabbed another, savoring the flavors. Life is good when one can appreciate the taste of food. Elsewhere, Harry dined on a lovingly prepared meal from his godfather. At the thought of his godfather's well-being, a smile involuntarily curved Harry's lips. Mum, may I visit Harry's godfather's house? Dudley, adorably coaxing, asked Petunia while eating spaghetti. Petunia patted Dudley's head with a book, recalling how Harry's godfather had once levitated Dudley with magic. The boy probably wished to experience it again. Don't get your hopes up. This weekend, I'm taking you to the zoo, she declared firmly. Turning to Vernon, she added, your health report advised less sugar and more exercise. We'll bike this weekend. Dudley shot his father a sympathetic glance, grateful to be the passenger. Dudley, you'll ride your bike, Vernon said, eliciting groans from both. Unmoved, Petunia quickly finished her smoked meat and retreated to the study with her book. Harry, I envy you so much. I wish I had a godfather. Dudley sighed after dinner, helping with the dishes. Harry smiled softly, recalling how once he had envied Dudley. And now the feeling had reversed. The following Saturday, Vernon drove Harry to the school bus stop. Upon seeing Lupin suddenly appear and apparate away with Harry, Vernon yawned and returned home. Did he pick him up? Petunia asked as she tended the lawn. Vernon nodded, accepting a nutritional tonic from her hand. Stay under the eaves, he instructed. I'll have Harry ask his godfather to bring you some hair growth potion. Penny observed Vernon's emerging baldness with a discreet suggestion. Vernon wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned wryly. If only I could get my hands on some slimming potion. I'm nearly too stiff to bend down and tie my shoelaces. Penny stifled a giggle and nodded in agreement. In the suburbs, at Lupin's residence, Remus was asked by Harry, who had not seen Sirius in his room, Godfather, where has he gone? Perhaps a lingering effect of Sirius's prolonged incarceration in Azkaban was his aversion to crowded places. Even when he ventured out to procure supplies, he returned swiftly. Every Saturday when Harry visited, Sirius would prepare a lavish spread for him. Despite Harry's repeated protests, the godfather simply took delight in doing so. After hanging up his coat and handing Harry a can of cola, Lupin settled beside him. Sirius had to leave for a few days. Don't worry, he's fine. Lupin sipped his drink leisurely. He received an owl 2 days ago, summoning him to the Grimmauld Manor. Harry, having spent time at the old manor in a previous life, retained vivid memories of it, even though he later bequeathed the estate to the Order of the Phoenix. Why return so suddenly? Wasn't he Sirius expelled? Harry pondered, given that Sirius had been thoroughly disowned in this life, and the Black family had a new heir, making the decision perplexing. Sensing Harry's confusion, Lupin divulged all he knew. The Black Manor and Grimmauld Manor were distinct. The old manor, aside from Sirius's parents, seldom attracted the younger generation, who preferred the grand, defensible estate. The old manor was deemed too dilapidated. Chapter 167. The Oath. Since his release from Azkaban, Sirius had resided at Lupin's home for some time, endeavoring to find employment to support himself. Yet, whenever an employer learned of his lycanthropy, their once friendly demeanor would turn cold, and his wages would be drastically reduced, leaving him profoundly disheartened. He recalled his initial fury upon transforming into a werewolf in prison, but had dismissed it then. Now, faced with such relentless adversity, he struggled to fathom how Lupin managed to survive in society, especially given the harsher conditions in previous years. Lupin, now a teacher at a wizarding primary school, enjoyed stable employment, while Sirius was still acclimating to society and faced relentless criticism from employers. This left him feeling helpless and enraged, uncertain how much longer he could endure or what the future held. Sirius had once contemplated declining Kriaker's invitation, aware that accepting would force him to confront his past and those he had wronged. However, thinking of the hard-working and sentimental Lupin, he hesitated before ultimately agreeing. Number 12. Grimmauld Square, Black Old Manor. As Sirius tread the familiar path once more, a surge of apprehension overcame him. Once, he had departed with swagger. Now, returning felt utterly humiliating. He had once dreamed of joining the Order of the Phoenix and making a name for himself to prove the Black family creed wrong. Instead, he realized the error lay within himself and that he had cost his dear friends their lives. Ascending the newly laid marble steps, Sirius fixed his gaze on the ebony door for a long moment before withdrawing his wand to rap upon the silver knocker. Within Black Manor, Regulus, weary after reviewing the Christmas gift list for the professors, sipped his coffee. Cynthia floated a bundle of items into the study with her wand, immediately noting her husband's troubled countenance. Will Christmas be at the manor or the old house? She inquired, massaging his shoulders. Mother sent Kriaker to inform me. It seems this year it will be at the old manor. Cynthia hesitated when mentioning Sirius. His actions were hard to describe, yet her earlier opposition had borne fruit, as no family member had aided him in the past 6 months. With Regulus now head of the family, their parents could only assist through their private funds. Cynthia, you've truly borne a heavy burden. Regulus turned to embrace his wife's waist. She had borne him 2 children and managed the household impeccably, allowing him to work without worry. Cynthia gently stroked Regulus's hair, grateful she had not rejected the family alliance, which had brought peace to her life. Apart from the troublesome eldest brother, the rest of the Blacks knew their limits and behaved appropriately in public. When you're free, visit Dabao and Xiaobao. The little one can roll over now. Cynthia spoke softly. And don't forget Dabao's toys. Regulus reluctantly brushed against his wife before sighing and nodding. Don't concern yourself with Sirius. Given his lycanthropic nature, the parents are limited in what they can do for him, not to mention Harry Potter. Regulus produced a document, pointing to a photograph beneath depicting Dumbledore and Harry in Godric's Hollow. Cynthia flipped through the images, her expression complex. She had heard the family's secrets from her brothers, but never imagined the greatest white wizard would stoop to such measures over a cloak. The Potters had once been his favorite students. Even in business, they exercised restraint with those close to them. Outside, the winter wind swept across the land, snowflakes cascading gently. Within Voldemort's estate, the magic maintained verdant lawns, though the warmth was best found indoors. After finishing lunch and sending 2 snakes out to play, Tom ushered Severus into the study, pressing a quill into his hand and urging him to sign his name on parchment. Severus chuckled at Tom's boldness, glancing between the parchment and feathered pen. You must give me a reason. I can't just sign blindly. Feeling the magical aura emanating from the document, he recognized it as a binding magical contract. Tom, seeing through his hesitation, confidently embraced Severus's slender waist and swiftly stole a kiss upon his lips. Half of my fortune is yours. Just sign, and I am entirely yours. Tom's face remained unflushed, his breath steady, a gentle smile gracing his features. Severus cast a sidelong glance, shaking the parchment, which slipped from the table and rolled across the carpet's edge. That's quite extensive, he murmured inwardly. Are you truly willing to part with so much? He asked, aware this was a substantial portion of Tom's estate, though their relationship was confirmed. Severus hesitated to commit financially, fearing such matters could corrupt their bond. Moreover, they were not yet lovers in the throes of passion. If Tom reneged, Severus would face a slew of troubles without recompense. Sensing Severus' reluctance, Tom sighed inwardly. Severus, I have never regretted a single thing I've done for you. These possessions mean less to me than having you by my side. His red eyes locked onto Severus' with solemn intensity. But that's so unfair to you. Severus murmured, lips pressed tight. His feelings for Tom were not as profound as Tom's for him. Tom said nothing further, instead demonstrating his devotion through action. He held the youth, so precious to him, tightly, bending to press a fervent kiss upon the slightly parted lips, their mouths intertwining in a passionate dance of shared affection. At the moment their tongues met, a careful tenderness emanated from Tom, causing a shiver to ripple through Severus' body. A complex emotion flickered in his gaze before he finally closed his eyes, responding clumsily to the kiss. Ultimately, one is often ensnared by the unattainable desires of youth throughout their life. Tom, having never experienced the warmth of love from childhood to adolescence, found his void filled upon meeting Severus, even if he was still a cat at that time. The love and family he had longed for in his youth were suddenly restored. When he received Severus' response, he was overwhelmed with the desire to merge their very beings, yet, alas, it was not to be. As the kiss concluded, Severus turned away, breathing rapidly, a blush adorning his cheeks. Tom, savoring the lingering taste of the kiss, instinctively licked his lips, yearning to press in for another taste of those heated lips. Enough. Severus pushed Tom away, his waist feeling the strain. I sense your intentions, but allow me a moment to breathe freely. After placing gentle kisses on Severus' forehead and the tip of his nose, Tom leaned his head against Severus' shoulder. Tom gazed at the flush on Severus' neck, nuzzling affectionately into the crook. Severus felt a warmth rising within him and murmured softly. Just as he was about to push Tom's head away, he heard Tom earnestly declare, my beloved, what am I to do with you? In that instant, Severus' heart softened, yet as Tom's hand slipped beneath his clothing, roaming indiscriminately over his waist, he hardened once more. Tom, do not overstep, Severus cautioned. Pressing down on Tom's hand, his voice lowered. Tom chuckled lightly, obediently withdrawing his hand and patting Severus' back in a gesture of compliance. Severus, since you are reluctant to sign the parchment of our pact, let us find another way. Tom's crimson lips parted slightly, his tongue flickering like a serpent's. Uttering enticing words, let us forge an unbreakable vow. Severus felt the heat of Tom's breath against his ears, nearly causing them to bleed, and he covered them. His voice trembling as he retorted, what? Tom straightened, observing the blush on Severus' face and the allure of his lips, a captivating smile gracing his features. An unbreakable vow, my dear. Noticing Severus' dazed expression, Tom reached out to caress his swollen lips. Heirloom can be our witness. Do you consent? But vows require a wand, and Heirloom is not a wizard. He possesses magic. Dear Severus, he can wield a wand. Just then, as they conversed, Heirloom entered the study with Nagini, timing impeccable. Ahem, I hope I'm not intruding. Heirloom feigned innocence, observing the two still intertwined, and promptly covered Nagini's eyes with his hand. Nagini, munching on beef jerky, swatted his hand away, casting a scornful glance. Heirloom, I'm not a mere child. I've seen plenty of kisses on television, she proclaimed loudly. Severus, feeling embarrassed, rubbed the back of his neck and glared at Tom, urging him to behave. Severus, look. Heirloom's arrival is quite fortuitous. He is perfectly suited to be our witness. Tom smiled and nodded at Heirloom, mentally giving him 32 thumbs up. Nagini swallowed her morsel, wiped her hands with a handkerchief, and rushed to their side. What witness? Why only Heirloom? I want to be a witness too. She pouted, dissatisfied, questioning why. As a serpent, she was excluded. Tom had indeed considered Nagini, but she was a blood-cursed beast, not a true magical creature. Although she had consumed blood orchids to surpass limitations, the concept of lifespan was rather nebulous. Thus, Tom succinctly replied, you are a child, while Heirloom is an adult. Therefore, only he can serve as a witness. Nagini looked at her small pudgy hands, speechless, realizing it wasn't within her control. After all, this was her appearance. Did that mean she needed to consume more red flowers? But those would take 7 years to bloom, she grumbled inwardly. Perhaps being an adult was better. Severus, shall we commence our vow now? Tom inquired cautiously, his handsome visage radiating hope. Heirloom rummaged through Nagini's pocket for a piece of beef jerky. Settling on the sofa opposite her to observe, Severus felt the weight of 3 pairs of eyes upon him, a sensation akin to being caught between a rock and a hard place. His lips moved slightly, a rare moment of uncertainty washing over him. Sensing Severus' hesitation, Tom gently grasped his hand, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve and sincerity. Severus, feeling the warmth of Tom's grip, recognized his earnestness and trust. Stirring a mix of emotions within him, he understood the gravity of vows. Once made, they must be honored. Tom, I know you, but vows are indeed serious matters. Once promised, they must be fulfilled, and you are aware of the consequences of breaking such oaths, Severus stated, his brow furrowing. Tom nodded firmly, I understand. However, I genuinely wish for you to open your heart to me. Severus, please do not hesitate. Severus, moved by Tom's words, felt his lips form a straight line. Tom smiled, patient, granting Severus the time to ponder. Nagini watched them, munching on her beef jerky. Tom chuckled softly, scrutinizing the black ring on Severus's finger. I did not partake in your past, but your future must include me. Severus, I cannot exist without you, nor you without me. The vow merely binds us closer together. There is nothing to fear. Severus considered Tom's words carefully, finally nodding in agreement. Very well, I accept. Nagini paused mid-bite, surprised by the quick affirmation. She had expected a dramatic scene akin to those in television dramas. Tom beamed, rising to kneel before Severus, and in the presence of their onlookers, took hold of Severus's right hand. Heirloom, bring forth your wand. We require your assistance, Tom called joyfully. Heirloom brushed crumbs from his hands, produced a sheet of paper for Severus, and then drew his wand, tapping the tips of their clasped hands. What is this? A vow? Severus squinted at the palm-sized paper, noticing 3 vows inscribed upon it. Sensing that this was more than it appeared, Tom nodded proudly, having thoughtfully prepared a note. Severus was unsure of what expression to wear, yet he felt touched by Tom's thoughtfulness. Tom Marvolo riddle, do you vow to share everything with Severus Snape, supporting one another through poverty or wealth, health or illness, and to walk through life hand in hand? I do, Tom replied with a radiant smile. Severus found the words eerily reminiscent of wedding vows. As he pondered this, a brilliant flame burst forth from the wand, entwining around their hands. Severus realized the vow had been sealed, compelling him to continue reading. Will you remain eternally loyal to Severus Snape, safeguarding his safety while jointly managing the global company and Hogwarts castle? I do, Tom affirmed, still smiling. The second flame erupted, forming a gleaming red chain around their hands. When it came to the final vow, Severus fell silent for a considerable moment. Tom's eyes urged him to continue, brimming with tenderness. Should you betray your vow, Severus will direct his wand at your heart, reciting the killing curse without resistance, forever. Tom tightened his grip on Severus's trembling hand, unwaveringly meeting his gaze as he solemnly declared, I do. The third flame erupted, intertwining 3 slender strands, ensnaring the drifting heart of a certain individual within. Nagini continued to munch on beef jerky, finding the oath rather tedious. However, she pondered when Helbo had acquired his wand, and when she would finally be able to wield one herself. Chapter 168, The Priestess. The attitude of the magical community towards the prophesied child was rather ambiguous. The teachers at the Wizarding Primary School were exceedingly cautious regarding matters related to Harry. And Lupin observed this with concern, his heart heavy with trepidation for Harry's future. Once again, it was a Saturday, and Harry had come to visit Lupin. Noticing Lupin's troubled expression, Harry offered a comforting smile. Remus, do not fret. I have spent a considerable amount of time at school, and neither the newspapers nor the television have broadcasted any sensationalist nonsense. Voldemort has surely forgotten about me by now. This was not mere conjecture on Harry's part. Having encountered a younger version of Voldemort and discerned his rationality, as well as his vigorous advancement of the magical realm, Harry understood that the prophecy had likely not weighed heavily on Voldemort's mind. Furthermore, with Professor Snape accompanying him, things seemed to be going reasonably well. Lupin was unaware of Harry's thoughts. He cast another glance at Harry and sighed heavily. Your relationship remains adversarial, and Dumbledore appears to be inclined to abandon you. He observed how the young man from the Longbottom family had added milk to his tea, and upon realizing his slip of the tongue, promptly fell silent. Harry was taken aback by Lupin's perceptiveness. It was not surprising that Dumbledore attempted to place his hopes in Neville. Yet, Harry was not astonished by Dumbledore's potential abandonment, as he had not encountered any troubles from Voldemort nor been pursued by Death Eaters. Most importantly, he had surmised that the events of that fateful year could not be entirely attributed to Voldemort, resulting in reactions that left Dumbledore quite unsatisfied. Remus, I heard from Sirius that back in school, my father frequently took you both on nighttime escapades at Hogwarts. Harry nibbled on a biscuit, his green eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lupin's face lit up with nostalgia as he nodded, albeit with a hint of regret. He recalled tales of James Potter from their school days, reminiscing about those joyous times. The stories Lupin shared were ones he had heard countless times from Sirius, both in this life and the last. Remus, with all those nighttime adventures, how did you manage to evade the professor's patrols? Harry pondered aloud, adding, Sirius mentioned something about the Marauder's map. Ah, the Marauder's map. A true relic of nostalgia. Indeed, I am quite curious as to how you both managed to explore so freely at night, Harry affirmed. Lupin wore a thoughtful expression, contemplating for a while before deciding to divulge the truth. Harry, there is something you ought to know, given that it pertains to your family. Under the watchful gaze of Harry's emerald cat-like eyes, Lupin finally revealed the truth about the invisibility cloak. Harry rested his chin on his hand, listening patiently. After all, Lupin had been a test subject for the improved wolfsbane potion during that period, so any insights he could provide were invaluable. Eventually, after a lengthy recounting that left Lupin parched, he drained his cup of iced tea and ceased his reminiscing. So, my father's invisibility cloak is currently with Professor Dumbledore? Harry feigned surprise. Lupin heated the kettle with his wand and poured himself a cup of hot tea. But that belongs to the Potter family. Why is it with Professor Dumbledore and has yet to be returned to me? Lupin stroked his chin, hesitating before speaking. Perhaps it is to protect you. Possessing the invisibility cloak at such a young age may not be in your best interest. Harry clenched his fists, his thoughts drifting to the box containing portraits of his grandparents. He felt a surge of emotion. If those elders knew that their son bringing the invisibility cloak to school had led to their family's downfall, would they rise from their graves in anger? The reason he had become the savior was due to his mother sacrificing her life to cast the protective charm, alongside the unseen forces behind the prophecy that had placed him on the pedestal of the savior. In his previous life, he had stumbled into that role unwittingly. And in this life, while the prophecy did not seem to stir much commotion, his parents still perished amidst inexplicable conflicts. Remus, I will be attending Hogwarts next year. Harry pressed his lips together. Had he not known that the invisibility cloak was one of the Deathly Hallows, he might have been oblivious to Dumbledore's intentions. Lupin understood Harry's unspoken concerns, yet felt powerless in the situation, his current identity placing him in an awkward position. He could only reassure Harry. Do not dwell on it too much. Dumbledore is the greatest of wizards. Harry did not argue, merely nodding in silence, uncertain of what Dumbledore would uncover about the invisibility cloak. At Hogwarts Castle, along the path at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It has been a while, Mr. Prince. Good day. Severus greeted Isidore Prince politely upon seeing him. Isidore's murky old eyes glanced at Tom, who stood beside him, before he nodded and gazed vacantly at the clouds drifting overhead. Lucius cast a sidelong glance at Nagini trailing behind him, then looked at the intimate gestures between Severus and Lord, offering a cryptic smile. Tom, recalling the unchanged scenery of the Forbidden Forest over the decades, squeezed Severus's hand and leaned closer, saying, when I was in school, the Forbidden Forest looked just like this. Now, we are finally going to make some changes to it. Severus nodded in agreement. The forest had remained unchanged during his time at school as well. Seeing this, Tom playfully scratched Severus's palm, eliciting a squint from him, leading to Tom's delighted laughter. Severus, exasperated, shook off Tom's hand. Ever since their relationship had solidified, Tom had transformed into a clingy creature, seeking proximity at all times except while sleeping or eating, as if suffering from a condition of skin hunger. Thankfully, the chill in the air provided a cover for their hands, or he would have lost face in front of several acquaintances. Tom, knowing when to withdraw, caressed Severus's hand a few more times before finally letting go. Meanwhile, as Lucius listened to the children chattering, Isidore was lost in thought, and Severus and Tom were enveloped in a bubble of pink. Dumbledore, along with Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge and his son, young Barty, approached from the direction of the castle. The slight upward curve of Fudge's lips indicated his satisfaction with the outcome of his discussion with Dumbledore. Good day, Tom. My child. Thank you for the changes you have brought to Hogwarts. Dumbledore, now middle-aged, recognized that he could no longer rely on his previous gentle grandfatherly approach and resumed his usual demeanor, exuding warmth and charm. Tom stifled the urge to roll his eyes, responding with a thinly veiled smile. Good day, Professor Dumbledore. I did not expect to encounter you here at school. I have heard that the Ministry is becoming your second home. Dumbledore smiled warmly, seemingly oblivious to Tom's subtle jab. His gaze shifted to Severus, praising, Ah, Mr. Snape. You look splendid, even more radiant than at graduation. Dumbledore greeted each individual present, his attention eventually settling on Nagini, who was nibbling on a feather candy. Who is this little girl? Let me guess. She must be a distant relative of yours, Tom. What is her name? My name is Nagini. Nagini gazed at Dumbledore, who wore half-moon spectacles, feeling an inexplicable familiarity and could not help but draw closer to him. Dumbledore visibly paused at the name, adjusting his glasses and murmuring, Nagini? What a delightful name. Tom observed Dumbledore's momentary lapse in recollection, noting that the old man still remembered the cursed beast. Ah, indeed. May I ask your name? Nagini bit into a piece of candy, her eyes widening in curiosity as she gazed at him. My name is rather lengthy, Dumbledore replied, observing the dark-haired, dark-eyed Nagini, a genuine smile curling at his lips. I am Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Nagini counted on her fingers, noting the abundance of middle names, yet the name felt familiar. Was this not the individual that Uncle Gellert had frequently mentioned? Uncle Dumbledore, what is your relationship with Uncle Gellert? Are you lovers? But why have I never seen you kiss? Nagini blinked innocently. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment as Lucius and young Barty exchanged glances, both admiring her audacity. Dumbledore continued to smile, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Ah, Headmaster Dumbledore, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I was preparing lunch for Yaya. Hagrid emerged from the woods, his towering figure crowned with untamed hair, his thick beard still frothy. It was evident he had been grooming himself, though the efforts bore little fruit. The massive black dog he led barked in response, but after receiving a glare from Tom, it tucked its tail and hid behind Hagrid. No worries, Hagrid. Old Crouch paused his conversation with Tom and spoke first. Now that everyone is here, let us set forth. I am keen to behold the Centaur tribe. Hagrid, receiving a nod from Dumbledore, acknowledged with a grunt, Gentlemen, please follow me. Hagrid tugged at the leash attached to Yaya and, with crossbow in tow, ventured into the forbidden forest. The others exchanged glances and followed suit, illuminating the dim woods with their magical flashlights, transforming the gloom into brightness. The forest was devoid of acromantulas, yet it did not imply the absence of other perils, and everyone remained vigilant with their wands at the ready. Severus carefully sidestepped a muddy pit, only to discover a patch of flourishing herbs beneath a tree. Tom, discerning his intentions, grasped his hand and leaned closer, whispering, Once we negotiate with the centaurs, those herbs will belong to us. Severus nodded, noticing that the others were preoccupied with their journey. Thus he did not withdraw his hand from Tom's grasp. Although he was still unaccustomed to Tom's constant closeness, he was gradually growing to accept it. Under Hagrid's guidance, the group soon arrived at the centaur's territory. Upon Yaya's whimpering towards the woods, they understood they had reached their destination and steeled themselves. The centaurs had awaited their arrival, having been informed of it. Though their disdain for humans remained, they recognized the necessity of change for the survival of their kin. Led by Bane and Firenze, the centaurs ushered the group to their encampment. Hagrid and the black dog Yaya, however, were swiftly dismissed, for they were not on the guest list. Severus glanced back to see Hagrid unfazed by the dismissal, leading Yaya away in another direction. Tom followed his gaze, catching only a glimpse of Hagrid's disheveled hair. Shall we enter? The priestess's tent is ahead, Tom suggested. Having previously traversed the centaur territory in his feline form, he guided the group effortlessly. The young centaurs cast curious glances at the pair, yet were promptly pulled into the tent by their elders. Dumbledore and the others were directed to another area, for their purposes differed. Lucius had come bearing documents, prepared to sign once negotiations were finalized. Old Crouch and Dumbledore, on the other hand, sought to discuss relocating the centaurs. Yet how many suitable places existed in the magical world for them to inhabit? As the group settled in, they were surprised by the array of fruits adorning the stone table. It was April 1990, only recently stepping into spring, yet the centaurs had preserved a bountiful feast, presenting a variety of fruits. Among them, a green-haired centaur named Hepzibah appeared somewhat inconspicuous, yawning as he tossed a lychee into his mouth, a fruit brought by Severus from the Forbidden Forest fruit trees years prior. Nearby, a gray-haired centaur child meticulously peeled a lychee while munching on his own snacks. Lord Hepzibah, can we truly be like Lauren? The gray centaur blinked with wide, innocent eyes. Lauren was a child from the neighboring werewolf clan, enjoying a life of comfort with improved treatment, no need to leave home, and all the modern conveniences. The centaur tribe, long isolated, spent their days listening to elder centaurs recount tales or idly observing the stars. Due to their extensive observations, each centaur had become an expert in astrology. Thus, he envied Lauren's circumstances, and with their tribe finally on the brink of development, his excitement was palpable. Of course, Hepzibah replied, savoring the lychee. You do well to remember who I am. I am Hepzibah, after all. The young centaur's eyes sparkled with admiration as he quickened his pace in peeling the lychee. Hepzibah, I have finally found you, Nagini exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Hepzibah's embrace. There's nothing to do here. I'm so bored. Hepzibah rubbed his sore belly, sighing in exasperation. Nagini, I told you I would wait for you beneath the tree tied with a blue ribbon. How can you forget? He nudged Nagini aside and introduced her to the gray-haired centaur. Alex, this is Nagini. Tom and Severus meandered through the area, swiftly arriving at the priestess's tent. The priestess was a gentle woman, her features soft and her eyes perpetually sparkling with kindness. Time had etched its marks upon her. The delicate crow's feet at the corners of her eyes enhancing her warm demeanor. "Welcome, both of you. Please, take a seat." She gestured towards a small table adorned with fresh water and fruits. Severus and Tom settled by the table, exchanging not a word. "Mr. Slytherin and Mr. Snape. I have often heard Hepzibah speak of you," the priestess remarked with a smile. Chapter 169. The new prophecy. Severus regarded the centaur priestess with curiosity, recalling that centaurs possessed 2 stomachs. However, mindful of the impropriety of staring, he lowered his gaze to sip from his cup. The priestess smiled gently, glancing at Tom who sat beside Severus, and lightly shook her head. "Mr. Slytherin, you must be aware that we centaurs possess extensive knowledge of astrology." Tom nodded subtly, understanding that centaurs were the foremost astrologers in the magical realm. Had they not resided in the Forbidden Forest and been unwelcoming to strangers, many would likely seek their counsel for divination. The stars that correspond to you were once shrouded in darkness, yet they transformed into radiant brilliance after aligning with another celestial body, the priestess explained, producing 2 sheets of parchment and handing them to Tom and Severus for their perusal. These documents chronicled the astrological patterns from 1970 to 1990, with certain entries highlighted in red ink. Had the original trajectory been maintained, a collision with another star would have occurred in a few years, resulting in a meteor shower upon Earth. However, 10 years ago, Halley's comet disrupted the celestial alignment, altering your fate, the priestess stated candidly, her relief mingled with contemplation. Additionally, that meteor shower disrupted all celestial patterns. At the moment of upheaval, all futures became obscured, and predetermined paths diverged. She had witnessed the chaotic star patterns of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, which preceded the First Wizarding War. Logically, the man with the crimson eyes should have followed suit, yet unforeseen variables had emerged. However, it is only natural. One can never predict the arrival of the unexpected and the morrow, she mused. What consequences may arise from the disruption of the celestial patterns, especially over a decade ago? Are you referring to the prophecy of the Savior? Tom inquired, raising an eyebrow. After a prolonged silence, the priestess took the parchment with a mysterious smile. The Savior? Are you referring to Trelawney's prophecy? She retorted. Severus understood that the crux of the matter had arrived, and he perked up his ears to listen intently. Indeed, that child has been chosen by fate, but I have not marked him as foretold in the prophecy. Tom cast a quick glance at Severus and swiftly articulated his question. Partly true, partly false. What difference does knowing the prophecy make? Some will inevitably tread the path laid out by destiny. She exhibited great patience toward Tom, declaring that new patterns had emerged and that those of us who specialize in astrology also require time to explore. After Trelawney had made her prophecy, Headmaster Dumbledore sought us out. Tom pondered this revelation. Dumbledore was aware of the circumstances, yet chose to let events unfold, nearly meeting the same fate as the prophecy itself. Noticing his prolonged silence, the priestess smiled gently. He is the headmaster of Hogwarts. As inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest, we are obliged to assist him. However, you are now the heir to the castle, and naturally, you have the right to utilize the Forbidden Forest. The implication was clear. He could shelter the centaur tribes under his protection, and in return, they would naturally share the information they observed. Tom was taken aback, not anticipating such a swift concession from the centaur priestess. He had expected a protracted negotiation. You will not regret this decision in the future. Tom continued in accordance with the priestess's words. She raised her cup, clinking it with Tom's across the air. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. May it be so. They agreed. They discussed matters concerning the construction of houses without harming ancient trees and made arrangements for the centaur's work. Initially, Severus could comprehend their conversation, but soon it became perplexing. Observing Severus's boredom, Tom hastened the negotiations. The priestess sensed something amiss and turned her gaze toward Severus, her once kind eyes sharpening. Sir, may I ask your full name? She inquired amiably. Severus, bewildered by this abrupt change in demeanor, swirled his cup and revealed his name. The priestess scrutinized the parchment recording the celestial phenomena, glancing back at Severus several times before letting out a long sigh. Severus felt a shiver run down his spine. Why was she fixating on him without speaking? Just as Tom was about to inquire, the priestess spoke. Young man, take care of your health. After uttering this, she returned her focus to the parchment, writing with a feather quill that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Severus and Tom exchanged glances and rose to exit the tent. Their conversation had not been lengthy, but as they approached the banquet tent, they found Lucius already signing a contract with Bane. However, the expression on Minister Barty Crouch's face was far from pleasant, clearly indicating that the migration plan had once again failed. Mr. Slytherin, I believe you should speak with them. Migration is beneficial for both parties, especially since Hogwarts is nearby, Crouch remarked, directing his gaze at Tom, inquiring how he could persuade the centaurs to relocate. Tom chuckled lightly. This is a problem that even Dumbledore could not resolve. I have no intention of intervening. Minister, I believe it is unwise to force their hand. For the centaurs have inhabited the Forbidden Forest since the establishment of Hogwarts, he replied dismissively. Tom surveyed his surroundings, noting Dumbledore's absence, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. Little Barty, who had been enjoying the spectacle of his furious father, quickly spoke up. Sir, Headmaster Dumbledore has gone to attend to the Tree Wrangler with Firenze. Although he was unsure of the Tree Wrangler's purpose, he understood the significance of their whereabouts. Tom nodded slightly, narrowing his eyes as he departed. Meanwhile, Severus stood transfixed by the unfolding scene. A centaur had just pointed him in the right direction, indicating that Helbo and Nagini were nearby. Following the path, he arrived to witness the Tree Wranglers giving the two of them massages, while Dumbledore stood conversing with Nagini. Helbo, enjoying his massage, waved enthusiastically upon seeing Severus. Severus, over here. I've saved you a spot. As he spoke, a group of Tree Wranglers brought a blanket over to him, turning in unison to gaze at Severus. Severus quickly shook his head. Having seen the force with which the Tree Wranglers were massaging Helbo, he knew he could not endure such treatment. He curiously observed Nagini, engrossed in her conversation with Dumbledore. Did they truly have topics to discuss? Dumbledore, catching sight of Severus's scrutiny, chuckled softly before rising to bid farewell to Nagini. Mr. Snape, if the opportunity arises, let us share a cup of coffee. Dumbledore approached Severus with a cheerful demeanor, his gaze swiftly scanning him. Certainly, Headmaster Dumbledore. Perhaps another time. Severus replied with a smile and a nod. Despite his aversion to Dumbledore, their public relationship appeared cordial, bolstered by their shared experiences during their time at school. Severus knew he could not afford to be complacent regarding Dumbledore. Nagini is quite charming. Severus, do you know where her parents are? Dumbledore seemed disinclined to conclude the conversation so swiftly and shifted to another topic. Severus blinked, pondering the question of Nagini's parents, a matter indeed worthy of contemplation. I am not aware. Nagini is a distant relative of Tom's, and he rarely discusses such matters with me, Severus replied. Do you know her parents' names? Is her name inherited from her ancestors? Dumbledore's eyes behind his glasses sparkled with curiosity, eager to uncover certain truths. Severus similarly shook his head. Nagini is a blood-cursed beast. According to what Tom has said, she must be acquainted with you, having transformed into a snake and lost her memory for decades. It seems unnecessary to dwell on past matters. The individuals involved were themselves in a state of confusion. Why should they concern themselves with such issues? Realizing he could extract no further information from Severus, Dumbledore's gaze lingered on the ring upon Severus's hand for a fleeting moment before he nodded and departed. Once the people left, Helbo's vigilant slitted eyes returned to their round form, lazily tossing his hair while requesting a scalp massage from the Tree Wranglers. Severus plopped down onto the blanket, grabbing some of the fruits that had been laid out, having consumed several cups of water at the priestess's tent not long ago. Helbo, what did Dumbledore discuss with you just now? Severus inquired, gently patting Nagini's head. Helbo yawned, squinting his eyes. Not much. He just asked where I graduated, what my hobbies are, and what I like to eat. He asked Nagini similar questions, but he seemed particularly interested in her parents and ancestors. Helbo replied casually. He probably couldn't uncover your identities, so he came seeking clues. Severus stroked his chin, pondering the implications. One was a millennia-old serpent who had just transformed, and the other was a blood-cursed beast seeking liberation. Dumbledore would never have imagined such a turn of events. What could Nagini have conveyed to Dumbledore before fully becoming a snake? All remained shrouded in mystery. Nagini, do you wish to grow up quickly? Helbo tossed a lychee toward Nagini, posing the question before she could express her irritation. Nagini patted her plump belly. Of course I want to grow up. It has been over 2 years since I transformed back into human form, yet I still haven't grown a single centimeter. I wonder if it was because I didn't consume enough blood lily flowers back then. Do you have a solution? Nagini regarded Helbo with suspicion, her gaze hinting that any negative response would result in a barrage of lychees. Severus glanced over with curiosity. If Hepworth possessed any solution, he would not have remained in serpentine form, guarding Hogwarts for a millennium. Under their watchful eyes, Hepworth slowly shook his head. Nagini pouted, vexed, and hastily consumed several lychees before transforming into a peashooter, spitting seeds at Hepworth. I shall inquire with the priestess for you. Oh, Nagini. Hepworth clasped his forehead, feigning irritation as he fixed Nagini with a mock glare. A fierce confrontation seemed imminent. Upon Tom's arrival, he found Severus sheltering in the shade, nibbling on some food, while Nagini and Hepworth bickered, their tree-protecting hunchbacks joining in the fruit-throwing fray. What has gotten into them? Tom approached Severus, accepting a lychee which he began peeling. Severus briefly recounted the recent events and mentioned Dumbledore. Tom gave a nonchalant acknowledgement, not dwelling on such trifles. Lucius and his companions had finalized their pact and planned to dine in Hogsmeade Village with Minister Crouch before departing. Observing Severus' lack of enthusiasm, Tom wiped their hands dry with a handkerchief and cheerfully suggested, "Shall we stroll through Hogsmeade? It's been ages since we last wandered together." Severus allowed himself to be led by the hand, choosing not to expose Tom's subtle intentions. After all, they had just visited the new Diagon Alley cinema days prior. The skirmish between Hepworth and Nagini had concluded. Hepworth was now tidying his soiled robes with his wand. Nagini, wandless, scampered to Severus, coquettishly seeking assistance to clean her garments. "You, neglecting your spell studies, now rely on others," Severus chided affectionately, stroking her head. Ignoring her true identity and age, she truly resembled an endearing young maiden. Nagini beamed, cheeks cradled in her hands, and once her attire was spotless, she clung again to Hepworth. Lucius's party departed early, and with no strangers around. The Centaur tribe regained its lively atmosphere. The four, Severus and his companions, did not disturb them. They quietly left the tribe, vanishing in a flash at the outskirts. Shortly after their disappearance, a gray centaur flicked its tail and trotted toward the priestess's tent. Hogsmeade Village had expanded threefold, and its main street bustled with Hogwarts students, visitors, and merchants drawn by its fame. The four blended seamlessly into the crowd, especially since the two strikingly handsome men effectively shielded their beauty. Otherwise they would have been swarmed. The once shabby Hog's head inn had been transformed. The cramped, grimy space was now a bright, spacious room. The portraits adorning the lounge walls were carefully encased in glass display cabinets, and the golden-haired maiden within always greeted passers-by with a smile. The long-haired proprietor had hired additional staff and now spent his days leisurely sipping drinks at the bar, watching television. This goat-keeping old man was none other than Aberforth Dumbledore, brother to Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore, a fact few knew. Severus recalled having visited the cramped, dim Hog's head several times, always seeking rare herbs and books. "Tom, do you think we might procure dragon eggs here?" Severus sipped his butterbeer, observing the noisy tavern. Like Malfoy's fire-breathing dragon, Tom took a sip of whiskey, its fiery flavor causing him to squint. Some wizards still visit Lucius' South Dragon estate to scavenge for dragon toenails or dung for potions. Severus cleared his throat. Never having imagined raising a dragon like Lucius, Hepworth and Nagini alone were quite enough. Speaking of Hepworth and Nagini, the two had just left the Forbidden Forest and headed straight to Honeyduke's, now looping back to the tavern laden with snacks. As they passed the bar, the elderly proprietor turned to drink, his gaze inadvertently freezing upon the black-haired, black-eyed little girl. His hand halted midair. With a choked voice, he uttered, "Nagini. Is that you? What relation are you?" Startled by her name, Nagini turned, spotting the frail, gray-haired old man approaching. Yet, his question was oddly phrased. "I'm not anyone to her. I am Nagini," she replied, pointing to herself and blinking. Chapter 170, Origins. Suddenly, several figures joined Severus' table. He regarded the elderly man with graying hair and beard, sensing a vague familiarity. Tom noticed Severus' pause and, following his gaze, mused on the coincidence. One Dumbledore had just left, and now another arrived. Aberforth averted his eyes from Nagini and, under the scrutiny of the four, waved his wand to conjure 5 butterbeers on the table. "Mind if I join? There's no other seat," he said, settling before they could protest. Nagini eyed the vacant seat at the adjacent table and poked Hepworth's waist, muttering, "This old man has ill intentions. Gentlemen, may I ask your relation to this young lady?" Aberforth spoke plainly, unlike his brother's cryptic manner. "She resembles a dear old acquaintance of mine." Severus' brow furrowed slightly. "Resembles? How much?" "Nagini hardly looks like anyone recognizable at a glance." Tom patted Severus' hand, urging patience, then asked the old man in return, before questioning others, "Should you not introduce yourself?" The tavern's bright lights and the crackling fireplace created a warm, comforting ambience. Aberforth stroked his beard, observing Nagini, who had butterbeer froth around her mouth, and sighed deeply. "I am Aberforth, proprietor of this inn. You all seem unfamiliar, rare visitors to Hogsmeade, I presume." He tapped his glass, disregarding his earlier claim of no available seats. Only now did Severus connect the elderly man to the records. His blue eyes mirrored Albus Dumbledore's exactly, though lacking the calculating gleam. Tom was unsurprised, having long recognized the man as the brother of his former rival. "I know you," Tom nodded. "You are Dumbledore's brother." Aberforth studied Tom intently before discerning the spell masking his face. His expression shifted subtly. The atmosphere at the table grew silent. Severus glanced at the oblivious Nagini, a faint smile crossing his lips. Aberforth tightened his grip on his wand, then relaxed. After your white serpent vanished, Nagini appeared. "It's her, isn't it?" he said. Forcing a stiff smile, certain of his conclusion. Tom pushed the empty butterbeer glass toward Nagini. What do you think? He replied, posing the question instead of answering. Aberforth fell silent. Decades ago, he had witnessed his son's tragic death, saw Nagini transform into a snake and depart, and foresaw the bleak future that followed. Now, a little girl resembling Nagini had emerged. The snake species matched, but the age did not. Could it be that when Nagini left, she was pregnant? Hence lost in thought. Aberforth's mind veered off course. Where are her parents? Do you know her maternal grandmother's surname? He cleared his throat, adding, I understand the rumors outside are unreliable. And besides, you two couldn't possibly have birthed such a child. The rumors spoken by Aberforth were mere tabloid gossip, tales that sounded remarkably genuine. However, upon witnessing the two individuals before him, he discerned the fallacy of these rumors. Rumors? Having a child? Seated at the table, Severus cast a sidelong glance at Tom, intending to inquire further upon their return. Tom's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, he registered a note against Aberforth. Aware of their relationship, Aberforth, seeing their hesitation to respond, reluctantly removed a pocket watch from around his neck, revealing a photograph within. This is my son, Credence, alongside his beloved, he revealed, his voice thick with emotion. It is one of the few photographs they left behind. They didn't even have time to leave a portrait. Aberforth's voice trembled, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. As the elderly man recounted fragments of his story, Severus found himself replaying a rapid version of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, struggling to recall some details. Aberforth tenderly caressed the photograph, displaying it reluctantly to the curious onlookers. Nagini blinked, her gaze fixed on the two individuals in the photograph, whose smiles could not mask their sorrow, and a feeling of melancholy stirred within her. Helbo, scrutinizing the photograph alongside Nagini, noted the resemblance between her features and those of the woman in the image, understanding why Aberforth seemed so entranced by it. That day, my child lay in my arms, slowly slipping away. She had to leave me due to the blood curse, and I became a lonely old man, Aberforth murmured, wiping away tears with the back of his hand, indifferent to his emotional display before Nagini. His public persona may have been that of a reclusive, irritable, and unreasonable man. Yet he was not devoid of feeling. In the presence of the descendant of what he believed to be his son's lover, he was genuinely vulnerable. Tom observed the weeping elder with a furrowed brow, casting a silencing charm around them, and specifically warding Nagini's ears from overhearing. I can divulge information regarding Nagini, but what will I gain in return? He stated coldly. Aberforth wiped his nose with a handkerchief, nodding in understanding. A vial of blood blessed by a unicorn? A unicorn's horn? A centaur's crossbow? He continued to propose various offerings, all of which were declined. Aberforth reconsidered. It was understandable that those in positions of power would look down upon such trivialities. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to Tom, conspiratorially stating, I possess several books on immortality. Would you be interested? Tom's eyes flickered with intrigue at the mention of immortality, a phrase he had not encountered in ages. He inclined his head slightly, eager to learn more about these books. He then began to recount the tale of Nagini. From his brief narrative, Aberforth gleaned the experiences Nagini endured after departing alone, upon learning that she had transformed into a snake and then regained her human form after consuming a blood lily. He cast a bewildered glance at the young girl. So she truly is Aberforth's voice of reason. Allowing Nagini to depart had also been her choice. For no one could accept the transformation from a sentient being to a mindless serpent, which is precisely why she chose to forsake everything familiar. Tom nodded. He too had been taken aback upon first encountering Nagini. As she transcended the limitations of her physical form and regained her humanity, her wisdom had surely grown. Perhaps one day she would remember the events of the past, he whispered. Aberforth hesitated, observing the radiant smile on Nagini's face, contemplating whether her memory loss might ultimately be a blessing. I am aging, uncertain of how much longer I shall live. Knowing she is faring well grants me some solace. Aberforth sighed, tiredly rubbing his temples. If possible, I wish to bequeath this tavern to her, provided she hangs my portrait alongside Ariana's and visits us for conversation. With few relatives left in the world, his wife and son long deceased, and his son's lover now a semblance of family, albeit one who had forgotten him, this tavern was a remnant of his past. Furthermore, his brother, equally solitary, had left no progeny, rendering the tavern a feudal inheritance for him. Oh, is that so? Tom replied. Have you considered discussing this with Dumbledore? You must know this tavern is closely tied to Hogwarts. Aberforth forced a smile at Tom's suggestion, his gaze sweeping over the oblivious Nagini, his lips quivering as if suppressing something. Discussing it with him? Let him have a child first. These matters are of no consequence. He huffed disdainfully. How can you be so certain he has no children? I am well aware. After his split from that Grindelwald fellow, I simply know. Aberforth snapped, his anger palpable. Very well, Tom interjected, sensing Aberforth's oversight. Have you forgotten that Grindelwald spent several months in London? Moreover, there have been sightings of them entering and exiting Nocturne Alley together. And so what? Can they produce a child instantaneously? Aberforth retorted, his teeth clenched at the mere mention of the two. Had it not been for their rivalry, Ariana would not have perished. Nor would my child. The elderly man was consumed by fury and anguish, yet fearful of alarming Nagini. He shifted his attention to a portrait of a young girl above the fireplace, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Tom, uninterested in their legal disputes, was eager to explore the books on immortality that Aberforth had mentioned, curious if they aligned with his own hypotheses. Severus understood the implications of Aberforth's mention of their rivalry. Yet lamenting the departed was futile. I was heartened to learn of your establishment of a child protection agency and the founding of a wizarding orphanage and primary school. Aberforth stated, striving to regain composure, his eyes still red. I am genuinely gratified that you are acting in the interest of practicality rather than for some grander cause. I even donated 5,000 galleons to the orphanage. Had there been a primary school at the time, Ariana would have had playmates, and that tragedy could have been averted. Aberforth remained seated, staring blankly at the students in wizarding school uniforms, letting out a long, resigned sigh. The elderly man's soliloquy struck a chord within Tom. Indeed. It was difficult to ascertain what life would have been like had he grown up in a wizarding orphanage. If you enjoy children, I could offer you the position of deputy headmaster, or perhaps you could teach the children survival skills at the wizarding primary school, Tom casually proposed, popping a piece of peppermint into his mouth. Me? Don't be absurd. Merlin, I have no fondness for children. Aberforth quickly shook his head in refusal, then hesitated, musing. Nagini must have attended primary school, yes? That could be a possibility for me to teach, but let us agree, a maximum of 3 classes a week. Tom chuckled softly, pleased that he had inadvertently provided support to the wizarding primary school. Consider it further. I shall send someone to you in 3 days to finalize the contract. With a snap of his fingers, the previously cast charms dissipated. Nagini, nibbling on cheese, perked up her ears, now able to hear the surrounding conversations. Helbo, adults are truly troublesome, she complained to Helbo, who was devouring a large loaf of bread. As a snake, she could hear everything. Now transformed, her capabilities felt rather restricted. Helbo shrugged. The spells had no impact on him, allowing him to listen freely, while poor, naive Nagini was left at a disadvantage. Don't speak. Eat more if you wish to grow taller, he teased, shoving a small croissant into her mouth. Meanwhile, Dumbledore had finished dining with Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge and his entourage and made his way to the outskirts where Lupin resided. Lupin, currently a member of the Order of the Phoenix, had kept his identity concealed due to the exposure of his double agent status. He had to hide to avoid bearing the weight of such ignominy. When Dumbledore arrived, Lupin and Sirius had just endured a night of the full moon, their faces marked by profound fatigue. However, Sirius was genuinely delighted to see Dumbledore. His swift release from Azkaban was largely due to the headmaster's considerable efforts. Remus, Sirius, here are some calming potions. Tomorrow is a day for classes, and we cannot afford to be in poor spirits, Dumbledore stated, producing 2 vials of potion. Thank you, headmaster. Your thoughtfulness is always appreciated, Sirius grinned, accepting the potion and promptly consuming it. Lupin, however, did not drink it immediately. Instead, he placed the vial on the table and summoned a tea set with a flick of his wand. Would you prefer black tea or green tea? Lupin inquired with a smile. Black tea, with plenty of sugar, one of my few indulgences, Dumbledore replied, winking amiably. Very well. I've brewed the tea using the recipe Harry provided. I'm sure you will enjoy it, Lupin explained. Upon hearing Harry's name, Dumbledore momentarily lost his focus, reminded that he had not seen the boy since he began his studies at the wizarding school nearly a year ago. Assuming Dumbledore had come to inquire about Harry, Lupin began recounting the events of the past year, with Sirius occasionally interjecting, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Dumbledore listened patiently, casting fleeting glances at the familiar faces flashing on the television screen, yet he unexpectedly felt a wave of weariness wash over him. Headmaster, Harry is doing splendidly. He has made many friends at school, be they from the orphanage or even the Malfoy crowd. They all seem to get along remarkably well, Lupin remarked, having reflected seriously on the current situation since his last conversation with Harry. When they stormed Potter's old residence, the life-saving invisibility cloak was not present. It had been borrowed by Dumbledore. The prophecy had unfolded right under Dumbledore's watch, rendering everything rather suspicious. Only Sirius remained blissfully oblivious. Still believing Dumbledore to be a benevolent figure, the old man had hardly intervened when Sirius was sent to Azkaban. Oh, that is quite good, Dumbledore responded, his smile never faltering, although he detected something amiss with Lupin. Making more friends is beneficial, It fosters harmony once you arrive at school. It would be unfortunate to grow estranged due to being sorted into different houses. Lupin found it difficult to respond to this, merely nodding with a smile. Harry is undoubtedly a Gryffindor, just like James and Lily. Sirius asserted confidently. Let us hope so, Sirius. You must understand that the future is elusive, Dumbledore said. Taking a sip of his sweetened black tea, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Are you aware of Voldemort's lover? That is a student from your year. Chapter 171, Fulfilling Wishes. Dumbledore had inadvertently stirred the pot. Sirius had recently been associating closely with those from the Black Estate, and if leveraged wisely, it was likely the Resurrection Stone could soon be within reach. Tom was oblivious to the scheming occurring behind his back. Even if he were aware, it would hardly concern him. Since returning from Hogwarts, Tom had been entangled in trivial matters, leaving him little time to indulge in affection with Severus. The renovations at Hogwarts had finally concluded, with Gellert successfully obtaining a year's residency in the castle under the guise of a business partner. Tom mused that it would have been more efficient to whisk Dumbledore away to Nurmengard. After all, the headmaster was at an age where retirement beckoned. Moreover, relocating Dumbledore to Nurmengard would grant Gellert control over the British magical community and Hogwarts itself. Yet, leaving him in place had its advantages as well. Should any misdeeds occur, there would be someone to take the blame. Tom commenced his monthly routine of meetings, listening to reports from Lucius, Regulus, and others while idly tapping his fingers on the table. The magical community's development and societal stability were commendable, yet the dwindling number of wizards posed a pressing concern. Full integration into the Muggle world would require considerable time. Lucius, have there been many new wizards born in recent years? Tom inquired, genuinely troubled. How had he ever expected to control two worlds with such a limited number of wizards? Lucius's warm smile faltered momentarily. Although he had spearheaded the Child Protection Agency, he had since passed on the responsibilities to others, and it was not within his purview. My lord, to my knowledge, there has been an increase in wizards registering for marriage at the ministry. Coupled with your generosity, those employed at the company are living comfortably, and the number of newborn wizards has quintupled since 5 years ago. Norton, the head of the family, chimed in, as his work at the ministry spanned multiple departments. And how many is that? Tom glanced at him, urging him to continue. Around 63,000 wizards reside in Britain, after excluding the elderly and those yet to graduate. Your employees account for approximately 8,000. Moreover, considering the imbalance of genders in the magical community, there are a total of 376 newly born mixed-blood wizards. Norton added quietly, gauging Tom's reaction. That translates to about 75 new wizards each year, not accounting for those undiscovered in the Muggle world. Tom nodded slightly. Factoring in the residents of the wizard orphanage, it was likely that there would be more than a mere handful when it came time for sorting at Hogwarts. Lucius, Regulus, draft a proposal regarding benefits for expectant parents and elevate it for consideration. Our company is a conscientious enterprise. Let us create some welfare housing for families with multiple births and hire retired pediatricians from St. Mungo's, Tom expressed, determined to promote childbirth. Unwilling to see his hard-won empire lacking in manpower. Yes, my lord, Lucius and Regulus nodded in agreement, having recognized the advantages of enhancing productivity over the years. Tom glanced at the expectant heads of families and dispatched someone to the ministry to advocate for greater child welfare, at the very least. He intended to allocate some galleons annually to orphanages and primary schools, considering Hogwarts benefited from the ministry's sponsorship. After several days of busy activity, Tom finally concluded his routine of signing papers and attending meetings. When he returned to the manor, eager to share tender moments with Severus, he was informed by the house elf that they had gone to the spa resort 3 days prior. Tom suddenly recalled Severus mentioning it, but the busyness had caused him to forget. He changed into casual attire, then waved his wand, appearing in the garden of the spa resort. As the flowers bloomed, Nagini joyfully rushed over, hugging Tom's leg and exclaiming, Tom, you won't believe it. He who must not be named was terrible yesterday while we were in the hot spring. He suddenly transformed back into his gigantic snake form and sent me flying out of the pool. Tom patted Nagini's head soothingly, though his eyes scanned the surroundings. Hearing Nagini speak ill of him, he who must not be named approached and seized her collar, leading her toward the gazebo. I merely wished to swim. How was I to know you were inside? And please, do not exaggerate. It was merely your lunch that was splashed, he scoffed, tugging at Nagini's chubby face before turning to Tom and adding. Severus is at the Eastern Moon Pool. He is likely still soaking. Tom was accustomed to their playful banter and proceeded toward the east. It was best for adults to refrain from meddling in children's affairs, lest their attempts to intervene exacerbate the situation. As Tom walked away, Nagini, feeling abandoned, touched her cheek and attempted to bite he who must not be named's hand, exclaiming, You horrid green snake. The thick-skinned he who must not be named paid her no mind. even taking the time to undo her carefully styled braid, which was quite irritating. The hot spring exuded steam year-round, creating a misty ambience in the surrounding environment. Severus sat on the stone steps, most of his body submerged in the water, with only his shoulders exposed to support his frame. Upon hearing the footsteps behind him, he was jolted from his languid stupor by the heat that enveloped him. "Is that you, Helbo? Please, don't revert to your serpentine form this time," he mumbled, only to succumb to another yawn moments later. Tom remained silent, waving his wand as he uttered a spell, transforming his casual attire into swim trunks suitable for the hot springs. Severus squinted at the sound of someone entering the water and beheld a striking young man with raven hair and crimson eyes, who was presently bare-chested and smiling at him from a short distance away. "Tom," he murmured, his sleep-deprived mind sluggish. Tom responded with a soft hum, a smile curling his lips, and, captivated by those glistening lips, leaned in for a kiss. They were oblivious to the number of times their lips had met, as Severus had long since acclimatized to Tom's audacious and direct kissing style, his tongue entwined with Tom's, while his slender waist was caressed by hands that bore calluses. After what felt like an eternity, this lingering kiss finally ceased. Severus slumped lethargically onto the stone steps, a rosy hue adorning his pale cheeks. Tom embraced Severus, his heated breath cascading over Severus's neck, compelling him to lower his head and nibble at the collarbone. "Hiss, stop it, are you a dog?" Severus tilted his head slightly, a hint of bashfulness in his eyes. Although this was not their first moment of honesty, myriad reasons had kept them from taking the final step. Tom chuckled softly, drawing Severus closer, teasingly nibbling at his ear. A little dog deprived of meat is quite discontent. A bone would suffice. After more than half a month apart, the youthful body could hardly withstand the solitude, reacting naturally at their skin's contact. Severus, under Tom's fervent gaze, ached to hide his face. He was a man and understood the body's responses. Affectionate exchanges were commonplace between lovers, especially since Tom had forged an unbreakable vow with him. No one was closer than they. From the videos he had inadvertently stumbled upon in his past life to the gifts bestowed upon him by others in this life to curry favor. Along with Tom's understanding and compassion, he felt that taking a further step was not out of the question. However, Severus cast a sidelong glance at Tom, his dark eyes flickering restlessly. He parted his lips, but the words he had rehearsed failed to materialize. Tom, observing the incessant fluttering of Severus's eyelashes and the hand reaching out to him, instantly comprehended Severus's intentions. He took a sip from the red wine on the tray by the poolside and swiftly pressed his lips against those slightly parted ones. They needed a catalyst. Perhaps intoxication would serve as a fitting excuse. By the time an entire bottle of red wine was consumed, Severus, pleasantly tipsy, wrapped his arms around Tom's neck, and they departed the hot springs for the bedroom. Though it was Tom's first experience with such intimacy, he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind, quickly leading Severus into a daze. Tom gently nibbled on Severus's collarbone, diverting his attention. "No," Severus's voice wavered, tinged with a plea. He shifted his weakened body, attempting to flee at the last moment, feeling a twinge of regret. Tom had already drawn his bowstring taut. He would not permit his quarry to escape. "Don't be afraid. It will feel delightful," Tom coaxed, their proximity diminishing further. Severus's eyelashes trembled violently before ultimately surrendering to Tom's soft whispers. "Severus, I love you." Tom's crimson eyes shimmered with a shadowy gleam as he reveled in Severus's intoxicated expression and unfocused gaze, swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Tom's actions grew ever more tender. Severus could no longer articulate a response. Exhaustion enveloped him. Tom, brimming with energy, was like a street vendor deftly flipping pancakes, placing the white batter onto the iron griddle, continually adding lettuce and crispy toppings, while the vendor wielded a spatula, preparing delightful meals for those wishing for a lavish feast. "No more. I'm so tired," Severus murmured, his fingers twitching. He felt as if he had been run over by a truck, his lower body feeling foreign. "Severus, just a moment longer." Tom's voice was husky, savoring the moment, unwilling to let go. 10 minutes later, Severus, weary, squinted and groaned. Tom pressed gentle kisses onto Severus's damp eyelashes, tenderly stroking his wet back, before carrying him into the bathroom to freshen up. Though a thorough cleansing was possible, he knew Severus despised that sensation. When he emerged carrying the drowsy Severus, he administered some potion, finally content to cradle his love, marked with kisses, into slumber. Meanwhile, Nagini, wanting to summon Severus and Tom for dinner, found herself thwarted by a spell at the door, her expression soured. "What is it with them? Why must they use magic to keep me out for just a little cuddling?" When Helbo witnessed her dejected return, he chuckled. "I told you not to call them. If they were hungry, they would have come sooner." Helbo had detected the scent of desire wafting from the hot spring earlier, which prompted his warning to Nagini. But the young girl had not heeded it. Nagini shot Helbo a glare, taking a hefty bite of her steak. After a night passed, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window, illuminating the dim room. Severus gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the expansive chest before him, momentarily disoriented regarding his whereabouts. The discomfort in his body quickly reminded him that the person beside him was Tom, with whom he had shared a wild night. Severus's mind was a muddled mess, his face flushing as he considered the myriad excuses alcohol provided. "Good morning, my dear Severus," Tom, noticing Severus's daze, chuckled softly as he brushed back his dark hair. His eyes filled with satisfaction. "Let's get up and freshen up. Nagini has been around several times already." Severus hummed in response, lifting the covers and sitting up, heading toward the bathroom with Tom closely trailing behind, like a dragon guarding treasure. Severus thought that since they had already crossed that line, there was no need for pretense. However, upon seeing the multitude of red marks adorning his skin, he felt Tom was indeed a reincarnated rogue dog. "Get me some potion in a bit. I don't wish to be bombarded with questions from Nagini," Severus scoffed, dismissing the excuse of mosquito bites. "Please, a wizard-grade mosquito repellent is a must-have. There shouldn't be a single mosquito in a manor." "But I quite like these marks," Tom replied, showing him the scratches on his arm and back, a hint of grievance on his face. Severus was left speechless, turning away to shove the toothbrush with squeezed toothpaste into his mouth. He was famished after last night's exertions. Seeing Severus's silence, Tom leaned in closely to brush his teeth alongside him, stealing a few kisses during the brief moment of changing clothes. "Tom," Severus glared at him, choosing a turtleneck sweater to conceal his neck. Heaven knew what magic Tom had employed. Even the potion could not erase the marks on his neck. "All right, let's go have breakfast," Tom said, smiling as he tied Severus's hair back with a band. His arm instinctively wrapped around Severus's waist as they walked out together. "Tom, I don't think I'm old enough to require assistance." Severus averted his face, yet did not reject Tom's closeness. Due to their prolonged grooming, they had risen late, arriving at the dining hall where breakfast had already turned into lunch. Nagini poked at her Yorkshire pudding, glancing at the two as they entered, pouting as she greeted them. Helbo, sensing the sweet atmosphere between them, suddenly recalled something. "When will you two register at the Ministry of Magic?" he inquired. Having heard from Lucius that mere vows were insufficient, legal recognition was also required. Severus looked at Helbo in surprise, puzzled by his mention of such a matter. "Let us wait a bit longer. There's no hurry," Severus answered casually while enjoying his roasted potatoes. "Marriage is a solemn commitment, not to be decided in a moment of fleeting delight or impulsive fervor. Moreover, the future is an uncertain tapestry, woven with threads no one can fully foresee." A flicker of disappointment crossed Tom's eyes. He found the name Severus Slytherin quite appealing, yet regretted that the other party was reluctant to bear such a distinguished surname. Very well, Tom had to admit, he was somewhat eager and impatient. Helbo tilted his head, scrutinizing the two for a long while before lowering it to resume his meal. After a hearty repast, Tom and Severus strolled into the garden. The cobblestones beneath their feet massaged Severus's soles, lulling him into drowsiness once more. Tom held Severus's hand as they ambled slowly along the stone path. Seeing his companion grow sleepy, he lifted him effortlessly and seated him on a nearby stone bench. Severus, startled by the sudden loss of weight, pounded Tom's arm in vexation. "Severus, you must grow accustomed. Days like these will become frequent," Tom murmured lazily, resting his chin upon Severus's shoulder. Chapter 172, The Resurrection Stone. Since that night, their bond had deepened considerably, not that it had been distant before, but their previous interactions had lacked a certain something, rendering them somewhat unfamiliar. In the ensuing days, the two were inseparable, yet did little beyond leaning against one another while watching television or reading in the study, much as before. However, Nagini no longer sought their company, preferring instead to spar verbally with Helbo, since neither paid her much attention. Tom appeared to have entered a period of respite, having abstained from leaving the Hot Springs estate for a week to preside over meetings. One day, they sat in a spacious cinema room watching a magical adaptation of the 12 Disciples. Tom absent-mindedly caressed the ring on Severus's finger, his thoughts far from the film. Severus noticed his unusual demeanor and turned to him with concern. "What's the matter?" "Nothing significant has happened in the wizarding world recently." Seeing this, Tom recounted the rumors circulating beyond the estate, revealing that he had already deduced the mastermind behind them. "The Deathly Hallows?" Severus clicked his tongue, puzzled. "What does that have to do with you?" Following Tom's gaze to his finger, astonishment flashed in his eyes. Severus lifted his hand. The ring Tom had placed there was a simple black gem, seemingly unremarkable, so he had never connected it with the legendary resurrection stone. "Surely it cannot be as I fear." Severus's composure faltered. He had worn the resurrection stone for years, long accustomed to its presence, especially since it could never be removed. Heaven only knew what lengths wizards might go to in order to obtain it. Under Severus's gaze, Tom nodded slowly. He had underestimated Dumbledore's obsession with the resurrection stone. The year you left, Dumbledore sought me out, wishing to borrow the stone for research. Though it was Gellert who spoke with me, I knew Dumbledore watched from behind the scenes. He would never sully his own hands with disreputable deeds unless the reward was substantial. His fingers gently patted Severus's hand reassuringly. The books on immortality Aberforth gave me. Those were some of the forbidden texts I perused in Hogwarts' restricted section, which Dumbledore evidently relocated beyond the school's walls. Such coincidences compelled Tom to ponder deeply whether unseen forces were guiding his path. Even now, though he had veered away from a self-destructive course, an uneasy feeling lingered in his heart. I thought so. I always wondered why some shelves in the restricted section were emptier, Severus recalled, nodding in sudden understanding. The matter was clear. Dumbledore was resolute in acquiring the resurrection stone, and with decades of influence in the magical community, employing certain means to achieve his ends was effortless. So, if you don't venture out, remember to bring some house elves along. I'll have Dolohov lead a guard to the estate. Your safety is paramount. Tom kissed Severus's finger, harboring no regrets for placing the ring upon it, yet wary of Dumbledore's machinations. In recent years, open conflict between them had ceased. But Dumbledore quietly expanded the Order of the Phoenix, awaiting the day to strike back and eradicate Tom's Death Eater faction. Tom, in turn, remained vigilant, especially after Gellert reconciled with Dumbledore, intensifying surveillance over him. News had also surfaced that Dumbledore visited Sirius Black's eldest son's home following his expulsion. Tom sneered. He actually expects 2 werewolves to carry out his plans? In my eyes, they don't even compare to that Potter. 2 werewolves? Severus was momentarily stunned before realizing the implication. Sirius Black had been bitten and transformed into a werewolf in Azkaban, yet this rumor somehow implicated him? It was peculiar that Harry would allow such talk. Severus still harbored confidence in the reincarnated Harry, since the day he recognized him. There was no hatred in the boy's eyes. He strove daily to live fully, as though to make up for what was missing in his previous life. In any case, the rational Harry would never permit his happiness to be shattered. Could there be a misunderstanding? He can't be so reckless, can he? Severus cared little for Sirius's fate, but wished to safeguard young Harry. Aware of Severus's fondness for the child, Tom had investigated quietly for several days before sharing the news. Severus sighed under Tom's earnest gaze. Do as you see fit, but be cautious. With Severus's consent, Tom relaxed considerably, though he would not hesitate to display jealousy should the conversation veer toward other men. Lucius, who assisted the Lord in altering the ring's design, tensed upon hearing the rumors. He had seen that ring on Severus's finger. If it truly contained the resurrection stone, he shuddered at the thought of what might ensue. Narcissa, carrying a tea tray, regarded her dazed husband curiously. Has the paperwork driven you mad? Lucius shrugged helplessly under her incredulous gaze, then recounted the matter in detail, emphasizing the rumor's origin and potential fallout. Narcissa, far from foolish, recalled her occasional telephone conversations with Cynthia, her expression turning complex. The old manor had gifted Sirius a vault, claiming it was left by Uncle Alphard. Narcissa could not fathom the manor's intentions. Their actions were brazen beyond measure. Lucius knew of his brother-in-law's affairs. The Lord had once tasked him with an investigation. Were it not for Severus's kindness, the ashes of the two would have long since been scattered. Considering the love potions and fertility drugs commissioned by the Lord, Lucius glanced at his wife's angry face and whispered, "Tell me, would a child born of 2 werewolves be a werewolf or a normal wizard?" The Death Eaters fretted over increasing birth rates and resented such childless lovers, especially since Lupin was a schoolteacher enjoying ample benefits. Yet, the couple's reluctance rendered their concerns futile. Upon learning of the rumors, the Lord resolved not to overlook the 2 werewolves, secretly substituting their medication. By now, the lady must be with child, Narcissus said, momentarily stunned before her gossiping nature surfaced. Lucius offered no explanation, his mind clouded with worry. If Dumbledore dared act so boldly now, what might happen when his son began schooling? Within the vast conference hall of the Voldemort estate, the room brimmed with the somber faces of many assembled. Tom sat at the head, fingers tapping the table, his expression cold and formidable. The assembly was predominantly comprised of ancient wizarding families, steeped in magical heritage for millennia, many of whom could trace their lineage back to the Gunter family. Raised on the tales from the tales of Beetle the Bard, they regarded the existence of the 3 Deathly Hallows merely as folklore. Thus, when someone suggested that these artifacts were indeed real, it stirred a sense of intrigue among them. Tom observed the shifting expressions of those present, and his decision not to deny possession of the resurrection stone was a calculated move to gauge the presence of traitors. Fortunately, The number of traitors revealed thus far was fewer than he anticipated, allowing his plans to proceed unhindered. The heads of the Norton and Parkinson families exchanged glances. Seeing that Lucius and his cohort had remained silent, they opted for discretion. Should inquiries arise, they would simply relay the truth, contingent upon whether one dared to venture into Voldemort's manor. Tom let out a derisive chuckle, his eyes filled with disdain. Following his last conversation with Aberforth, he had come to understand Dumbledore's obsession with the resurrection stone, yet he pondered, if it truly had the power to resurrect the dead, would dark wizards willingly allow it to be lost? Admittedly, Tom had once utilized the resurrection stone upon acquiring it. He had lingered for an extended period beside that desolate grave before finally unearthing his mother's remains, ultimately employing the stone. The outcome was as he had wished. In that dreamlike state, he was enveloped in his mother's love, only to awaken from that illusion upon receiving his Hogwarts letter, realizing that it had merely been the stone's seductive lure. From that moment forth, the resurrection stone became nothing more than a symbol of his family's legacy, a vessel for his soul. As the wizards and Muggle scholars exchanged glances, the gathering dispersed after Lord Voldemort's pronouncement. By the time Tom conferred with Lucius and a few key subordinates regarding their next steps, the hour had grown late, nearly 1 in the morning. After a brief wash, he returned to his chamber, his gaze softening as he beheld Severus, who was reclined against the headboard, engrossed in a book. "You're back. Why so late?" "I don't recall a meeting scheduled for today," Severus noted, observing Tom's fatigue. He waved his hand, summoning a house elf to procure a soothing potion. Tom tenderly stroked Severus's sleek black hair, succinctly summarizing the meeting's discussions. "Keep this necklace on you. It contains the latest locator developed by the Research Institute. Usable even within Hogwarts." He added, "Nagini and Helbo also possess one," not wishing Severus to misconstrue his intentions. His decisiveness during the meeting stemmed from the knowledge that no one would dare intrude upon the heavily fortified estate. Severus, being a potion enthusiast with limited combat experience, could manage a solitary opponent, but a collective assault would prove nearly impossible to evade. Even though Helbo could safeguard Severus, he had his own responsibilities and could not remain by Severus's side at all times. Severus asked no further questions, obediently allowing Tom to fasten the necklace around his neck. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they retired to bed. The following day, a call from Gellert arrived. He wished to visit Voldemort's manor to see the beloved Nagini. Severus and Tom had no objections and acquiesced to his request. Nagini, who had not seen her talkative uncle in several months, nodded excitedly, curious about what gifts he might bring. Gellert initially spent time playing with Nagini, coaxing her to embrace a castle model to engage Helbo. As he and Severus chatted amicably for half an hour, he finally broached the subject of the legendary resurrection stone. "Might I have the privilege of gazing upon it?" Gellert inquired, his gaze fixated on Severus's hands as he held his teacup. Severus raised an eyebrow, relieved that they were finally addressing the matter at hand. He was on the verge of dozing off from the idle chatter. Tom did not respond immediately, glancing at Severus for a nod of approval before placing Severus's hand on the table. "Behold, a rather unremarkable black gemstone," he remarked. Tom clearly noted the astonishment in Gellert's eyes, a smirk playing at his lips as he added, "It possesses no special qualities, nor any powers. The rumors are grossly exaggerated." Gellert traced the stone with his fingertip, the object he had sought for years laid bare before him, yet he felt no elation at its revelation. "Dumbledore has long yearned to find the resurrection stone to revive Ariana," Gellert mused, guilt blossoming within him as he recalled the timid, kind-hearted girl. "Initially, my quest for the Deathly Hallows was driven by a desire for immense power, but over time, it has also become a pursuit of redemption." Severus and Tom attentively listened. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of gossip? Alas, one individual was notably absent. Gellert sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from the ring and sighed as he withdrew his hand. "Dumbledore has become quite obsessed in his search for the Hallows. I cannot predict what he might do if you refuse to lend him the resurrection stone for study," he cautioned, his gaze shifting back and forth between Severus and Tom. "The best protection, in my opinion, is destruction. The Hallows should not exist." Gellert spoke with sincerity, though if one overlooked his fervent gaze upon the resurrection stone, they might have found his argument more convincing. Without hesitation, Tom grasped Severus's hand, effectively shielding him from Gellert's covetous stare. "Gellert, it appears you have forgotten something crucial. Your Elder Wand and the invisibility cloak belonging to the Potter family are in Dumbledore's possession," Tom replied, exasperation evident in his expression. "Surely, the first items to be destroyed should be those held by your paramour, as the Elder Wand wields far greater destructive potential than the resurrection stone." Gellert was unfazed by Tom's retort. He sipped his tea, casting a sidelong glance at the lost-in-thought Severus, internally sighing. "I am well aware of his recent actions. I hope you do not underestimate him." He delights in manipulating others to accomplish his desires. I know, he has always operated this way. Philanthropy, favoritism, compassion, these are all Dumbledore's favorite tactics. You cannot deny his contributions to the wizarding world, Tom, Gellert asserted. Yet, compared to a responsible headmaster, he is far more suited to the role of a politician. Tom scoffed, unceremoniously pointing out. Your duel with him catapulted him onto the pedestal of the greatest white wizard of this century, crowned president of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of Wizengamot, and repeatedly proposed for the position of Minister for Magic. His perfection is quite terrifying, wouldn't you agree? And what of you? Aside from acquiring the title of the most powerful dark wizard, a cell in Nurmengard, and a reputation as the century's most generous romantic fool, what else have you gained? Is your 2-month dalliance with him truly so worthy of nostalgia that you would forsake your long-standing followers? Tom's words darkened Gellert's countenance. For the truth can be the most painful. Watching Gellert storm out of the manor in a huff, Severus couldn't suppress a laugh. Is this truly wise? After all, he wields considerable influence in Germany, Severus inquired, concern etched upon his face. Fear not. His recent behavior has left the German contingent quite disillusioned, and they are gradually withdrawing their influence from London, Tom reassured, patting Severus's hand in comfort. They have already chosen the next heir to Grindelwald. Severus blinked. Is Gellert destined to become a lonely old man? Yet with Dumbledore, he shall not be alone. The ensuing days were uneventful, as rumors regarding the resurrection stone were deftly deflected by the eldest son of the Black family, who publicly atoned for his past misdeeds and rejoined his family, thus gently shifting the public's focus. Chapter 173, The Portkaya. On this day, Severus was diligently brewing potions in the laboratory. His financial needs no longer compelling him to sell potions for income, yet he recognized the importance of maintaining his potion-making skills. As he completed the brewing of a potion, a house elf suddenly appeared, conveying an urgent message that someone from the Black family was on the line. Their tone imbued with a sense of urgency, as if a matter of great importance was at hand. Severus, intrigued by the reason behind this direct summons, washed his hands and answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Black? Severus, good day. Regulus. Severus was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and softly inquired, what brings you to call me? It had become a rarity for them to exchange more than polite greetings during holidays or distant hellos when they met. Regulus' initiative to call was indeed unusual. Severus initially suspected that it might have been a misdial by Old Black. After some small talk about the weather, they transitioned to discussing breakfast and then the news, before falling into silence once more. Severus, it's like this. Regulus took a deep breath, preparing to disclose the reason for his call. Severus furrowed his brow in confusion, astonished to hear that Sirius wished to see him, expressing a desire to apologize in person for past grievances. What on earth was happening? Are you serious? Severus asked uncertainly, his expression a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. Could it be that after finding love, Sirius had experienced a maternal awakening, finally feeling remorse for the events of their shared past? After a brief silence on the other end, Regulus let out a long sigh. I have a vague understanding that his actions back then were indeed foolish, he admitted, pausing as if grappling with his words. After spending a Christmas at the old house, he seems to have undergone a transformation. Not only did he persuade our parents to forgive him, but he also lamented the miserable existence he endured in Azkaban, revealing the favoritism he received in the past. However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. It's not wrong for a wayward son to return to the fold, yet his behavior has been quite peculiar. Moreover, with his pregnancy and his identity as a werewolf, our parents have organized their words carefully, attempting to avoid harshness. If I hadn't already established connections within the Black family, they would be eager to compensate Sirius for everything. Severus was taken aback. While favoritism among parents was common, he had never encountered such blatant partiality. If he were to learn that Regulus' marriage was also a product of chaos, he might very well become incensed. So what now? Severus replied softly, awaiting further elaboration. A heavy breath emanated from the other end, revealing Regulus' inner turmoil. Severus did not rush him, patiently waiting for him to continue. Severus, I'm merely relaying a message. He wishes to enter the manor and apologize to you in person. Regulus spoke slowly, his tone tinged with caution regarding Sirius' unusual behavior. I find this quite absurd. He has never been one to easily submit. You must know, Sirius has never apologized to me. Moreover, since his release from Azkaban, Sirius had been residing with Lupin, managing to lower his pride to seek employment and stubbornly refusing to rely on his parents. Yet this did not imply that his obstinate nature had changed. In any case, I wanted to give you a heads up. If my parents inquire, you might want to let Lord Black refuse, Regulus advised. The manor was exceptionally quiet that night, with the house elf quietly repairing the damaged corners of the estate. As Severus took the opportunity to have dinner, He brought up the phone call with Tom, contemplating Regulus' words and deciding to seek Tom's counsel. Tom wrapped his arm around Severus' shoulders as they sat on the sofa, his hand gently rubbing the scar on Severus' shoulder. That man, who nearly turned you into a werewolf, has been out of prison for a while without reaching out to apologize, and now he chooses this moment to contact you. I suspect it's Dumbledore's doing. Tom's gaze darkened. The claws of a werewolf are laced with poison. Even the potions he brews only serve to lessen the scars. Tom had instructed Lucius to ensure that Sirius would inadvertently be bitten by the werewolf, all to let him experience the agony of becoming a wolf. Did he not find the discovery of werewolves fascinating? Wouldn't he transforming into one be even more intriguing? If he were to have a child with a werewolf, his life would become even more colorful. However, Tom kissed Severus' cheek. You need not trouble yourself with these matters. Consider them mere coincidences. Do you wish to see him? Tom's hand began to wander restlessly as the long night stretched on, his thoughts far from sleep. Severus pursed his lips, grasping Tom's hand, reminding him that they were engaged in serious conversation. You may meet him. The manor is safe. With Helbo and the house elf present, no one can harm you, and Dumbledore will ensure that any dangerous items he possesses are confiscated. Tom did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he pressed his lips to Severus. After the kiss, he embraced his breathless lover and said, no one enjoys hearing their partner discuss other men in their presence. Least of all myself. Severus, both exasperated and amused, pushed him playfully. What is there to be jealous about in this matter? Regardless, Severus was curious to see what tricks they were up to and scheduled the meeting for 3 days hence. By the time Harry learned of the situation, Sirius had already returned to the Black House for several days. Harry looked at Lupin with concern. His godfather's sudden departure and the rampant rumors had greatly unsettled him, evident in his weary countenance. Lupin, after a moment of contemplation, cast a privacy charm and leaned closer to Harry, lowering his voice. Harry, something is amiss here. Harry nodded in agreement, sensing that something was indeed off, yet his experiences from a past life offered little assistance in this current reality, preventing him from jumping to conclusions. Did your godfather say anything to you before he left, Remus? Harry raked his fingers through his tousled hair, glancing outside as he quietly inquired. When Sirius returned from the old Black House that Christmas, he appeared quite normal. Subsequently, he had visited a few more times, claiming he would inherit a fortune. Dumbledore had also visited multiple times, inquiring about Harry. Lupin did not withhold any information, but hesitated to add, he was in tears before returning to the Black House. Dumbledore had visited him as well. It was clear to him that Sirius' abnormal behavior was somehow linked to Dumbledore. Yet he had no evidence to support his suspicion and lacked anyone to discuss this with. Looking at Harry's youthful face, Lupin realized he had lost his mind, expecting a 10-year-old child to provide him with advice. Never mind, Harry, you should return home. This is not something you can involve yourself in. Lupin sighed deeply, urging him to leave the teacher's quarters. Having experienced the resurrection stone in his previous life, Harry felt little curiosity toward it now. The stone, surrounded by mystical tales, reminded him of Dumbledore's obsession with it, and as it resided in Voldemort's manor, he felt an ominous premonition. Remus, we must meet with my godfather. Harry clenched his fist. He despised being just a primary school student at this moment, wishing he could apparate to see his godfather. Lupin considered the possibility, believing it was worth a try, given that Sirius cared deeply for Harry. However, plans often changed swiftly, just as they prepared to stake out the old house. Sirius had already stepped into the fireplace en route to Voldemort's manor. The manor was lavish, leading Sirius to briefly believe he had returned to the Black Estate. After a meticulous search by Dumbledore, the two were finally permitted entry. Sirius, I hope you come with sincerity and do not resort to any tricks. If you provoke Lord Voldemort, the Black family may not be able to protect you, Regulus solemnly warned just before entering the garden. Sirius gazed at the face that bore a striking resemblance to his own, yet exuded an air of vitality, stirring a dull ache within him. Regulus, he murmured, his lips forming a whisper before his eyes fell into a tranquil silence. I understand. Regulus, walking ahead, remained unaware of the change in Sirius. Had he noticed, he would likely have left immediately with his company. In the garden, a riot of blossoms flourished, as a few diminutive goblins timidly peeked out, evading the strikes of Nagini. Nearby, Helbo sat not far from Severus, his eyes transformed back into serpent-like slits, fixated upon the two newcomers. Regulus approached unhurriedly, offering a courteous salute to Severus. Mr. Snape, Sirius Black sends you his regards. While casually addressing one another by their first names was inconsequential in private, they maintained a tacit agreement to remain distant in public. Severus inclined his head slightly, his gaze shifting to Sirius, who lingered behind. Perhaps it was the trials within Azkaban and the harsh lessons of society that had rendered his once cynical demeanor absent. Or perhaps it was merely a compromise with the realities of life. In any case, Sirius had undergone a profound transformation since his student days, yet he remained strikingly handsome. Sirius, observing Severus from his elevated position, cast a cold glance in his direction, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Forgive me, Mr. Snape. In my youth, I was thoughtless and caused you much pain. I now realize my mistakes and implore your forgiveness." With his head bowed, Sirius felt a tumult of regret. Though the most grievous incident from their past had been resolved, it had left a lingering bitterness within him. Severus tapped his fingers rhythmically upon the table. Surely, this apology felt rather too simplistic. Did he truly expect to be forgiven so easily? Regulus, surprised by the inadequacy of Sirius's apology, questioned the sincerity behind it. Sirius seemed to sense their silent critiques and produced a gilded box, presenting it to Severus with care. "I hear you have an affinity for fine wine. This is a bottle of exquisite 1966 vintage, procured at great expense. Please indulge." A flicker of remorse crossed Sirius's lips as a glint of mischief danced in his eyes. Severus waved dismissively, and the house elf took the box, vanishing only to return moments later with 2 elegantly crafted goblets filled with red wine. "Given your thoughtfulness, let us share a glass," Severus remarked nonchalantly. The house elf had tested the wine for poison. Should it have passed, it was deemed safe for consumption. Sirius downed the wine with ease, momentarily lost in thought. Observing this, Severus took a small sip himself. To him, both old and new wines bore an indistinguishable taste. "In addition to the wine, I have brought another token, Mr. Snape." Sirius retrieved a small black box, deftly evading the house elf's approach, and leaned closer to Severus. "This is the key to Gringotts. Within it lies 100,000 galleons as compensation for my youthful indiscretions. I sincerely apologize for my past transgressions." This acknowledgement of guilt bore a more earnest tone, yet it remained peculiar that the Black family would relinquish such a sum to Sirius. Severus cast a glance at Regulus, who remained a silent observer, and offered a non-committal acknowledgement. Unexpectedly, Sirius broke into an odd smile, opening the box to reveal a key fashioned into a necklace. Before anyone could react, he seized Severus's hand, forcing the key into it. In an instant, both men vanished in a flurry. Helbo, standing beside Severus, could only grasp at the hem of his cloak, watching helplessly as they disappeared before his eyes. "That little black, you best pray Severus is unharmed." Helbo realized the gravity of the situation, swiftly contacting Tom through the two-way mirror. In this moment, the mirror proved swifter than any telephone. Regulus froze, his hands suspended in midair. He had intended to save Severus, but alas, it was too late. Hearing Helbo's furious voice, he swallowed hard, praying that Sirius still possessed enough sense to avoid leading the entire Black family to ruin. "What? A portkaya? Quickly, pinpoint Severus's location." Severus was equipped with protective charms against dark magic, and Tom inhaled deeply, reminding himself to remain calm. The Muggle scholar observed multiple bright spots on the device indicating various locations, including London and Scotland. He expanded the search radius, and after a series of flickers, the signal settled in a region of Germany before shifting to Austria. "My lord," the Muggle scholar stammered, trembling under Tom's scrutiny, internally cursing the audacity of the one who dared to abduct the Dark Lord's consort. Tom regarded the names flashing in the locator with a chilling smile. "Excellent. No wonder we received that warning days ago. It seems he is indeed an insider." He instructed, "Keep monitoring. If the location shifts, have the Parkinson Patriarch contact me." Tom's fury simmered just beneath the surface as he directed his ire toward the wizards, commanding them to summon the Elder Blacks to witness the consequences of their son's reckless actions. As for Regulus, once Severus was found, they would all be held accountable. Consequently, the Elder Blacks were brought to the estate, en route learning from the gloating Norton Patriarch of Sirius's transgressions. During the journey, Walburga fainted several times from the stress. But fortunately, Olympe had prepared potions. Otherwise, she might have required a trip to St. Mungo's. "My lord, allow me to explain." Sirius was undoubtedly misled by that old fox Dumbledore into committing this grave mistake, Walburga lamented, her disheveled hair and ashen complexion lending credence to her despair. Anyone witnessing the elderly woman's woeful cries would find it hard to look away. "Enough," Tom interjected sharply, his smile devoid of warmth. "You would do well to pray that Severus is unharmed, or else." Tom recognized Dumbledore's objective was the resurrection stone. Yet he had not anticipated such a direct approach to abduct someone. Despite being well prepared, he had miscalculated. Leaning against Olympe, Walburga wept bitterly, realizing her momentary weakness had precipitated this catastrophe. Chapter 174, Location. Before Severus could fully comprehend the situation, the portkaya had whisked him into the air, linking multiple locations rather than just one. A multitude of unfamiliar scenes flashed before him. the rapid transitions rendering him dizzy and nauseous. Fortunately, it soon came to a halt. Upon landing, Severus disregarded the throbbing pain in his head and ankle, drawing his wand to unleash a piercing curse upon the swaying figure beside him. Sirius curled defensively, transitioning from confusion to agony. "Snape, stop, please," he stammered as he fumbled to retrieve his wand, only to have it knocked from his grasp. "Where are we? What is your purpose in bringing me here?" Severus picked up the wand at his feet, binding Sirius with a binding curse. Seeing him still struggle, Severus added a further binding spell for good measure. Sirius gasped for breath, his handsome face contorted in pain from the previous curse. "Clearly, I simply cannot abide your presence," he spat through gritted teeth. Severus rolled his eyes, turning away to focus on conjuring a portkaya, but after several failed attempts, he retrieved the original portkaya, which yielded no response. "Do not waste your efforts. The enchantments here are far more intricate than you can imagine," Sirius coughed, trying to gain Severus's attention. "You possess the resurrection stone, do you not? The object capable of bringing the dead back to life. And what of it?" Severus retorted, placing his wand back at his waist, gesturing with Sirius's wand. "I have been told it may allow for the resurrection of James and Lily." Sirius observed the profound change in Severus's expression and chuckled softly, aware that this might be naive. Yet he contemplated the possibility that, should he succeed in his research during his lifetime, a reunion with them was not entirely out of the question. "But have you ever pondered whether those who have departed can truly return through nefarious means? Are they still the same?" Severus pressed his lips together and added, "Did you never question the circumstances of their demise? The invisibility cloak is not in my possession." At this, Sirius fell silent, momentarily taken aback. How could he not harbor doubts? He simply wished to cling to his solitary hope, and what recourse did Dumbledore have against such a cunning adversary? Noticing Sirius's quietude, Severus cautiously surveyed their dim surroundings, soon discovering a graveyard not far off, its eerie ambience steeped in silence. He glanced down at Sirius, tightening his grip on his wand, the unsettling sensation of being watched intensifying. "Someone is approaching," Sirius suddenly exclaimed. Severus squinted, straining to pierce the gloom and discern the newcomer. Though he could not make out the person's face, he noted their tall stature and the absence of a wand in their clasped hands. As they drew closer, Severus realized with a mix of apprehension and familiarity that it was none other than Gellert, whom he had encountered not long ago. He gripped his wand tighter, uncertain whether this figure was genuine or an impostor, friend or foe. "Ah, Severus, we meet again," Gellert greeted him with a smile. With a snap of his fingers, a house elf appeared, whisking away the bound Sirius. "The scenery here is quite lovely. Would you care to accompany me for a tour? Even if you are hesitant, I fear it may already be too late." Gellert's tone was amiable, as if inquiring about today's repast. Severus understood he could not outwit the cunning Gellert and recognized the wisdom in yielding to the circumstances. He followed obediently behind, silently praying for Tom to find him soon. Unbeknownst to him, however, his locator had malfunctioned, and he was now positioned in Austria. As they passed the graveyard, Severus spotted the names James and Lily inscribed on a gravestone, alongside an unexpected name, Ariana. The stars twinkled faintly overhead, and the village's golden street lamps illuminated passing wizards. Laughter and merriment echoing from the alleys. They did not venture into the side streets, but instead moved in the opposite direction, in a place hidden from Gellert's view. Severus tightened his grip on Sirius's wand, contemplating a disillusionment charm to escape. "If I were you, I would refrain from attempting such a foolish exit," Gellert remarked without turning around, having anticipated his thoughts. "With the suppression of house elf magic, you shall find no escape." Severus bit his lip, stubbornly trying several times to no avail. Gellert chuckled softly, glancing back at him. "Believe me, this invitation was not made lightly. We have no intention of causing you harm." Severus felt a surge of contempt, wishing he could spit in Gellert's face. Was it truly a matter of necessity, or was he simply entranced by an old flame? Nevertheless, he quelled his dangerous thoughts and focused on the darkened edge of the village. Their journey continued in silence until they turned a corner after passing several abandoned buildings and entered a doorway, traversing a garden dotted with a few blooming flowers, where Gellert finally halted. "Welcome to Godric's Hollow," he announced abruptly. "If you have any means to contact Tom, now would be the time to utilize it." Severus found the suggestion amusing. If he were truly soft-hearted, he would have sent him back by now. Yet he regretted not having brought the two-way mirror. As outdated as it may be, it could prove useful in emergencies like this. "Let us see what preparations you've made," Severus retorted coolly, casting a disdainful glance at Gellert. Gellert, aware that his approach was less than ideal, shrugged and stepped inside, where, unsurprisingly, Dumbledore awaited. He had anticipated Severus' arrival and had already set 3 cups on the table. "You've outdone yourself, Gellert," Dumbledore said with a warm smile, though he remained rooted in place. Gellert routinely donned his outer garment and took a seat beside him. "Young man, do not be impatient. Sit down and enjoy a cup of tea," Dumbledore said kindly, ignoring Severus's indifferent demeanor as he poured a cup. Severus regarded Dumbledore, who seemed to command the castle like a master, and reflected on Tom's words. Indeed, Gellert was a hopeless romantic. "Pray tell, what is the purpose of your visit?" Severus scoffed, feigning ignorance. Dumbledore did not rush to respond. He savored a sip of sweet mead, tapping his fingers against the cup. "You have gone to great lengths to summon me, even opposing Tom and dragging the Black family into this," he remarked. Severus struggled to comprehend why such a pursuit for a resurrection stone was worth it. Dumbledore's complex blue gaze scrutinized Severus. The young man possessed many of the things he desired, but only those who lacked appreciation would fail to cherish them. "Let me be direct. Will you hand over the item?" Dumbledore sighed, his attention fixed on the teacup before him. "The 3 Deathly Hallows have been located. Only the last one remains." Severus shook his head at this assertion. It was not solely his decision. "Tom gifted me the ring long ago, which bears a curse that cannot be removed." Noticing Dumbledore's silence, he added slowly, indirectly explaining Tom's refusal and clarifying that the resurrection stone's function was not as he had envisioned. After all, Severus, as the bearer, had not caused any stir with the stone over the years. "The curse affects the soul," Gellert suddenly interjected. Severus's brow twitched. What did he mean by that? Did he intend for Severus to kill himself? Had he not suffered enough after years of life, filled with family and love? Yet, why not hand over the Elder Wand and the invisibility cloak? Severus coughed, countering the duo's inquiries. He possessed the resurrection stone, and the Elder Wand and invisibility cloak would serve him no purpose. Why not combine their efforts to conclude this matter? Dumbledore appeared slightly swayed by Severus's words, but quickly reined in his emotions, exchanging a glance with Gellert. Spells cast by a wizard can be undone by those more powerful. While Tom's curse is one that clings to your soul, Gellert explained, taking a sip of tea. If you were to fall into a state of fake death, the curse would be significantly easier to break. Relieved that he was not being threatened with death, Severus was nonetheless perplexed by the notion of feigning death. Why not simply state this at the manor? Did they intend to seize the resurrection stone outright? But the ring of the resurrection stone was a family heirloom of Tom's. "I merely wish to atone for my past mistakes. Severus, you are aware of Ariana's situation, correct?" Dumbledore spoke, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, his expression sorrowful. "The events of that day are shrouded in ambiguity. I only wish to apologize to Ariana in person. Moreover, you harbor no obsessions. Those who once possessed the Hallows were driven by deep-seated desires." Severus raised an eyebrow, unable to resist touching the wand at his waist. Dumbledore continued, seemingly unloading decades of pent-up emotion. When Dumbledore finally drained the last of his mead, he ceased his monologue. Gellert gently patted Dumbledore's hand, his gaze fixed intently on the ring upon Severus's finger, specifically the black resurrection stone. "We have concocted a potion for feigned death based on your circumstances," declared Gellert. Meanwhile, on the other side, the wizards, frantic in their search for the madman at the location indicated by the tracker, were filled with trepidation. The last time they had searched like this was in the snowy mountains, yet this time, they were acutely aware that the one missing was the Dark Lord's lady. And the expression on Lord Voldemort's face grew increasingly stormy. In the vicinity of the Neumann Castle in Austria, Tom was on high alert, flanked by Lucius, Dolohov, and Bella, determined to storm the castle. Unable to contact Gellert, and recalling the peculiar words from days prior, combined with the tracker's indication, he had traced his way here. "Are you certain this is the location where the tracker last pointed?" Tom inquired solemnly of the Muggle researcher beside him. "Yes, my lord, I am quite certain," the Muggle researcher affirmed vigorously, pointing at the green dot on the screen. "You see, even with a feeble signal, the tracker can still pinpoint the location." Tom raised his hand, prompting the Muggle researcher to fall silent. "Prepare the artillery," he commanded, and the wizarding contingent aimed their weapons at the castle. Certain advanced weapons required Muggle operation, so the Muggle soldiers followed the wizard's lead, directing their weapons towards the castle. Lucius, peering through binoculars, observed the castle gates swing wide open, revealing an elderly figure. Hesitantly, he passed the binoculars to the Lord. "My lord, something feels amiss," Lucius cautioned. Casting a wary glance at Bella and the others, they opened the gates willingly, seemingly unafraid of our assault. "Do you think?" Tom furrowed his brow and took a look through the binoculars, noticing the old steward and that Karma were gazing in their direction. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand. With a series of deafening roars, the castle tower atop the snowy mountain was struck down, and a significant portion of the castle vanished from view in a cacophony of destruction. Karma, aghast at the falling debris, wondered whose magic was potent enough to breach the castle's defenses. Had Lucius known his thoughts, He would have informed him that the Lord had spent years studying magical energy and devices such as televisions. It was hardly surprising he could forge magical weaponry. Fortunately, they had demolished the untracked half of the castle, yet the profound disturbance did not cause the green dot on the screen to budge, which seemed rather peculiar. Lucius, you stay here. Bella and Dolohov, accompany me to investigate further. If Severus is indeed inside the castle, I would not hesitate to charge in with the 50 or so men behind me for a swift reckoning. Yes, my lord, Lucius replied with a slight nod. As Tom approached the castle's entrance, Karma greeted him with a face full of fury. Do you have any idea how much time it takes to repair a castle? Particularly one that has suffered such extensive damage. Yet before Karma could finish his tirade, he found a wand pressed against his chest. Tell me, where have you imprisoned her? Tom's expression was stern, as if he could unleash an Avada Kedavra at any moment. What? Imprison whom? Karma stammered, his face frozen in disbelief. Perplexed by the sudden hostility, Tom maintained an impassive stare before tossing the wand to Dolohov. Interrogate him thoroughly. Let him ponder who he has imprisoned, Tom ordered, then paused as he noticed Bella's eager expression. Bella, you and I shall enter the castle. Dolohov swiftly seized Karma's wand, binding him to the entrance. It had been a while since he had interrogated a prisoner. Do not come any closer. I am of the Karma family. Ask me anything. I don't know truly. I only arrived at the castle today. Outside, screams echoed, while the interior of the castle remained eerily silent. Had it not been for the elderly steward standing at the staircase entrance, Tom might have thought the place deserted. My beloved has been abducted and is held captive within this castle, Tom coldly stated, fixing his gaze on the steward. To his surprise, the steward sighed and extended a trembling hand, revealing a pea-sized tracker within. He is not here, my lord. You have come to the wrong place. Chapter 175, Transition 1. In a remote, dilapidated old mansion in Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore, Gellert, and Severus sat at the table, none daring to break the silence first. Gellert remained oblivious to the ambush, or perhaps didn't he care, yet he had underestimated Karma's venture to the castle, resulting in his old friend's torment. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive until Severus could no longer contain himself. What of the person who accompanied me? How fares he? He diverted the topic. Noticing the broken clock on the wall indicated 3 in the afternoon. It had only been an hour since the abduction from Voldemort's estate. He should be fine. The house elf will look after him, Gellert answered patiently. Dumbledore, sipping honeyed mead, nodded in agreement. We have prepared a potion for him. Both had made prior arrangements for Sirius. Yet the individual before them warranted their attention, for the resurrection stone was in his possession. Have you made your decision? Will you drink it yourself? Or shall we administer it to you? Gellert tapped the glass vial containing the potion, his gaze fixed intently on Severus. I will not drink that potion. Who knows what side effects it may have, unless Tom agrees to remain by my side, Severus replied, licking his dry lips. He did not immediately dismiss the notion, his suspicious gaze shifting between the two men. He wondered if Tom had discovered his whereabouts. He could not possibly confront the two cunning foxes alone, and after all, he was a rather fragile wizard. Gellert shifted his fingers, a glimmer of exasperation flashing in his eyes. It was precisely because the potion for feigned death had side effects that the user would awaken in a weakened state, the duration of which could range from months to years. After all, every potion bore consequences, and Severus, having spent so much time at the estate, could afford to be somewhat weakened. Otherwise, should he truly perish, a new wave of conflict would ignite within the magical realm. The wizarding population could hardly withstand such turmoil, and his subordinates had their own agendas. The tension between Severus and Gellert escalated, the atmosphere thickening with anxiety. Dumbledore continued to sip his honeyed mead, appearing somewhat intoxicated. His cheeks flushed with 2 patches of red. People often fail to cherish what they have in their youth, only to regret it when they grow old, Gellert mused. Severus paused, perplexed by Gellert's words, tightening his grip around his waist. What exactly are you trying to say? Severus asked, brow furrowed and expression cold. Are you reminiscing about your 2-month romance in Godric's Hollow? This remark struck a nerve with both men. Yet, Severus guessed that they were wary of Tom and dared not act too aggressively. With no means of escape, they could only spar verbally. Gellert had grown immune to such taunts. Whether from Karma or Tom, he had long since ceased to feel anger. What I mean to convey is that I shall not engage in actions that I may regret, Gellert stated, rising to his feet, his wand pointed directly at Severus. Sleep now. Ever vigilant, Severus sidestepped, drawing his wand to retaliate. Sleep now. Flames ablaze. Bind swiftly. Armor up. The two engaged in a fierce duel. Spells of every hue soaring through the room. Gellert, like a playful cat, nimbly evaded Severus's spells, wearing a nonchalant smile on his face. The disparity in their abilities was stark, yet their exchange appeared to be a formidable contest. Out of the corner of his eye, Severus noticed that Dumbledore remained squinting, seemingly intoxicated to the point of unconsciousness. In this fleeting moment of distraction, he nearly fell victim to a spell. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, he levitated a nearby sofa and hurled it towards Gellert. "You might as well drink the potion, Mr. Snape." Gellert effortlessly split the sofa in two with a spell and sent it back, tilting his head slightly. "Surely, you do not wish to endure some torment only to be forced to swallow it, do you?" Gellert attempted to reason with him, but was met with a gust of wind that left a long gash on his left cheek. As he touched the wound and saw the crimson on his hand, he was momentarily taken aback. "What kind of spell is this?" Gellert inquired with curiosity, for it had been many years since a wizard had managed to harm him. Even in his duel with Dumbledore, it was due to love and a balance of power that he had been defeated. "Why should I divulge that to you?" Severus scoffed, launching a series of silent spells at Gellert. Sensing the impending danger, Gellert swiftly dodged the incoming spells, leaving behind several holes in the lamp post not far from him. "Silent spells?" he remarked with interest. "Did you invent them yourself? What a pity. Had you been born 20 years earlier, you might have been able to join me in studying dark magic." Severus remained non-committal. The original owner would have been quite exhilarated, but he was not the original owner. As Gellert closed in, Severus edged towards the window, contemplating the feasibility of an escape. However, Gellert provided him no time for thought, unleashing a barrage of spells that caused the already dilapidated house to be riddled with holes. At that moment, Dumbledore rose, still clutching his mead. "You are quite impressive, Severus," he said, slightly inebriated, "but alas, you cannot escape." Dumbledore finally ceased pretending to be drunk, discarding his cup and brushing off his robes, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Severus. "Even if you cannot escape, I intend to cause you some trouble." Severus's palms were slick with sweat as he gripped his wand. Facing two powerful wizards was significantly more challenging than contending with just one. Moreover, Gellert was holding back, not exerting his full strength. Yet, what did that matter? Dumbledore continued to speak unperturbed, signaling Gellert with a playful glance as he slowly approached Severus. "Do you truly believe we would hesitate to take action against you?" He smiled benevolently, gesturing in the air, casting a spell akin to the binding curse. Iron chains shot towards Severus, firmly ensnaring his legs. Severus uttered a spell against the chains, which shattered into fragments that scattered across the floor. He gazed intently at Dumbledore, as if questioning whether this was all he could muster. Dumbledore chuckled nonchalantly, flicking his wrist, causing the broken chains to sprout into numerous others, once again lunging towards Severus. This time, he faced not just one but a multitude of chains. Despite his swift evasions, the sheer volume of spells ensnared his limbs. "Dumbledore, do you truly wish to make an enemy of Tom, of the entire wizarding world?" Severus struggled to sever the chains with a spell, but to no avail. Dumbledore executed his silent spells with remarkable precision, applying a force to relax Severus's restraints and levitating him into the air. As he passed by Gellert, Dumbledore's eyes flickered. "Gellert, let us retreat to the basement. We cannot afford to falter at this critical juncture." Gellert crossed his arms, glancing at Severus, who was floating helplessly and could only glare at them with fury, silently following along. Despite the old caretaker's earnest pleas, Tom ordered his subordinates to turn the castle upside down. The tortured Karma grimaced in pain as he trailed behind them. Wary of the documents in the study being seen by outsiders, he truly worried for Gellert. The locator in the caretaker's hand was reduced to dust by Tom, who stepped outside the castle, inhaling deeply the cold air of the snowy mountains. "Mr. Karma, you cannot place the blame on me," Tom sneered. "My beloved has been conspired against by that wretched duo, Gellert and Dumbledore. You must understand the stakes." Karma swallowed the potion tossed to him by Lucius. Grateful that the caretaker's instructions were swift, he had only endured 2 agonizing experiences. "Mr. Slytherin, I was unaware of this matter. Gellert never mentioned it to me." Karma's face turned ashen as he bowed his head, gazing at the documents he had retrieved from the study, sighing deeply. He merely stated that once he completed this final task, he would return to Germany and cease involvement with that man. Tom was disinterested in his excuses, turning to nod at the Muggle scholar, instructing him to deploy the preset explosives. With several explosive bursts, under the gaze of over 50 pairs of eyes, the crumbling castle vanished, leaving behind a massive crater on the mountainside. The wizards had already cast silencing and barrier spells before detonating the explosives, and the townsfolk below remained unaffected, continuing their daily activities of shopping and drinking. Karma did not find Tom's actions particularly excessive. After all, someone had once burned half a city with cursed fire, which he considered a mere trifling matter. "Now tell me, where is Gellert?" Tom coldly demanded, his gaze fixed upon Karma. This man, acquainted with Gellert for nearly a century, was one of his closest confidants. Karma's expression darkened. Gellert had dug himself quite a hole this time. He genuinely did not know his whereabouts. But surely he was with Dumbledore. Have you searched Hogwarts? Or Hogsmeade? Karma swallowed hard, adding under Tom's incredulous gaze, they met in Godric's Hollow. Perhaps they are there. Then you shall accompany us to investigate, Mr. Karma. Tom prodded Karma's neck with the tip of his wand, vanishing with him in a flash of apparition. Lucius instructed the head of the Parkinson family to remain behind and clean up the aftermath, while he and Bella, along with others, operated towards Godric's Hollow. Meanwhile, a restless Harry and Draco concluded their call, turning gravely toward Lupin. Many wizards are searching for Snape. Harry paused, pressing his lips together before continuing. Sirius abducted him from Voldemort's manor to obtain the resurrection stone. Did he not share anything with you before he left? He is in great danger, if Snape remains unharmed. That is well and good, but if something were to happen, I would certainly know. He must be attempting to revive my parents. But Remus, please, stop going in circles. My head is throbbing. If the resurrection stone truly had the power to bring people back to life, Harry would not hesitate to intervene. Perhaps even strive to seize it for himself. However, his past experiences informed him that the stone lacked such abilities and was not worth the risk Sirius was taking. Lupin remained silent, ceasing his restless pacing to sit beside Harry. After Sirius left, while I was tidying his desk, I found a torn piece of parchment, Lupin said, furrowing his brow as he produced a crumpled, palm-sized paper from his pocket. But I cannot decipher it. It seems to contain Sirius's musings. Harry eagerly took the letter. Noticing the words, Raven, Thorns, Lilies, Ariana, his pupils dilated as he realized, Ariana is not the name of Dumbledore's sister? Perhaps he understood why Sirius would directly go to the manor to abduct someone. It must have been because Dumbledore had done something. Remus, you mentioned before that Sirius was acting strangely. Could he have fallen victim to the soul-binding curse? Godfather had promised to live well. Yet now he suddenly reneged without any warning. Harry, recalling Dumbledore's penchant for extracting memories with the Dementor's kiss in his previous life, could not help but speculate. How could it be? Dumbledore was the greatest white wizard of the century. What purpose would he have for the resurrection stone? Moreover, he sent Sirius to retrieve it. Lupin reacted vehemently. Both he and Sirius were about to register at the Ministry of Magic, so how could such a thing occur? And besides, your godfather is pregnant. He covered his face and wept, utterly oblivious to the sudden widening of Harry's eyes. Remus, don't despair just yet. I know where the godfather is. We shall rescue him. Harry patted Lupin's arm solemnly. Before that, you must give me a wand. Lupin silently produced a second-hand wand, originally purchased for Sirius upon his release from Azkaban. Harry caressed the long-absent wand, casting several protective armors and other spells to test its feel, then nodded at the astonished Lupin. Remus, the godfather must be in Godric's Hollow. We must hurry. Perhaps we can save him. I know you want to ask, but I will explain when we return. Harry ruffled his disheveled hair. Was he about to lose his godfather once more? Seeing Harry's sorrowful expression, Lupin nodded firmly, then grasped my hand tightly. Harry complied, and the two vanished from sight. Godric's Hollow was shrouded in mist today. Even the strongest lights illuminated scarcely a meter ahead. Tom strode hurriedly through the cemetery, noting several graves where the earth had clearly been recently disturbed. If Severus suffers harm, I wouldn't mind that you accompany him in death, Tom said icily. Karma coughed lightly, surrounded by eerie tombstones. He had resorted to using his wand to hollow out the ground and lie within. I am unaware of these matters, Mr. Slytherin. My primary duties lie in Germany. This region is not under my jurisdiction. Karma replied quickly, still eager to live. Tom cast him a glance and proceeded in the direction of Dumbledore's old residence as he recalled it. Time had passed, and all had changed. The century-old building lay in ruin, though the sporadic flowers in the garden attested to some care. Dumbledore. Chapter 176, Removing the Ring. It was now 3:30 in the afternoon, an hour and a half since Severus was taken. In the basement, Dumbledore felt the protective spell trigger. He nodded to Gert, raised his wand, and aimed at Severus's finger. Drink the potion, it will ease your suffering. Extracting something from a soul is excruciating. Gert clamped Severus's mouth shut and forced the potion down his throat. Severus, powerless as a fish awaiting slaughter, glared furiously at the two men. But to no avail, the potion slid down his throat. He had not prepared for this. Once free, he vowed to unleash his fury upon them all. Was it not better to enjoy a twilight romance than to be cursed so? Severus's inner complaints were unheard. His head grew heavy, and after trembling eyelashes, he succumbed to sleep. Gert cast a spell to examine his body. When a gray light emerged, he glanced sideways at Dumbledore. He is in a cataleptic state. You may begin. Without a word, Dumbledore touched the black stone, gripped his wand tightly, and began incanting. The wand emitted a dizzying radiance. Behind his spectacles, Dumbledore's sapphire eyes shone with fervent excitement and fanaticism. His chanting grew swifter. Severus' body levitated, glowing faintly blue. Gert carefully dripped potion onto the ringed finger, meticulously using the dozen or so bottles of potion in sequence and measured doses. Severus, in his death-like state, trembled as if enduring unbearable pain, his brows furrowing slightly. A plume of black smoke billowed from the ring, which seemed unable to withstand the external force, and finally slipped from Severus' finger. Dumbledore held the ring motionless, staring intently at the black stone, licking his dry lips. Gert, I have at last, finally obtained the resurrection stone. He gazed captivated. The stone he had sought his entire life now in his possession. Gert's face remained calm. If Dumbledore successfully summoned the spirits, even if the outcome mirrored that of the three brothers in the tale of the three brothers, as long as they could atone for their transgressions, it would be worthwhile. I have repented for decades. Ariana's death is my fault. Had it not been for me, she would still be alive, Dumbledore whispered, tears welling. He removed the resurrection stone from the ring and spun it 3 times in his hand. Before Gert's doubtful eyes, several ghostly white figures appeared beside Dumbledore, ascending heavenward, each bearing a benevolent smile. Among them, Gert recognized a familiar face, a golden-haired little girl, Ariana, still clad in the garments she wore at death, blooming in youth, walking lightly toward Dumbledore. Yet Gert soon sensed something amiss. Dumbledore was pointing his wand at his own throat. When Tom led his men inside, they found no one but signs of magical combat. Helbo squeezed through the crowd with Nagini, her serpent tongue flicking in the air, sniffing. Severus had spent considerable time here. The scent was strongest near the sofa. Helbo's snake eyes scanned the surroundings, finally focusing on a mural where the scent vanished. Tom seized Karma and thrust him before the mural, his crimson eyes brewing a storm. Open the mural and enter, he said flatly. Karma frowned, torn between flight and submission. But survival prevailed. Besides, he was curious about Gert's true intentions. The secret passage was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 abreast. As security personnel, Dolohov naturally led, followed by Tom, Lucius, and others. Nearly 2 hours had passed since Severus' abduction. Tom regretted not marking Severus with a small serpent, which would have allowed him to track his location. Tom observed the lit sconces on the walls, determined to reduce the place to rubble. Expecting peril, they instead encountered only ordinary defensive and offensive spells. Not even house elves emerged to obstruct them. The group proceeded smoothly to the passage's end, where, after considerable effort, they used their wands to pry open a heavy iron door. Suppressing his anger, Tom blasted the door open with a reinforced exploding curse, revealing a dim room filled with bottles and jars. Empty potion bottles lay scattered, interspersed with broken ceramic fragments. Apart from the black-haired youth lying on an iron bed, life or death unknown, no one else was present. Tom's eyes blazed with fury as he rushed over and cradled Severus. Had it not been for the faint breath, he would have presumed him dead. Severus, wake up. Tom poured the potions he brought into Severus' mouth, anxiously casting detection spells to check his condition. The reactive glow reassured him somewhat. On the way, Tom had heard from Karma about Gert's recent research and guessed the purpose of the death-like potion, to remove the ring and obtain the resurrection stone. However, those incantations are aimed at the soul. While the potion of apparent death may deceive the past, the severance will still exert an influence upon the soul. Should Severus's essence suffer grave harm, he may remain in a state of perpetual unconsciousness. Has Isidore arrived? Tom inquired with unmasked ire, directing his question toward Lucius, who had been shadowing him. Lucius nodded, having informed him prior to their arrival here. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Severus's pale visage, silently praying for his safety, for the magical realm could scarcely endure further turmoil. Notify the Ministry of Magic, the Global Corporation, and the personnel from Hogwarts. Since Dumbledore dares to act in such a manner, he must be prepared for retaliation. Seal the Flu Network and have the Aurors lead the charge in apprehending them. Furthermore, transfer all items into the manor, including the vials on the ground. Make sure to catalog everything, and have them sent to the estate, Tom coldly commanded, carefully cradling Severus as he exited the secret passage. Apparition was not feasible here. He needed to reach the house. Lucius wiped the cold sweat from his brow, lamenting that the fears he harbored had indeed come to fruition. Bella escorted the two away, while Lucius remained behind to supervise. As for Isidore, he was instructed to redirect his course to the manor. The remaining subordinates were not idle, continuing their search in the basement, with Karma laboring under duress. Helbo, stationed by the mural, observed the unconscious yet unharmed Severus, letting out a silent sigh of relief. As a contractee, Helbo could vaguely sense Severus's life status. Otherwise, Tom would not have maintained his composure while searching for him. Tom, Severus will be all right, Helbo murmured, lightly touching Severus's perspiring forehead. Indeed, Tom replied, his expression still inscrutable, though the tension in his furrowed brow eased slightly. Helbo recognized Tom's current distress and, seizing Nagini, who sought to approach Severus, exited, following Tom as they dissipated away. Bella remained vigilant before the mural, fervently wishing for the man's swift recovery. After all, she relished her role as the current chairwoman of the Women's Federation, and a war would shatter her tranquil existence. The group searching in the secret passage soon made a discovery. Dolohov, drawn by the sound, approached and found a man curled up unconscious in a small alcove. He quickly levitated the unconscious Sirius into the chamber, his expression complex, though to the untrained eye, his contorted visage revealed little. We have located the abductors of Mr. Snape. Dolohov spoke in a low tone. Lucius, witnessing Dumbledore and his companion depart without taking him, inexplicably felt a pang of sorrow for the man. Take him back to the manor and confine him in the dungeon. Let him share a cell with Regulus while we await the Lord's decision, Lucius sighed, hoping Regulus would grasp his intent. Harry and Remus, who had been trailing behind, could only watch helplessly as the group departed. Remus, we cannot act impulsively, Harry cautioned. His eyes ablaze with fervor, yet he firmly restrained Remus's hand as he reached for his wand. If we rush out now to rescue him, it will only solidify the narrative that Sirius conspired to abduct Snape. I understand, Harry, I understand. Remus did not contest Harry's assertion. The truth was evident. He longed to save Sirius, yet a reckless charge would only hasten Sirius's demise. Why did that old madman Dumbledore not take him, leaving a pregnant man to face the ruthless Death Eaters? Harry, I cannot bear to watch as Sirius is taken away. Look, there are Aurors arriving. We could seize the opportunity to rescue him. He is pregnant. He should not be treated this way. Remus lamented as he observed Sirius being dragged along, his head bobbing unsteadily as it collided with branches and low walls, a pitiful sight marred by bruises. Harry stiffened at the resemblance of the scene, recalling past tragedies. I fear it may not be possible, he murmured, pursing his lips as he pulled Remus toward a narrow door on the other side of the graveyard. They are conversing quite amiably. We cannot prevail against them. The grim reality weighed heavily upon them, and Remus's gentle gaze was filled with sorrow. Wait here in the church. I will speak with Draco's father, Harry suggested, shrugging off any concerns. They will not harm a young wizard. No, Harry. That is too perilous, Remus stammered. Though eager to rescue Sirius, the notion of sending Harry, a mere child, into danger unsettled him. Harry said nothing, merely offering a reassuring glance to Remus. Before this, he had inquired with Draco and learned that Lucius had reported the situation. Snape had already been safely extricated. Trust me, Remus, you and Sirius are my family, and I will safeguard myself, Harry asserted as he tucked his wand into his trousers and strode boldly out of the church. Even plucking a flower from the grass, he feigned a visit to pay respects to his parents, hoping to alleviate Lucius's suspicions. Uncle Malfoy, I did not expect to encounter you here. Harry inhaled deeply, mustering a smile as he softly called out to Lucius. Just as Lucius finished conversing with an Auror, he turned to find a green-eyed boy before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Harry? Lucius noted the flowers in Harry's hand, feeling fortunate that the Lord had already departed. Otherwise, the consequences might have been dire. Yes, Uncle Malfoy, I came to visit my parents, Harry replied sweetly, his gaze shifting behind Lucius, his expression turning frantic. Uncle, is that serious? What has he done wrong? You cannot treat him like this. He is pregnant. Harry babbled, oblivious to the incredulous expressions of those around him. However, the treatment of Sirius was not so harsh. At least he was being levitated gently. Sirius had been acting strangely of late. Upon returning to the old house, he had spoken of wanting to provide a happy home for the child, and then had even invited Harry to live with him. How had it come to this? With injuries marring his body and face? Harry hesitated, yearning to approach Sirius, but the surrounding Death Eaters, wands at the ready, filled him with dread, and memories of past events caused tears to stream down his cheeks. Lucius was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that Sirius was pregnant, and then Harry's subsequent words conjured images of his wife lamenting his changing temperament. The imperious curse, perhaps? Lucius speculated, uncertain but now aware of a means to mitigate punishment for Regulus and Black. He cleared his throat, striving to speak to Harry in a gentle tone. Harry, Sirius has erred. We will deliver him to trial, and you will learn the outcome. I suspect his unusual behavior may stem from the imperious curse or similar enchantments. Dumbledore has a knack for these matters, always ensnaring the unsuspecting. Harry discerned the unspoken implications in Lucius's words and felt a quiet relief. Throughout his past life, and this one, Lucius had proven himself to be a clever man. When will he be able to return home? Remus and I miss him dearly. I thought he had been imprisoned during his time at the old house, Harry implored, his emerald eyes wide with innocence as they searched Lucius's face. Lucius gently ruffled Harry's hair, feeling pity for this boy, of similar age to Draco, who had endured such hardships. Yet, he could not ascertain the answer to this question. Did you not notice that since Severus's disappearance, the Lord has mobilized all armed forces to encircle the potential locations where Dumbledore might appear? It is unfortunate that Dumbledore is too cunning, causing them to waste precious time in Germany and Austria. This matter is fraught with difficulty. Harry, you should return home, Lucius advised, refraining from questioning how Harry had arrived here alone. If nothing else, stock up on supplies and remain indoors for a while. As Harry watched Lucius and his entourage depart, his expression fell into despondence. Dumbledore, once again Dumbledore. In the magical realm, the anxious little Barty and Norton, along with others, were left bewildered upon receiving the news. Were they truly about to engage in battle with Dumbledore? The atmosphere at Voldemort's manor was eerily silent, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest, almost frightening in its stillness. Upon arriving at the manor, Isidore had no time to catch his breath. He swiftly drew his wand to examine Severus. Chapter 177, Potions. The results were far from favorable. Despite Severus's outwardly pristine appearance, his insides had suffered severe corrosion. My lord, I have reviewed the formula for the fake death potion, and given Mr. Snape's current condition, even administering a copious amount of soul stabilizers. It may take at least half a month, if not longer, for him to awaken. Even then, his soul would be damaged, and his body weakened. The situation remains uncertain, Isidore said, glancing at Tom's expression with solemnity. What a grave injustice has befallen my dear grandson. Tears streamed down Isidore's cheeks, despite Severus's previous indifference towards him. He had always been in good health, unlike now, lifelessly lying in bed. Is there any secret potion that could hasten his awakening and restore his health? Tom grasped Severus's cold hand, his crimson eyes fixated on him. Isidore sighed heavily and nodded slightly. There is indeed a rare potion. One that is far more intricate than the soul stabilizer, but its efficacy is magnitudes greater. However, many of the required ingredients are either extinct or exceedingly precious, making it difficult to brew successfully. Even if we managed to gather them, we would only have a 30 to 50% chance of success. Search the warehouse for the ingredients. If they are not available at Voldemort's manor, then check Malfoy Manor or Black Manor, so long as they possess them. You may procure them for brewing. Isidore continued. However, I will need an assistant, as brewing the potion requires 3 days and nights. And we must prevent any errors during the process. Perhaps my nephew, Anthony. Certainly, go fetch him. Tom snapped his fingers, and the house elf obediently departed. Speak. Do you have any further requests? Isidore shook his head gently, saying nothing. Once Isidore left to prepare the potion ingredients, both a Muggle doctor and a healer from St. Mungo's examined Severus in succession. The Muggle doctor indicated that Severus's body resembled that of a man in his 50s or 60s rather than someone merely 30. Various metrics fell below average, with signs of organ failure, and he recommended intravenous nutrition. The St. Mungo's healer reached a conclusion similar to Isidore's, suggesting that Severus be moved to their specialized ward for better care. After dismissing the doctors, Tom continued to channel his magical energy into Severus, hoping to warm his icy body. Forgive me, Severus, I should never have placed that ring upon you. Nor should I have been so arrogant to believe you would be safe within the manor, he murmured, repeatedly gazing at Severus's pale face. He reflected on how, when Dumbledore had schemed against the Potters for the invisibility cloak, he should have realized Dumbledore's obsession with the resurrection stone, not to mention the altruistic Gellert by his side. Severus, please awaken soon. The lychees in the orchard are nearly ripe, and your beloved cherries and mangoes have arrived, along with your favorite Chinatown pastries. The moment you awaken, I shall take you to enjoy them, Tom said, nuzzling Severus's cold palm with his cheek, choked with emotion. He had labored diligently to construct a new magical realm. Initially driven by grand ambitions, yet ultimately, what he sought was merely the warmth of a smile upon Severus's face. He knew Severus adored Chinese cuisine, so he endeavored to learn it. He understood Severus detested violence, thus he adopted a conciliatory approach. He was aware of Severus's fondness for China, arranging business engagements there with plans to whisk him away for a trip to Beeping after the new year. He knew, from the moment he transformed into a black cat, the remainder of his life had been a gift from Merlin. Severus had become an integral part of his existence. He could not envision life without him. After pondering for a moment, Tom carried Severus to the chamber adorned with ancestral portraits, believing that if his soul and body could be restored, then so too could Severus's. Helga followed silently. Were it not for Tom monopolizing Severus, he would have wished to embrace him and weep. Just a hair's breadth away, Helga clenched his fists, realizing he had grasped the edge of Severus's robe. Meanwhile, Lucius found himself in a rather dismal situation, having accompanied Isidore to scour his own warehouse. only to be obliged to accompany him to the Black Estate, and perhaps even the less strange residence. In short, his busyness left him no reprieve. The family of Regulus was moved from the dungeon back to the manor after Severus was rescued, and in a concealed corner, numerous security wizards and armed muggles surrounded them, wary of the family attempting to flee. Regulus had completely lost hope in his parents. He kissed his young children and nodded at his wife. "If I am taken away and you do not hear from me within 3 days, take the children and return to Germany through the secret passage." He wearily rubbed his temples. Although he had not been tortured in the dungeon, the psychological toll was exhausting. Coupled with the sight of a disheveled Sirius and the news of his pregnancy, he felt even more beleaguered. However, thanks to Bella's reminder, he learned of the possibility that Sirius had fallen victim to the soul curse. "Could you not accompany me? The children are still young. They would be heartbroken without their father," Cynthia said, her eyes reddening. She regretted not having expelled him when he first stepped through the door. "I remain the head of the Black family. Your absence alongside the children matters not. If I depart, Narcissa and Bella would find themselves in a precarious situation." Regulus caressed his wife's weary face, lamenting the return of chaos just as a promising future appeared on the horizon. Cynthia stifled her sobs, knowing full well the depths of Lord's affection for his beloved. Should calamity truly strike, one could only speculate what he might do. When Lucius arrived at the Black Estate, he was met with this sorrowful scene. "Ahem, let us not rush to tears," Lucius interjected. "Mr. Prince seeks some ingredients to brew potions to heal the unconscious Mr. Snape. Please, take us to the warehouse." Regulus, catching Lucius's glance, subdued his emotions slightly, nodding for his wife to fetch the warehouse keys to accommodate the two. Seizing the opportunity, Regulus inquired about Severus's condition. "I possess only a 30% chance," Isidore replied, twisting his beard with a pained expression. "The soul has been a subject of study for wizards for millennia. My ancestors stumbled upon the formula by chance, and whether the required ingredients can be procured remains uncertain." He dared not make promises in front of the Lord, for the probability of success recorded by his ancestors was minuscule. All they could do was leave it to fate. Soon, the keys were retrieved, and Isidore entered the warehouse alone to search for the ingredients. "Lucius, I do not understand," Regulus angrily admonished, feeling comfortable enough to express his frustrations to Lucius, who was also his brother-in-law. "Do not understand? I too am perplexed." "Sirius, Bella claims he is pregnant due to Dumbledore's soul curse. Indeed, that may serve as his exoneration, but it does not absolve the Lord of his wrath. It was absurd. He had already been disowned. Even if his parents wished for his return, he would no longer bear the Black name. I am not shirking responsibility. I simply..." Regulus raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. "Sometimes I wish he had perished at the hands of a werewolf in Azkaban." Lucius fell silent, recalling that it was he who had orchestrated that very incident. As evening approached, the clock struck 6. Merely 4 hours had elapsed since Severus was abducted and then returned home. At that moment, Isidore entered the potion room, carrying a box brimming with ingredients. He had scavenged an assortment of items from 11 prestigious families' warehouses, sufficient to brew a dozen potions for Severus. Anthony Prince, though merely the nephew of Isidore, now bore the same haggard visage as his uncle. Beneath his eyes hung bruised shadows, and his sclera were veined with crimson. "First, take a bottle of stimulant and a sedative. I fear you might sever a finger otherwise," Isidore sighed, tossing 2 vials of potion toward him. Anthony's eyes flickered. He uncapped the potion and swallowed it. "Uncle, I am sorry," he suddenly murmured. Isidore's hand, poised with a small blade, faltered briefly before he gave a faint assent. Within the subterranean chamber of Voldemort's manor, Tom continued his discourse with the ancestral portraits. "Tom, it is impossible. The wounds upon your soul can only be mended gradually by potion." Charles, clad in a deep crimson wizardess robe, stroked his beard, reiterating what he had told Tom countless times. A lady adorned in medieval noblewoman's attire gently petted a black cat and shook her head slowly. "This is the chamber within the chamber, and you are both the first and last to enter it. The collapse of the pure white space, you surely have not forgotten." The noblewoman sighed. "You bear the bloodlines of Salazar and the Gaunt family, and since your soul is fragmented rather than absent, the enchantments can purge impurities and reintegrate it." Her implication was clear. They could not aid Severus, for he was neither a descendant of Slytherin nor did his soul remain intact. Tom bowed his head in despair as his magic surged turbulently, spiraling around the chamber. Were it not for the chamber's defenses being fully engaged, it might have been reduced to rubble by the violent outburst of magic. The green-haired witch regarded Tom with maternal tenderness before suddenly inquiring, "Where is that green-scaled serpent of Hogwarts?" Tom blinked in surprise before realizing she referred to Helbo. "He is here, in the manor," Tom replied. "Bring him in." The green-haired witch commanded. "Perhaps the outcome you seek may be found through him." Before Tom could respond, Hepbo's green head emerged from behind the door, accompanied by a timid Nagini. Helbo nodded to Tom and fixed his gaze upon the green-haired witch. Isabel, so your portrait resides here. I thought, like Salazar, you left nothing behind. Helbo remarked brusquely, his expression peculiar. Isabel, one of Salazar's granddaughters, had once been the closest companion of the basilisk at Hogwarts during her childhood. When she married, she had even attempted to secretly bring the basilisk along, hoping to set it free. The green-haired witch Isabel. Upon hearing her name from the man before her and glimpsing his amber eyes and verdant hair, harbored a stunned suspicion. Helbo, she exclaimed incredulously. The basilisk can assume human form? And its human guise matches the portrait I once whispered about? Helbo, looking at the middle-aged witch in the painting, hesitated before nodding. Their reunion was devoid of tears or exclamations. In truth, they had long since been separated by life and death. My grandfather once claimed you were an immortal. I did not believe it then. Now, after a millennium, you have learned to take human form. Isabel sighed, then glanced at Tom, who still held his beloved tightly. Who is your current contract holder? Is it Tom? It is Severus Snape, one of the few family I have left. Helbo shook his head and pointed to the slumbering Severus. I surpassed the serpent form to become a dragon through a fortuitous chance, thus assuming human shape. That simplifies matters. Dragon's blood is even more potent. Isabel beckoned Tom closer. I was worried you might seek to sever the contract anew, but now you only need to. She paused. Looking at Helbo, extract your reverse scale, release your heart's blood, and immerse him within it for a full day and night. If possible, summon some healers from Hogwarts to concoct elixirs. A fusion of Eastern and Western remedies will be most efficacious. Having uttered this, Isabel sighed in exasperation as the group stared at her in bewilderment. Though her portrait was indeed from 1,000 years past, she never claimed that no Asians had ever ventured here. Did she not know that alchemy was considered peculiar? Thus, after Lord Voldemort's assault on Dumbledore, another contingent hastened overnight to Bai An Temple in Hogwarts. Amidst the turmoil beyond, the unconscious Severus endured torment. His body oscillated between feverish heat and chilling cold. His head felt as if splitting apart. Though he longed to scream in agony, no sound escaped. Amid this suffering, a sudden coolness spread through his mouth, alleviating the pain in his head. Yet in the next moment, he seemed to dream, revisiting the tormenting memories of his former self. Severus, it's all right now. You will recover, Tom said, noting the furrowed brow of the pained Severus and feeling joy at his response. Helbo, pale-faced and supported by Nagini, entered the chamber. I have prepared the blood and placed the reverse scale inside. Helbo experienced for the first time the agony of scale removal and bleeding from his heart. He gently touched Nagini's worried face and whispered, the rest is up to Isidore and the healers from Hogwarts. He could not fathom how a simple meeting had escalated into such a tense situation. Tom's eyes were redder than before. He murmured assent and carried Severus to a room newly arranged by the house elf. He urged Isidore to hasten the brewing of potions for Severus and summoned Lucius to inquire about Dumbledore's current condition. Speaking softly to the air, Tom wiped Severus's face. Helbo, recognizing Tom's conversation with the house elf, settled on a nearby sofa, resolved not to leave until Severus awoke. Lucius, just fallen asleep, was roused by a house elf. Glancing at the clock pointing to 3 o'clock, he sighed, tooling his dull blonde hair, and rose to change. Narcissa groggily opened her eyes, having stayed up with her husband until past 1 in the morning. Lucius kissed his wife's forehead, inquired about any new developments, then, clutching documents, operate with the house elf's aid to Voldemort's manor. Chapter 178, Awakening. Master Zhang, having administered acupuncture to detoxify Severus, attempted to integrate dragon's blood into the herbal concoction. Isidore, relieved to see another aid for Severus, finally relaxed and focused on brewing the potions. Nagini, unsettled by the heavy atmosphere of recent days, ceased attending lessons and clung to Helbo, seeking solace. 3 days elapsed. Severus remained in a deep slumber, motionless upon his bed, as if bereft of all vitality. Yet, upon closer observation, his fingers twitched faintly, and subtle shifts crossed his facial expression, indicating his body's response to external stimuli. Tom gazed upon Severus with hopeful anticipation, unwilling to leave his side, repeatedly administering potions and elixirs. He longed for their efficacy, yearning for Severus to open his eyes and smile once more. Yet as the days passed, Severus did not awaken. Tom's heart grew heavier, burdened with guilt over having placed the ring upon Severus's finger. He knew Severus's frail body required extensive time to mend the lost fragments of his soul. Still, anxiety gnawed at him, fearing Severus might never emerge from this slumber. Tom, eat something. Should Severus awaken and see you in this state, he would be displeased. Helbo urged gently. Tom's appearance was far from presentable, still clad in the same clothes from days prior, dark circles beneath his sleepless eyes, unshaven lips encircled by stubble, embodying desolation. Helbo observed Tom with profound concern. Tom had not closed his eyes for 3 consecutive days and nights, vigilantly guarding Severus. Were it not for his magical prowess and an enhanced stimulant, he might have cast a stupor curse upon himself out of sheer exhaustion. Lifting his gaze briefly towards Halpert, Tom then lowered his head, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Severus. His voice was laden with fatigue and helplessness. I have no appetite. I merely wish to remain by Severus' side until he awakens. Very well, Tom. There is something I must discuss with you, Halpert sighed softly, his mind preoccupied with the astonishing news from Lucius. Tom raised his eyelids slightly, responding with a low murmur of acknowledgement. Though Tom had been steadfastly watching over Severus these past days, only matters of utmost urgency had been relayed to him. The remainder were entrusted to Lucius and his associates. News had arrived from Germany, reporting sightings of Gellert and Dumbledore near the Cathedral of Clones. A sniper had wounded Dumbledore's right hand, and Gellert had whisked him away with a swift apparition. Halpert muttered to himself, puzzled by their presence at the cathedral. Were they there to wed? That seemed improbable. Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Tom frowned with disdain. If not for him, Severus would not be in this state. Tom was aware that a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber possessed the foresight to anticipate danger, yet it was absurd that he had evaded harm every time. The Grindelwald family had issued a statement in the newspapers, declaring Gellert a disgraced outcast. Karma had returned to Neumunchener Castle, though the fortress had been reduced to rubble, leaving him homeless. The places where he could withdraw funds and procure potions were now tightly controlled. Their endurance was limited. Halpert continued speaking while gesturing for Nagini to hasten with Tom's meal. The global manhunt order issued by Tom still bore some fruit. At least dark wizards and fugitives were being pursued relentlessly. As for the headmastership of Hogwarts, regrettably, it had been assumed by Quirrell. After all, the position required a capable occupant. The Ministry of Magic raised no objections, nor did Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore's precipitous move had caught many off guard, not only McGonagall but numerous others. Few could imagine the sagacious white wizard resorting to seizing treasures or harming others. Only then did some recall how Dumbledore had ascended to the pinnacle of white wizards, by vanquishing Grindelwald, the dark sorcerer who had swept across Europe, and by pioneering 12 uses of dragoness blood. Tom paid no heed to external rumors, his attention fixed on Isidore and Master Jean diligently tending to the unconscious Severus. How is Severus? When will he awaken? Tom inquired anxiously as he observed Jean withdrawing the needle. Master Jean accepted a handkerchief to wipe his hands and cast a rejuvenation spell before addressing the anxious Tom. He is greatly improved. With the elixir I have prepared, he should awaken within 2 days. He cleared his throat, revealing no intention to prolong the suspense. Tom exhaled in relief, and Isidore promptly handed over a potion brewed according to an ancient recipe. Mr. Jean, this potion has been passed down in my family for generations. It greatly aids the injured soul, Isidore said cautiously, fearing the potion might diminish the healing's efficacy. Master Jean shook his head, stroking his beard. No harm done. Administer it to him. Strictly speaking, the dark aura enveloping Severus had dissipated entirely. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would soon regain consciousness. However, Master Jean's expertise did not extend to Western curses and potions. Perhaps local remedies would yield a different effect. Tom glanced at both men, then cast several detection spells upon the potion. Finding no anomalies, he carefully administered it to Severus. The ancient formula's effect was immediate. Severus's furrowed brow relaxed, and a faint smile curved his lips. Tom's eyes softened momentarily before he turned to Isidore. Prepare several more doses to keep in reserve. Isidore's expression brightened, and he hastened back to the potion chamber. Tom fixed his gaze upon the slumbering Severus, his crimson eyes flickering incessantly. Excessive fixation breeds obsession, which ultimately manifests as a magical barrier imprisoning oneself. 6 days had elapsed since Severus's rescue. On the 7th day, Lucius burst hurriedly into Voldemort's manor, bearing urgent news. Reluctantly, Tom left Severus's side to attend the parlor. Upon seeing Lucius's disheveled hair and rumpled attire, Tom half wished to inquire if he had been robbed. Lord, we have discovered a new tombstone in Godric's Hollow, Lucius whispered, avoiding Tom's penetrating gaze. Dumbledore vanished 2 days ago, and the tombstone bears his name. Lucius could not confirm its authenticity, but reasoned that Gellert's formidable magic would easily conceal the burial from ordinary wizards, making it plausible that the body was indeed Dumbledore's. Tom narrowed his eyes and instructed Halpert to guard Severus diligently before leading his men to the valley. There stood an alabaster marble tomb, dew-kissed red roses placed before it. The epitaph read, Eternal beloved, Albus Dumbledore, followed by his birthdate and a lengthy list of titles. Tom stood before the grave, overwhelmed by shock and bewilderment. How could Dumbledore, so lively just days ago, have suddenly perished? Skeptical, he commanded his subordinates to open the coffin and conduct an autopsy. Given Dumbledore's cunning, it seemed improbable he had succumbed so easily, especially considering he possessed the resurrection stone. The sarcophagus was sealed by a potent enchantment. Those tasked with opening it were unable to breach the barrier. Tom approached and dispelled the seal with his magic, allowing the heavy stone lid to be gradually shifted aside. As the coffin creaked open, Tom beheld Dumbledore's corpse. A serene smile lingered upon his face, as if conveying that he had fulfilled his final regret. Tom refused to accept this as Dumbledore's true body. It might be a transfigured replica crafted by Gellert. He had Lucius cast several revealing spells and personally verified the findings. His crimson eyes clouded with perplexity. This was indeed Dumbledore's corpse. Could Gellert truly tolerate his death? Tom's mind swarmed with questions. His plans to capture and torment the man were thus thwarted. Lord, look at Dumbledore's hand. He clutches a box. Could it be? Lucius interrupted Tom's reverie, noting the peculiar mixture of excitement and regret upon his lord's countenance. Tom waved his wand, and the black box levitated from the coffin into his grasp. Opening it revealed the ring adorned with the resurrection stone. Tom gazed upon the fateful artifact, which had passed through countless hands over the centuries and caused innumerable deaths, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Lucius, is there anyone you wish to resurrect? He asked softly. Lucius shuddered. After a long silence, he pressed his lips together and confessed, there is. Lord, I once wished for my daughter's return. Tom was well aware of the Malfoy family's plight. Even Abraxas's daughter was not spared the blood curse. He fingered the ring thoughtfully, recalling Abraxas's rare visits after suffering from dragon pox, a dark gleam flickering in his eyes. The other wizards lingered at a distance, serving as mere background, exchanging furtive glances, unconvinced that Dumbledore had truly perished. Tom lifted his gaze to the cerulean sky, contemplating whether to obliterate the tomb or reduce the corpse to ashes. Lucius seemed to perceive Tom's intent and immediately felt a surge of apprehension. Dumbledore's achievements need no elaboration. Though his actions regarding the resurrection stone may have been somewhat extreme, his influence within both the international and British magical communities remains significant. Furthermore, the Death Eater's recent large-scale assassination attempt on Dumbledore has already provoked the ire of the International Confederation of Wizards. Not to mention, Dumbledore held multiple prestigious positions simultaneously. Fortunately, Tom had not lost his composure. Pointing his wand at Dumbledore's corpse, he unleashed the Cruciatus curse repeatedly. If one cannot torment the living, why not punish the dead? He resolved to visit more frequently in the years to come. Lucius wore a sheepish expression. Once Tom had vented his anger, Lucius summoned his subordinates to nail the coffin shut and reinforce the seals on the stone sarcophagus before departing with a measured air. In the church, Gellert observed the departing procession until nightfall, when he employed a disguise charm to visit the gravesite. Meanwhile, Severus consumed the potions freshly brewed by Zhang Guanzu and Isidore. As the last rays of sunlight vanished behind the mountaintop, Severus finally opened his eyes. Helbo sat beside Severus's bedside, perusing the Daily Prophet with Nagini. The clamor of radio and television was too distracting, and they had little desire to watch anyway. Severus blinked, taking in the unfamiliar yet strangely familiar ceiling. His foggy mind began to stir, memories from 7 days prior slowly resurfacing. Helbo and Nagini watched as Severus weakly moved a finger and softly called their names. During Severus's unconsciousness, he had been well cared for. At least he did not suffer from dry mouth or weakness in his limbs. Helbo twitched his ear and turned, locking eyes with Severus's dark gaze. Severus, you finally awakened. Do you feel any discomfort? He exclaimed, springing up and embracing Severus so abruptly that Nagini tumbled to the floor with a soft thud. Severus shook his head, about to speak, but Helbo interrupted. Nagini, quickly fetch Zhang Guanzu and Isidore, he commanded, also sending the house elf to bring some easily digestible food. Severus gently patted Helbo's hand in reassurance, then glanced around, noticing the absence of a certain expected presence. While Zhang Guanzu and Isidore examined him, Helbo babbled about recent events. I was unconscious for 7 days. My soul was wounded. Severus murmured, thinking of Tom, who had gone out searching for someone. Is Tom all right? Uninterested in the amount of herbs Isidore had requisitioned from the family storerooms, Severus only wished to know if Tom, upon seeing him lifeless, had not lost his mind and resorted to the Avada Kedavra curse. Helbo hesitated briefly, then fetched Nagini from her corner to recount Tom's recent behavior. Tom was furious. He drank several bottles of the potion Isidore brewed. Fearing that uncontrolled magic might blow up the manor, And you lying there looked terrifying. Nagini sniffled, tears escaping unbidden despite her efforts not to cry. Severus stroked Nagini's furry head. Her emotional growth was a promising sign. I am awake now, Nagini. Fear not, he said with a light chuckle. He was grateful that Dumbledore had specified the Death Eaters were only to seize the ring. Had they killed him in the Chamber of Secrets, he would never have seen Tom and the others again. Severus had always maintained an optimistic outlook. Melancholy was not his style. Once Zhang Guanzu and Isidore confirmed his physical health and observed him swallow 2 potion vials, they departed, leaving the space to Helbo and company. Helbo urged Severus to eat, chattering incessantly while Nagini occasionally interjected. After Severus had eaten and drunk his fill, he bathed, then emerged from his room accompanied by Helbo. Severus noticed Helbo's newfound clinginess. He had even waited outside the bathroom door during a shower and now insisted on supporting him in the garden. I just don't want you to disappear again, Helbo said sadly, pursing his lips and gazing stubbornly at Severus. I want to let you suffer harm again. Severus sighed, resting his palm on his forehead, and slowly ambled along the pebble path with his humanoid cane. When Tom returned, he found Severus smiling amid the flowers. Without hesitation, his body surged forward to embrace him. Only when he heard Severus softly call his name did Tom truly feel alive once more. Helbo and Nagini exchanged glances. Realizing they had been so overjoyed they forgot to notify Tom. Chapter 179, Frailty. Severus' awakening brought relief to the magical community. Even the Prime Minister of the Muggle world felt grateful that this exceptional individual had resumed his post. At Voldemort's manor, Severus wished to take a walk, but was promptly seized by Tom's hand, and the two clung to one another as they headed to the greenhouse. I'm truly fine now, and one T vanished unexpectedly again, Severus said, gently pushing the man holding him. Since awakening, he had no privacy, either followed by Helbo and the others or cradled by Tom, who seemed terrified of losing him again. At first, Severus understood their behavior, but it became excessive, reading, eating, even sleeping together tethered by a chain Tom fastened to link their hands. One night, waking thirsty, Severus found himself staring into a pair of anxious red eyes. It was both exasperating and amusing. Eventually, at Severus' insistence, Tom reluctantly removed the chain, only to secretly brand a mark on him while he slept. But you scared me, Tom murmured, drawing close to kiss him and clutching him tighter. You slept for 7 days. It was as if I feared you wouldn't wake. Tom had truly been frightened. He never wished to see Severus so lifeless again. Severus smiled faintly, leaning in to kiss Tom's jaw. Don't be afraid. I'm alive and well. Eating, sleeping, and even fighting goblins alongside Nagini. He winked, then pulled Tom to sit with him in the greenhouse pavilion. Tom settled Severus on his lap and fed him snacks brought by the house elf. What do you plan to do with the blacks? Severus asked, recalling Helbo's complaints, feigning casual curiosity. Sirius, pregnant and under the Imperious curse, had recklessly come to Voldemort's manor, using a key to abduct Tom. Regulus was a guide and a black family member, so punishment and resentment were understandable. Severus was no saint, but he thought it a pity that Tom had lost just one valuable ally. Ultimately, the root cause was Dumbledore's covetousness of the resurrection stone. Now that he was dead, certain threads were severed. Tom hummed softly, pressing his finger to his lips under Severus's gaze. Severus took a deep breath, wrapped his arms around Tom's neck, and kissed him. After the kiss, Tom narrowed his eyes in satisfaction as he looked at Severus's reddened lips. Death sentence avoided, but living punishment inevitable, Tom scoffed. It's easy to kill someone, but only the living endure suffering. I withdrew 90% of my investment from the werewolf tribe and sent them packing. Basically, they cannot leave the werewolf tribe's territory for life and must accept the wrath of the angry werewolves. Those who could help them are already heartbroken. Their mere survival is my greatest mercy. Severus nodded, understanding he referred to Sirius and Lupin. But what of the Black family? Noticing Severus's inquisitive gaze, Tom bit Severus's neck until he grew. This is the result of Tom's careful consideration. After all, Severus has returned unscathed, at least in the eyes of outsiders. Moreover, the Black family is a millennia-old lineage within the magical community, with connections woven throughout the realm of sorcery. If all their kin were to be eradicated at once, the other families would surely rise in rebellion. Even if they appeared to endure in silence, their hearts would undoubtedly be filled with resentment. It would be far wiser to discreetly exile them, allowing for an accident to befall them, thus sparing suspicion. Once Severus learned that his junior was unharmed, he ceased his inquiries, allowing events to unfold naturally. Tom, gently caressing Severus's empty fingers, retrieved a modest box from his pocket, revealing a ring that bore a striking resemblance to the resurrection stone ring, yet adorned with a genuine black gemstone. Severus, would you marry me? Despite having forged a pact and sworn an unbreakable oath with Severus, They had yet to formalize their union, as Tom felt there was something missing. Severus coughed softly, producing another box from his own pocket. And would you accept? He held the ring, its gemstone mirroring Tom's crimson gaze. Upon first sight, he felt it suited Tom perfectly. Tom, astonished and overjoyed, had always believed he was alone in this sentiment. I do, he declared, smiling as he raised his hand to allow Severus to place the ring upon his finger. Severus smiled back, his eyes filled with tenderness. They exchanged rings, and thus the preparations for their wedding commenced. Tom suggested they first register at the Ministry of Magic, and in his reluctance to venture outside, proposed that an official come to their estate. Severus's eyelids twitched. This was akin to a magical version of a spontaneous wedding, as if the civil registry office had been transported to them. A wedding would also enliven the otherwise quiet estate. Tom stroked Severus's slender wrist, adding, if you wish for a Muggle-style wedding, I can have Lucius arrange it. Poor Lucius, who had just finished clearing a backlog of paperwork, was now tasked with wedding preparations. To complicate matters further, Regulus had dispatched his capable aide to Russia, leaving Lucius overwhelmed. With Severus's consent, Tom wasted no time, making a swift phone call that cleared the marriage registration office. Well, even if it wasn't fully cleared, the turnout was minimal. In the magical realm, divorce was unheard of. Only widowhood existed. Once the clerks recorded their names and captured a photograph of them side by side, they presented a lengthy scroll of their marriage certificate for review before signing. Severus Snape's surname struck him as peculiar. He glanced at the name he was about to adopt, hesitating with the quill poised midair. However, upon reflecting that the original owner was deceased and that the surname Snape still existed in England, he reconciled that the lineage would not be entirely severed. Yet Tom misconstrued his hesitation, casting a worried glance in his direction. Severus reassured him with a look that conveyed all was well and proceeded to sign. The clerk's eyes sparkled with excitement as she regarded the couple, her expression betraying her eagerness. She had fought off several colleagues to secure this assignment, and witnessing the reclusive Mr. Snape up close was a rare privilege. May you both be eternally united, grow old together, sail smoothly through life, and be blessed with children, she exclaimed. Having learned of Lord Voldemort's fondness for Chinese culture, she had self-studied some phrases, which proved quite timely. Tom appreciated her words, tossing a wedding invitation in her direction. The witch eagerly grasped the invitation, adorned with gold lettering, a true testament to opulence. She continued with her well wishes, transitioning to English once her learned Mandarin ran out, almost imploring them to marry at once. Severus was taken aback. Such eloquence seemed wasted on a mere registration. All is set. Shall we explore London now? Tom naturally took Severus's hand, unfazed by the prying eyes around them. Severus nodded slightly, walking alongside him as they exited the ministry. The witch responsible for their registration watched their retreating figures, already contemplating how to boast to her colleagues about receiving the invitation. Outside the ministry, a throng of reporters lay in wait, snapping photos of the couple strolling hand in hand. Unsurprisingly, the ensuing days would be rife with news about them. Rita Skeeter's partner gripped her arm tightly, fearing she might recklessly approach them for an interview. Should she incur Voldemort's wrath, he would surely seek a new line of work. Severus glanced at the familiar scenery and then at the handsome man at his side, recalling the clerk's words and smiling to himself. What is it? Tom inquired, curiosity piqued. I was pondering your willingness to have children, Severus mused. I have no desire to bear them. Childbirth is a most painful ordeal. Tom gently squeezed Severus's hand, leaning closer to whisper, we can provide ample love and care for our child, regardless of who bears them. Even if we choose not to. I fear the addition of little light bulbs between us. Nagini is troublesome enough. Severus chuckled, recalling how Nagini, after witnessing his disappearance, had taken to lingering at their bedside each night, ultimately settling between them, muttering until she finally fell asleep. Tom would later summon their house elf to escort her back to her room. Doesn't she start school at Hogwarts this fall? Severus said, a hint of worry in his tone. She still appears to be 5 or 6 years old. I wonder when she'll truly grow up. When the blood lily blooms next, I'll have Helbo take her, Tom replied, assuring him that St. Mungo's had already cleared her health as normal. He then led Severus to a French restaurant for a delightful candlelit dinner, which culminated in a rather intimate encounter. Upon waking and discovering a myriad of strawberry marks across his body, Severus once again questioned whether Tom truly embodied the traits of a dog. The death of Dumbledore had a significant, albeit nuanced, impact on the magical community. Those inclined toward the Order of the Phoenix had finally resigned themselves, either siding with the Minister of Magic or aligning with the Death Eaters. In truth, the distinctions were minimal. Old Crouch had gradually leaned toward the Death Eaters under his son's persuasion, though he had yet to voice this openly. Nevertheless, important meetings continued to include invitations for Lucius and others. Thus, when Tom wed, A considerable number of dignitaries from both the British Ministry of Magic and the Muggle world graced the wedding with their presence. Countries that collaborated with the International Wizarding Company dispatched representatives or attended in person. This grand occasion extinguished the enthusiasm of those who had wagered on Severus's abandonment. They watched as Lord Voldemort beamed with joy, speculating who had once claimed he had no affection for Severus. Clad in opulent robes, Severus stood beneath the gaze of curious, envious, and even jealous onlookers, completing his vows in the presence of Helbo. Young flower girl Nagini and Draco clapped their hands in excitement. Lord Voldemort's marriage was a joyous event for all. Life after the wedding was warm and serene, aside from Severus occasionally rising later and experiencing some back pain. All was well. Harry, much like in his previous existence, attended Gryffindor at Hogwarts, inheriting his father's wand and receiving the Potter family's invisibility cloak in his first year. Yet, this time, he felt none of the previous joy. Ron, due to his time at Wizarding Primary School, had grown somewhat distant. Hermione, true to form, stumbled into friendship with him. Surprisingly, Neville had undergone a significant transformation, blossoming into a cheerful and generous young man. Harry remained concerned for his godfather and the other werewolves. Yet he understood this was the best outcome. 7 years passed. Time marched into 1998, heralding the revival of life and the return of spring. The first and second cohorts of wizards, having been educated at the Wizarding Primary School in Hogwarts, graduated and dispersed across various sectors within the magical realm, each engaging in their respective vocations. Innovative ideas and novel industries blossomed ceaselessly, heralding an era of vibrant prosperity. The magical world thrived in peaceful development, where wizards and muggles alike lived harmoniously and contentedly. Just as Severus believed that the ensuing days would remain tranquil, he began to suffer from excessive sleepiness and irritability, sometimes dozing off mid-meal. Initially, Severus suspected that Tom had administered some sort of fertility potion to him and, in a fit of anger, rebuked him sharply. Eventually, with Tom's soothing persuasion, Severus begrudgingly consented to summon a physician. However, upon examination by both healers at St. Mungo's and Muggle doctors, no abnormalities were detected. Severus was not expecting a child. The situation grew increasingly complicated. As Severus listened to a conversation between Tom and a few others, he felt drowsier. His mind clouded, as if something was being stripped away from his very being. When he finally opened his eyes again, he saw before him Tom, unshaven with a dark beard, a rare sight of such disregard for his appearance. Coughing, Severus wondered aloud, "What has become of me?" He attempted to sit up, but his limbs were weak and listless, and his head and heart throbbed painfully. "Severus, you've been asleep for 10 days. It's good that you've awakened. Drink this potion quickly," Tom urged hoarsely. Obediently, Severus drank the potion, then gently reached out to touch the stubbled beard on Tom's chin, his voice filled with concern. "How long has it been since you last rested? I feared you had been taken by vampires." Attempting to lighten the mood, Severus was met instead with a bitter smile. "Severus, this is all my fault." Tom grasped Severus's hand, tears shimmering in his eyes. "The head healer said your soul is dissipating. I've been administering soul stabilizers, but they're ineffective. I suspected it was a side effect of the resurrection stone, but the head healer insists otherwise. He said your soul drifts like smoke, ascending into the clouds, vanishing without any means to halt it. There is no way. It's not your fault, Tom. It's not your fault," Severus murmured soothingly. Hearing of the soul's dissolution, he finally understood the gravity of the situation. During Severus's 10-day unconsciousness, Tom had scoured every secret chamber of their families for dark magic tomes, and even sought out Slughorn at Hogwarts, but found no clue. Hagrid had consulted centaurs and unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, yet no remedy was found. "What year is it now, Tom? Tell me," Severus pressed, lips pressed tightly. His eyes filled with reluctant sorrow. "April 11th, 1998, Tom answered softly. Severus's heart sank with understanding. This was the very year his original self had perished. He had not escaped his fateful demise. Noticing Severus's strange expression, Tom worried he might be unwell and hastily cast several diagnostic spells. The multicolored lights pained Severus's eyes. "Tom, when my soul completely dissipates, does that mean I am dead?" Severus tapped weakly on the bed's edge. Tom hesitated but nodded solemnly. "I will not let you die, Severus. If you perish, I will destroy the entire magical world and take us both with it," Tom declared, staring into Severus's eyes, revealing a long-pondered resolve. Severus gazed into Tom's deepening crimson eyes and knew he was capable of such deeds. After a long silence, Severus felt compelled to confide some truths. Otherwise, should Tom truly annihilate the magical world, it would be a tragedy. If Severus were fortunate enough to return to a future, whether his original timeline or this one, facing a fractured world, how would he cope? Though death loomed large, The future remained uncertain. Thus, Severus posed a classic question. Tom, if I die and in the future my identity and appearance change, will you still recognize me? He wrapped his regained strength around Tom's neck. Tom shuddered slightly, embracing Severus tightly. I don't know, Severus. Please, don't leave me, he whispered in anguish. Severus patted Tom's trembling back, his heart aching. If he survived this ordeal, he would share the secrets buried deep within. Yet, the arrival of death is always abrupt. After 10 days of unconsciousness, Severus awoke to a seemingly restored harmony in the manor, with Hagrid and Nagini never leaving his side. Tom had suspended all work, watching over Severus, though the latter's lucid moments dwindled daily. One day, just after witnessing the hyacinths bloom, Severus felt his body convulse with pain, the familiar sensation of his soul tearing apart, curling into a fetal position as his awareness faded. He forced his eyes open, gazing at the anxious Tom, trying to utter, Tom, don't cry, I love, but the words were left unfinished. Under Tom's watchful gaze, Severus' life slipped away completely. Severus, Severus, drink this potion. Don't sleep, Severus. Don't leave me. Amid their desperate cries, a tear slid from Severus' eye. He was leaving at last. On May 2nd, 1998, Severus Snape of Slytherin House passed away at Voldemort's manor, age 38. May 2nd, 2024. Upon awakening, Bai An found himself slumped over a desk in a room both unfamiliar and yet eerily familiar, the silence almost oppressive. He stared blankly at the tablet playing a movie before him and glanced at the unfinished takeout on the desk, a hollow emptiness settling within. Only when the phone chimed with a notification did reality dawn upon him. Frantically checking the date, Bai An collapsed in his chair, utterly drained. He had truly returned to a world without Tom. Or perhaps it was but a dream, yet the experiences had felt so palpably real. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared announcing the broadcast of the HP drama series scheduled for 2026, asking for his expectations. Bai An forced a smile, but tears welled and spilled over. Those memories, those events, were his alone now. The end. Chapter 180 Epilogue. I wait for you in the future. In the autumn of 1993, Nagini finally began her studies at Hogwarts. Hagrid, worried for Severus' safety and anxious about Nagini at Hogwarts, fretted so much his hair began to wither. After consulting with Tom, Severus agreed to let the maternal serpent attend Hogwarts for a while, sparing himself the torment of Nagini's incessant nagging. Within the vast manor, aside from the house elves, only Severus and Tom remained. One day, Tom took Severus to the manor's hot springs. Inspired, though long premeditated, Tom wished to paint a portrait akin to those in Hogwarts and various noble families, animated and expressive. After preparing an array of costly painting materials and tools, he sent away the eager young Barty who had insisted on helping and spent a long time alone in the studio. Upon completing the portrait, Tom led Severus into the room. Do you wish me to do anything? Severus asked, admiring the painting of two entwined youths bearing a striking resemblance to themselves. Seems those art classes really paid off, he remarked. Tom took Severus' hand, imbuing the portrait with magic and, following the method for creating such paintings, infused some memories into it. The figures within the painting immediately came to life, kissing and embracing tenderly. The spiritual essence of a portrait is determined by the abilities and strengths of the figures it depicts. Tom and Severus, at the zenith of their magical prowess, crafted this painting, destined to endure as long as they refrained from deliberate destruction, much like Isabel's portrait, which has persisted for nearly a millennium. Severus, we will always be well, Tom declared, grasping Severus's hand and planting a kiss on his cheek, his actions remarkably mirroring those captured in the painting. Severus responded with a smile, finding comfort in the moment. Subsequently, upon learning of this, Nagini and Helbo clamored for Tom to create one for them, intrigued by the prospect. However, Tom was not inclined to indulge them, instead summoning little Barty for assistance, and in the process, he sketched a family portrait. Tom, Severus, when will you have a little baby? Nagini inquired, her large eyes blinking innocently, having seen Barty's two children multiple times during her time at Wizarding Primary School. She believed that Severus and Tom could easily have a child for her to play with. Tom, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, there's no hurry. We shall discuss it when you are older. Severus nodded in agreement, uncertain of Nagini's obsession with babies, deeming it an abstract notion. Nagini pouted but continued to ask each year thereafter. On April 29, 1998, Severus sensed a lightness in his body, occasionally dreaming of his soul departing from his corporeal form. Upon awakening, the discomfort made it clear that these were not mere dreams. His soul truly was departing from his body. Tom, Severus softly called, gravely stating, what I am about to say may sound preposterous, but please trust me. Tom silently administered some medicine to Severus, listening intently as he described the scenes he witnessed in his dreams. If I were to die, please bury me beside that camellia grove. Moreover, if what I dreamt were to come to pass, remember, I will be waiting for you in the future." Tom responded with a subdued turning his face away after tending to Severus's hands, not wishing him to see the tears upon his visage. How could he bear to see his beloved's body interred within the earth? By May 2nd, 2000, Severus had been gone for 2 years. Nagini and Helbo sat on the sofa outside the Chamber of Secrets, having visited the cemetery that morning to lay flowers and pay their respects. Fearing Tom might succumb to despair, they remained outside, awaiting his emergence. After Severus had fallen silent in Tom's embrace, Tom had gone nearly mad. Cradling the lifeless body for a day and night without sleep, his crimson eyes glared menacingly at anyone who approached. If it weren't for Helbo's resilience and his coaxing with Severus's portrait, reminiscing about the secrets Severus had shared, it might have ended differently. "Helbo, do you think Severus's words were true? Can we find his reincarnation?" Nagini sighed as she set down the celebrity magazine. After consuming 2 rounds of blood orchids, her body had transcended its limits, now appearing 16, well protected whether at school or in the manor, her eyes still pure and innocent. Helbo, having traveled the globe post-Nagini's graduation from Hogwarts, sought individuals who met the criteria for Severus's reincarnation but found nothing. "We will certainly find him," Helbo asserted, casting a deep gaze toward the Chamber of Secrets, aware that Tom was also concerned about this, resolute that they would uncover the truth. Helbo understood Tom's madness. To deny this solitary hope would risk a repeat of past calamities. When Nagini's stomach growled with hunger, Tom finally emerged from the chamber. "Next time. You needn't wait for me. I am well," he remarked, momentarily taken aback by the concerned expressions of the two before him, his tone devoid of emotion. Nagini and Helbo nodded in response, for their legs were their own, and it was not Tom's decision whether they should come or go. In Germany, Gellert entered a quaint villa, deftly hanging up his coat before gliding into the kitchen. A middle-aged man with a limp and half-moon spectacles was frying steak. A coin-sized scar marred his throat. "Tom has been searching for Snape's reincarnation for years. I visited him, providing some information. He will no longer go to Godric's Hollow." Gellert sighed, relieved his prophetic abilities had not waned, for otherwise, the situation could have been dire. The bespectacled man nodded, plating the cooked steak and arranging vegetables. "I never agreed with your methods. Later, you feigned death and returned to the Philosopher's Stone without receiving timely treatment, leaving you with significant after-effects," Gellert rambled, waving his wand to retrieve a bottle of red wine from the refrigerator. The middle-aged man glanced at Gellert, and once the fruit was prepared, they sat across from each other at the dining table, the man finally exhaling deeply. "Gellert, I have no regrets. At least I saw Ariana and my mother." Gellert found himself at a loss for words, silently consuming his steak. "You would best avoid returning to England. Snape's death has left Tom like a bomb ready to explode. If you appear before him, even with our contract, I fear the consequences, for while Severus's fate may not directly concern him." The origins of all this strife began with the quest for the Philosopher's Stone. The bespectacled man recognized Gellert's anger was misdirected, and everything he had in England had vanished with his death. "Gellert, I understand. In my remaining years, I only hope to amend the regrets between us," he said, raising his wine glass and downing its contents under Gellert's watchful gaze. Gellert had always found it difficult to resist those deep blue eyes, and he too lifted his glass, taking a sip of the wine. Perhaps it was all worth it, he mused. Chapter 181, an epilogue in search of memory. On May 2nd, 2004, 7 years had passed since Severus's demise. Yet, Tom had not dreamt of him even once. The world claimed Gellert's prophecies were remarkably accurate. Yet 4 years had elapsed without a trace of Severus. "Gellert, have your eyes truly dimmed with age? Why have I not found him yet?" Tom exclaimed, kicking open the door with a dark expression directed at the two within. Behind him, Nagini and Helbo also cast unfriendly glances. Realizing they should never have trusted old Bai An's words, Gellert calmly positioned himself in front of Dumbledore, his tone measured. "The time has not yet come. Moreover, I merely stated that I saw his shadow. I did not claim that we could find him immediately. Even if he has been reincarnated, how old could he be now? Would you even recognize him? He may not recognize you either. The soul is a most mysterious entity." However, Tom's gaze was not on Gellert. He fixated on the individual concealed behind him, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Shall we conduct another prophecy?" "I would not hesitate to commit murder before you," Tom said icily, his gaze fixed on the two. Gellert sensed the hidden wizardry outside, a palpable air of danger engulfing him. He recalled Dumbledore's weakened state due to the Philosopher's Stone, his magical powers diminished to the point of resembling an ordinary human, and nodded resignedly. The upcoming prophecy ritual bore similarities to previous ones, yet the process would be considerably prolonged. Gellert furrowed his brow, as if unseen hands were hindering his exploration of the future. "This is peculiar," Gellert remarked, glancing at the anxious trio. I saw that the prophecies of 81 in your story were adapted into a film, known to many worldwide. Although in the movie, you do not appear particularly intelligent. Tom narrowed his eyes at this revelation, recalling that Severus had mentioned something akin to this after their marriage, expressing a desire to create a documentary or film about Hogwarts and the magical realm. Now, with Gellert bringing it up again, was it possible he should indeed make it, so that Severus might come searching for him? Where is Severus? Nagini inquired, her impatience evident. I cannot discern whether he is above or below. On November 11, 2004, the film adaptation of Mr. Potter's eponymous novel, HB1, premiered in the United Kingdom, followed by its release in China on January 30th of the following year. In his previous life, Harry aspired to become an Auror, yet in this lifetime, he found himself a writer of horror tales, chronicling events from his past existence. At this juncture, Draco had assumed many of his father Lucius's responsibilities, including the promotion of newspapers and films. Is this truly acceptable? I dread the day he might take a disliking to me and cast the killing curse right at my home. Harry mused while seated in a leather chair in his office, swirling a glass of brandy. Draco tossed a signed document at him, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Lord has already reviewed the subsequent 2 volumes. You've stated they are novels. What else could anyone say? Your aunt and the others have voiced no objections. Grabbing a handful of flue powder, Draco paused at the fireplace to say, Don't forget to attend my son's first birthday party next month. After they departed, Harry sighed in melancholy and picked up the phone to call home. Ginny, yes, I want to be home for dinner tonight. I'm heading to see my godfather. Thank you for your understanding. At the Black Estate, Regulus spent an entire day alone in his study, absorbed in the news from the newspaper. Following the chaos of 7 years prior, he had been urgently recalled from Russia to manage family matters, and he continued to serve as the headmaster of a primary school and the deputy minister of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. When he stumbled upon the book penned by the Potter boy, a thought crossed his mind, one that startled him with its accuracy. After enduring various trials, he read the latter 2 volumes and found himself plagued by the same haunting dream for several nights, in which he was dragged into murky waters by a horde of shadowy figures, eternally submerged. Cynthia knocked gently before entering with a tray of tea, noticing Regulus's troubled expression. What troubles you? Are you haunted by nightmares? She asked, nudging him gently to drink some warm tea. Regulus managed a wry smile, acknowledging that the dream had felt too real, persisting even after consuming dreamless sleep potion. Sipping his tea, he gazed out at the blooming tulips, his eyes flickering with thought. Cynthia, are you truly happy now? Cynthia paused, then replied with a light laugh. I am indeed happy. With children and a harmonious family, there is no greater perfection. Regulus fell silent, whispering, I am too. Another silence enveloped them, filled only with their subdued breaths. I once had a brother I adored. So did I? In their youth. They were unaware of the nature of affection. Now burdened by responsibilities and the need to protect others, those feelings lay buried within their hearts. On June 2nd, 2024, by the West Lake in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Bai An awoke to find that the linguistic prowess he had mastered in his dreams had manifested in reality. As a student in the foreign language department, he took on translation work, accumulating a modest sum of money. Bai An, I sense something is amiss with you lately. His roommate remarked upon returning home to find Bai An still tinkering with his computer. Bai An looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? I eat, shop, and work daily. Am I suddenly going to mutate into a zombie? His roommate shook his head, hastily clarifying, That's not what I meant. I just feel you've matured significantly, and you no longer play games, spending your time on foreign texts I can't comprehend. Bai An lowered his gaze, meticulously slicing fruit. Just consider me heartbroken. Heartbroken? His roommate exclaimed exaggeratedly. What kind of love could make you so knowledgeable? It wouldn't happen to be a long-distance romance, would it? Tell me, are you dating a foreign girl? Bai An thought to himself that it was more than just a long-distance romance. He had literally traversed into a novel and had become entangled with the main antagonist. You've heard of Harry Potter, right? And Voldemort? I'm in a relationship with Voldemort, he declared earnestly. His roommate burst into laughter, but upon seeing Bai An's serious expression, he stifled it. All right, my friend. I see now. I didn't realize you were a Potterhead. Have you heard that HB is being adapted into a series? They have filming locations in the UK, and many fans have gone to visit. Don't you want to go? Bai An barely registered his roommate's words, contemplating that perhaps it would be worthwhile to see it once more. Even if he couldn't meet Tom, the River Thames would always remain. Chapter 182, An Encounter with the Past. On May 2nd, 2020, it became an unspoken tradition that on this day, Voldemort Manor and the magical community fell into an unusual silence. Even Nagini and Helbo, who roamed the world, returned to the manor to keep Tom company. Helbo, what is that foul stench of decaying insects? Where have you been these past few months? Nagini wrinkled her nose, dramatically fanning the air. Helbo shot her a glance before producing a large, curled white bone from his small pouch, followed by a handful of crimson fruits that he tossed to Nagini. How fragrant. It resembles the scent of blood orchids. Nagini washed the fruits in a clear spring water, devouring them eagerly. I traveled to Africa and encountered Jean Kouagier's son, who gifted me these fruits. Helbo also sampled one, his body having exceeded its limits, allowing him to enjoy such fruits as if they were mere snacks. Nagini was no longer the naive girl of 20 years ago, her form restored to that of 18, her intellect sharpened. Yet, she remained perplexed about Severus's reincarnation. Having searched tirelessly, Tom would once again spend the entire day in the Chamber of Secrets. Helbo, how can we locate Severus? Nagini sighed deeply, filled with confusion. In the Chamber of Secrets, Tom gazed at the portrait upon the wall, depicting a moment of joy shared with Severus. He lowered his gaze, twisting the ring on his finger, shadows flickering in his crimson eyes. Was it not said that the resurrection stone calls forth the souls of those one yearns for? In the countless nights following Severus's departure, he had turned the thought over in his mind repeatedly, yet had never encountered the one he longed for. Had it not been for Grindelwald's prophecy that Severus had indeed reincarnated, he would not have hesitated to craft additional Horcruxes. Tom reclined on the grand bed, closing his eyes to inhale the scent of potions wafting through the air, fantasizing about the days when Severus was by his side. Unbeknownst to him, as he drifted into slumber, the plain black gemstone on his finger flickered momentarily, new cracks appearing within it. The boundaries of the world became nebulous, merging with unseen tendrils before realigning. And for the first time, Tom, who rarely dreamt, found himself enmeshed in a bizarre dream. Bai An suddenly bolted upright in bed, fear propelling him to switch on the bedside lamp. He had just dreamt of opening a door, only to find yet another behind it. As if he would never exhaust the sequence. At the very end, just as he was about to open a door glowing with an eerie green light, it rebuffed him. Bai An sipped cold water to steady his nerves, pondering the absurdity of his dream. Was this what it felt like to be a corporate drone? A day later, Bai An appeared in the living room, sporting dark circles under his eyes. You've been acting strangely lately. Why are you using chopsticks like a wand? Are you a wizard past your prime? But you don't seem like one, his roommate inquired, savoring the steak Bai An had prepared. Bai An took a sip of his vanilla coffee, unfazed by the words spoken to him. My ticket is already booked, tomorrow's flight. Lowering his gaze, he rose to clear the dishes and retreated into the kitchen. Then remember to take plenty of photos. I've never been abroad in my life, his roommate remarked, fingers tapping on his phone, which was streaming the trailer for the Harry Potter series. Bai An murmured a low acknowledgement, his thoughts already adrift. Along the banks of the Thames in London, ferries continued to glide across the river. Snow-white seagulls soared overhead, occasionally snatching treats from the hands of passers-by on the dock. Bai An, clad in a shirt and jeans, held his camera aloft, capturing the essence of London in September 2024. The moment he disembarked from the plane, he hurried to the haunts where Severus once lingered, and to the city center where he had lived for several years. Unfortunately, he no longer even qualified to enter. The city center had transformed into a sanctuary for the affluent, guarded by stringent security. Not only was he, a Chinese tourist, barred entry, but even locals found it difficult to gain access. Inside St. Paul's Cathedral, the stained glass windows cast vibrant, dazzling light throughout the interior. Bai An blinked against the brilliance as he admired the immense oil paintings depicting Jesus, the Virgin Mary, and the faithful adorning the walls. His gaze then shifted to the spiral staircase nearby. If becoming a wizard was truly a dream, why was everything so vividly clear? Sir, please make way. A voice interrupted his reverie. Startled, Bai An instinctively stepped aside. A group of youths with black hair and dark eyes passed through the doorway, turning towards the monument. Santos, what do you think we should do after graduation? Should we go to Russia? Robbie said the market there isn't saturated yet, and the global branch is hiring more. A freckled boy scratched his head, furrowing his brows in distress. Santos curled his lip impatiently. Didn't the professor say? They prefer those who excel in herbology. So the first to be recruited are always from Hufflepuff. Pausing briefly, he tugged the freckled boy along briskly. They had not cast a muggle-repelling charm upon exiting. If their confidential conversation were overheard, their prospects would diminish further. Bai An, still touching the wrought iron of the spiral staircase, had not caught their words. Had he done so, perhaps he would not have felt so lost. The last novel? Why did you include the part where Professor Snape dies from a snake bite? Draco gazed wearily at the book in his hands. That's the ending of Another World. Draco, you know that. Harry pushed up his glasses, his green eyes blinking incessantly. Despite the potion to restore his eyesight, he remained accustomed to wearing glasses. Draco tossed the book aside, the receding hairline betraying his advancing years. Harry, I'm already 44. My aging heart cannot endure such turmoil. Suppressing the urge to smirk at Harry's mischievous expression, Draco spoke gravely. The Lord searched for him for 26 years. If he saw what you've written, if he went mad, our very lives might be at risk. Draco was not jesting. The name Severus Snape had become a taboo among wizards, mentioned only under specific circumstances. Harry sighed deeply. He knew this all too well, yet the traces Professor Snape left in this world were so few. I don't understand. Since Grindelwald prophesied Snape's fate, why didn't he just tell the Lord the exact location? It would have spared us much trouble. Harry grabbed a bottle of whiskey from the shelf, uncorked it, and swallowed a hearty gulp. Those people haven't given up. They truly think they can replace him with just any black-haired, black-eyed boy. Enough. Harry, stop, Draco interrupted. Changing the subject. Let us take a walk. Young people nowadays are extraordinary. You know about that live stream, right? If it weren't for the strict guards in the Forbidden Forest, the place would have been turned upside down by now. Wiping the spill from his mouth, Harry tossed the empty bottle aside and grabbed a fresh one, reclining on the sofa. He wished not to dwell on the matter. His children had embraced the latest trends, flying across Europe after graduation. Recently, they had even spirited away his wife. Their calls always ended in no service zones. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bored as to seek out Draco for conversation. Let us head to the docks. The ships should be returning soon. Draco adjusted his sleeves, donned his sunglasses, and prepared to step out. Harry, growing impatient with the urging, rose and followed, displeased by the scent of alcohol on Harry. Draco wrinkled his nose and waved his wand, casting a cleansing charm to refresh him. The two handsome middle-aged men strolled shoulder to shoulder through the bustling streets of London. The sweltering heat did little to deter the crowd's enthusiasm for an evening promenade. Both Harry and Draco had cast cooling spells upon themselves, and amidst the hurried throngs, their leisurely pace rendered them somewhat conspicuous. At a traffic light, Bai An inadvertently glanced in their direction, staring in stunned silence before withdrawing his gaze. They seemed somewhat familiar. Bai An mused, fiddling with his camera, wondering if he suffered from face blindness toward foreigners. Sensitive to the gaze of others, Draco cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, spotted the black-haired, black-eyed Chinese youth, then quickly averted his eyes. Chinese people are fortunate, naturally possessing black hair and black eyes, Draco thought to himself. Had it been at the beginning, he might have paid more attention. But after rumors spread that the Lord favored black-haired, black-eyed individuals, some even dyed their children's hair black in hopes of advancement. He no longer cared for such people, deeming them unrealistic. If merely having black hair guaranteed favor, would the black family scion have been sent to Siberia? Bai An snapped a photo of a hot air balloon drifting in the sky, when the light turned green. Recalling the scenery of Hyde Park, he changed his course. Harry and Draco checked their phones and headed toward the event venue. The three passed by one another without a backward glance. Chapter 183. Epilogue. Everyone grows with time. It is now 2016, 18 years since Severus's passing. Sirius's children have long since matured, the youngest having graduated from Hogwarts several years ago. Each time they faced their children's questions, Sirius was filled with regret, retreating alone to sit atop a tall tree in the forest through the night. His children, hindered by the mistakes he made in his youth, were unable to find employment despite their talents and abilities, forced to seek livelihoods in Africa and America. Staring at the stars above, Sirius shed tears of remorse. He had entered Gryffindor and shared 7 joyful years with James and others. In his 5th year, he severed ties with the family he deemed corrupt and dark, yet later still benefited from their support. Thinking he had chosen righteousness, he inadvertently caused the deaths of his dear friends James and Lily. To avenge them, he fell victim to Peter's betrayal and was wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban. He repeatedly made poor choices. Had he been more cautious of Dumbledore and resisted the imperious curse, he would not have committed actions he would regret for a lifetime. Sirius, I knew you were here. Remus's gentle voice sounded as 2 bottles clattered to the ground. Sirius's face turned pale to near translucence, tears streaming down. Sorry, Remus, it's all my fault. I ruined the children, he muttered, wiping his face in disarray. His neatly groomed beard now tousled. Though no longer young, Remus's eyes retained their decades-old tenderness. He sighed, unsure of how to respond. Have something to eat. I brought your favorite chocolate bread, Remus said, holding up a basket. The two sat silently upon the tree, the occasional clink of their bottles punctuating the stillness. Sirius and Lupin had dwelt within the werewolf enclave for over 2 decades, bound by a solemn pact never to stray beyond its borders. Even as their 3 children left to forge their own families, and the pack relocated to more prosperous lands, the two remained, seeking atonement in this secluded refuge. Harry will bring the kids over tomorrow. Try not to drink too much, Lupin advised, casting a glance at the crescent moon. Sirius waved him off and began savoring a beef tongue pastry. That lad Harry, 2 children, one sorted into Gryffindor, the other into Slytherin. Thankfully, things aren't like they used to be, or else. He belched drunkenly, momentarily forgetting his own caution. James said he'd like to have some fish from the lake. Tomorrow we'll go catch some. Lupin nodded gently, his gaze warm and reminiscent of their days together at Hogwarts. To many, 26 years is a long stretch, whether at the dawn of life or at its twilight. Meanwhile, Bai An nibbled on roasted lamb, the flavors of this establishment mirroring those from his dreams with uncanny precision. Hey man, I've got access to prime seats for the final Harry Potter re-release. Want to see the seating chart? A blonde, blue-eyed middle-aged man waved tickets at Bai An, who looked every bit a tourist. I've already bought mine. Thanks. Bai An declined with a shake of his head. The vendor showed no disappointment and moved on to the next potential buyer. Owing to Harry Potter's immense popularity, tourists flocked annually to the filming locations, which were invariably crowded. King's Cross Station, the Wizarding World, and the newly opened Diagon Alley. All the familiar streets and myriad flavors of milk tea nearly convinced Bai An that he had stepped back into that magical realm. Cars filled the streets, while horse-drawn carriages had become nostalgic relics. Bai An wandered the cobblestone paths, eyes imbued with sorrow and longing. Sometimes he wished it were all but a dream, so he might continue to deceive himself. The movie was about to begin. He quickened his pace, popcorn and soda in hand, settling into his seat. The re-release featured 4D effects, when Nagini sank her fangs into Snape's neck on screen. Many in the theater gasped aloud. Bai An instinctively clutched his own neck, as if he himself had been bitten. He watched the bald-head figure and the terrifying white serpent with tears welling up, stirred by even the faintest resemblance to his own memories. Though the film dragged on, true fans remained rapt. When Voldemort and the Death Eaters stormed Hogwarts and he and Harry exchanged deadly curses, Bai An covered his face, silently weeping. Others present also succumbed to emotion. On screen, Voldemort's body shattered into fragments that vanished midair amid cheers, signaling Harry's ultimate victory. Unbeknownst to Bai An, those shards drifted into the real world, carried by a gust dispersing them in all directions. He wiped tears from his eyes, blew his nose, and gazed through tear-blurred vision at the characters on screen. Outside, reality warped, the illusory barrier dissolved, and the two worlds began to merge. Tom, busy grading papers, sensed the disturbance and glanced out at the overcast sky. With a clang, the study door swung open. Nagini, must you barge in without knocking? House elves aren't here to fix your door. Tom sighed, exasperated, as the serpent caught her breath. Tom, the resurrection stone cracked, and the elder wand shattered into pieces. Nagini blurted out, then vanished as Tom disappeared from sight. In the Chamber of Secrets, Helbo stared intently at the two deathly hallows, gingerly probing them with his wand. What has happened? Why have they suddenly fractured? Tom approached the resurrection stone. It was his sole hope of finding Severus. Helbo shook his head. I discovered it when I came to place the potion. Otherwise, Nagini wouldn't have alerted anyone. Tom waved his wand tirelessly, casting restoration spells upon the stone and the elder wand, but to no avail. After a long silence, he despondently lowered his wand. Helbo, is it impossible for me to find Severus now? His voice was dry and hoarse. If Gellert's prophecy holds true, it's still possible, Helbo mused hesitantly. When the resurrection stone broke, I sensed a fluctuation in Severus's soul. Tom paused, then a glimmer of joy lit his face. Is it true? But why didn't I feel it? Merlin witnessed our bond. Severus and I are partners. Would Severus remember him? Acknowledge their relationship? Given their age difference? Upon reunion, would he even recognize Severus? Helbo closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, nodding gravely after several confirmations. The soul contract Severus and I forged a millennium ago was established by Salazar himself. Merlin's witness has lost its original potency after centuries of evolution, he explained, licking his lips with a trace of joy. I sense Severus is in Britain, within the range of my perception. Chapter 184, Epilogue, finally found you under Lucius's guidance. Draco began managing the Malfoy family affairs and learned the origins of the cluster of small graves in the Malfoy family crypt. Father, you mean I have a sister? Lyra? Why have you never told me? The 20-year-old Draco touched the diminutive gravestone, his expression conflicted. It is the Malfoy family curse, Draco. No one can escape it. Lucius placed a white camellia on Lyra's grave, slowly revealing the family's dark secrets. The more Draco learned, the more alarmed he became. How many Malfoy girls were buried in that small plot? Lucius patted his son's shoulder, sighing deeply. Meanwhile, 20-year-old Harry encountered Draco. After discovering the crypt's secret, Draco had spent most of the night sleepless, the dark circles under his eyes impervious even to beautifying potions. Did you go steal dragon eggs last night? You look terrible. Harry, mistaking him for a vampire, nearly drew his wand to cast a blazing curse. Draco rolled his eyes and downed a bottle of invigorating potion. Tom never considered himself a man of enduring affection, yet during Severus' absence, the world had grown dim. He opened his eyes, instinctively reaching beside him, only to find emptiness. Fully awake now, he sat upright, red eyes narrowing as he surveyed the familiar surroundings. He had dreamed of their early days of marriage, their intimacy so vivid, yet waking revealed only emptiness. Lolo. A sharp snap announced the arrival of a house elf clad in a t-shirt. Lolo at your service, great dark lord. The elf's shrill greeting echoed through the room. Enough. Go back, Tom muttered, massaging his temples and sighing as he rose to wash. Today marked the opening ceremony of the Wizarding Elementary School, its 35th anniversary. As the Dark Lord, a leading figure in both the magical and muggle worlds, Tom attended annually, hoping to catch a glimpse of Severus among the young students. However, this time the outcome left him disheartened. Among the new batch of young wizards, there was no sign of Severus. You once claimed that Severus would appear. Why have I yet to find him? Tom ventured into the Hogshead Inn, sharing a drink with the decrepit Gellert. Dumbledore's magical essence had dissipated due to the curse of the Resurrection Stone and the agonies endured, leaving him as lifeless as a muggle a decade ago. Gellert had taken his remains back to Godric's Hollow and subsequently settled in Hogsmeade. Gellert, trembling, raised a glass of whiskey to his lips, a smile gracing his aged visage. Child, he has already manifested. Venture outside more often. You are never alone in your search. Gellert's voice was gravelly as he spoke, his lips pursing slightly. Tom yearned to inquire where Severus was, what he looked like, whether he retained his memories or had forgotten everything. If he did remember, why had he not sought Tom out all these years? Yet, these questions had been posed countless times before, and Gellert had answered them with unwavering patience on each occasion. Sometimes, simply sitting together, Gellert would share the latest divination results with Tom. This may be the last divination I can perform for you, Tom, Gellert remarked. His mismatched eyes fixed upon Tom as he patted his shoulder. I am quite old now, Tom. I am 141 years of age and can no longer endure the strain. Gellert, once a figure of immense power, had expended much of his magic sustaining Dumbledore's life, leaving him barely able to maintain his own. Is it worth it? Have you sacrificed so much for Dumbledore? Tom asked with a detached demeanor, a question he had posed innumerable times. Gellert fell silent, pondering the realization that his expectations and understandings had only crystallized as his life neared its end. At times, witnessing Dumbledore's torment and suffering, he too wondered if it was worth it. Perhaps, Tom, perhaps Dumbledore was mistaken from the outset. You do not lack love. Merely the presence of someone capable of unconditional love and acceptance. Your softness and fragility are worthy of embrace. Gellert unsteadily rose, clutching a bottle of rum, humming. If I die, please bury me beside my beloved, for there lies my paradise, or plant 2 trees by my grave, 1 cedar and 1 holly. Tom refrained from pursuing him, finishing his drink in silence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern his hands trembling ever so slightly. How many more 26 years does one truly possess? Tom tossed a galleon aside and strode towards the forbidden forest. People around him were constantly departing. His mother had perished during childbirth, disheartened. Upon learning his true identity, he had slain his father and his family, even for the name of Slytherin. He had eliminated his uncle's family. He harbored no regrets over those deaths, yet the ones he wished to protect were suddenly gone. Senior Abbott's child was now 70. And last month, Wilbur Goblack had also passed away, with each familiar face that faded from life. He struggled to fathom how mad he would become if Nagini and Helbo were to vanish as well. Only now did Tom comprehend why Nicholas Flamel sought to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. Immortality was not a blessing, but rather a form of torment. In the Forbidden Forest, Helga was amusing the centaurs, and sensing Tom's call, she exchanged greetings with Bane before vanishing in an instant. Helga, accompany me for a walk, Tom urged. His lips pressed tightly together, clearly affected by Gellert's words. Helga asked no questions, following Tom to the banks of the Thames. The midday breeze was brisk, compelling pedestrians to secure their hats tightly. The ferry approached slowly, startling a flock of seagulls, whose cacophonous cries filled the beach. Helga and Tom gazed nostalgically at the scene. It was here that they had frequented the most during Severus's presence. Bai An, after watching a film, spent some time reveling in London. While visiting Universal Studios, he met a boy named Hang Yu, who was optimistic and talkative, seemingly knowledgeable about everything. I came with my cousin, but she has school today. Hang Yu snapped several photos of Bai An, uncertainly asking, are you also here for school in London? My cousin's name is Tong Liulai. Perhaps you know her? Bai An awkwardly touched his nose, briefly explaining his situation. Hang Yu responded with a teasing glint in his eyes. Are you heartbroken? It's all right. If one farewell leads to another, the next will be better. Mimicking his cousin, Hang Yu grinned and patted Bai An's arm. The two continued to explore together, exchanged contact information, and arranged to visit Oxford University the following day. Bai An did not refuse. He felt he had fallen behind. London in 2024 was vastly different from that in 1980, with countless new and intriguing things awaiting discovery. As he passed Charing Cross again, Bai An resisted the urge to look back, scrolling through travel guides crafted by Su Jiuchuan. In doing so, he missed the faintly visible leaky cauldron and the stylishly dressed young wizards. Although most today relied on swift smartphones and computers, forsaking owls, some nostalgic individuals still kept owls as pets, even if not for delivering messages. Bai An marveled at a pure white owl perched on a tree. He had scarcely encountered any owls during his month in London. The owl tilted its head curiously at the strange human before swiftly snatching the bread from his hands and flying away. Bai An was taken aback. Were not the seagulls at the docks the only ones that engaged in such theft? He contemplated purchasing a cheeseburger, feeling the distance to the riverside was manageable. The Thames's scenery remained unchanged over the decades, though the ferries had grown larger and taller, and shops had proliferated. Thankfully, the cheeseburger shop still stood. Bai An skillfully ordered a double cheeseburger. The benches along the street appeared unchanged as he walked towards a familiar spot where he had dreamt of sitting for many years, only to find himself rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Seated on the bench were two familiar figures. Even from behind, he recognized Tom and Helga. But Bai An scratched his face, deciding to approach and greet them. If not for Tom and Helga, he could have feigned a mistake and turned away. Yet if it truly were Tom and Helga, what could he do? He was now back in his body from Hogwarts, and even if his soul remained unchanged, would they recognize him through a foreign facade? Especially as someone attempting to strike up a conversation. Bai An exhaled a heavy sigh. Perhaps it was better to die early and be reborn. If they were not truly Tom and Helga, he could live peacefully in Hogwarts. He pressed his lips together, silently encouraging himself. Sir, have we met somewhere before? The two on the bench turned their heads, curiosity and intrigue glimmering in their eyes. Who are you? Helga raised an eyebrow, her gaze flickering. Tom's crimson eyes locked onto the Asian young man before him, his fingers trembling slightly. He would never forget that gaze. Of course. Tom extended his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. My name is Tom Gaunter, or Tom Slytherin. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Bai An. Bai An took Tom's hand, finally feeling a sense of relief wash over him. A day later, Bai An held Tom's hand, and they both donned matching wedding rings. How did you recognize me? Bai An nuzzled against Tom's embrace, curiously inquiring. Intuition, my instinct. Tom grasped this hard-won happiness firmly and responded resolutely. 26 years of waiting had not been in vain. He was luckier than Grindelwald, having finally obtained his own beloved. Bai An held Tom tightly, unable to fathom how he had endured those 2 decades. Tom remained silent, and Bai An did not press further. Their future still stretched far ahead. Chapter 185. Extra. When a fanfiction character enters the original story for a wizard born in the year 2000. The boundary between the magical world and the muggle world had become exceedingly blurred. So blurred, in fact, that the recreated version of the Hog's Head pub, number N, was occupied by fortunate muggles. Consequently, they had to purchase textbooks at the original, Old Diagon Alley, all the while evading the endless questions from their muggle relatives. Nevertheless, the wizarding world retained an air of mystery. At least, when unwilling to answer questions, escaping on a flying carpet or hoverboard was an excellent option. The Hogwarts sorting system still persisted, though the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin had softened considerably. After all, students from all 4 houses had family members employed by Universal Corporation, and to avoid exclusion from social circles, they had to feign harmonious coexistence. Quirinus Quirrell was the youngest headmaster in Hogwarts history, even though he was already 40 upon assuming the position. Diligent and ambitious, after more than a decade of tireless effort, he finally transformed the dilapidated castle, at least ensuring that students' broomsticks no longer had just a few stray bristles. After Professor McGonagall retired from the headmastership, Quirrell was promoted from deputy headmaster to the principal role. Hogwarts' little creatures harbored an innate fear of the smiling headmaster, despite his refined demeanor and close rapport with students. A subtle apprehension lingered. Even the Slytherin snakes, loyal and reverent, regarded their former housemate with both affection and respect. Having concluded his castle inspection, Quirrell returned to his office, hands clasped behind his back, gazing upon the smoke-filled room and the portraits adorning the walls. It all seemed dreamlike. His current status was beyond what the young graduate he once was could have dared to imagine. As he continued to contemplate, a wave of drowsiness overtook him. Assuming it was the consequence of potion brewing the previous night, he reclined upon the sofa for a brief nap. An endless primordial forest stretched before him. Raindrops as large as beans pattered upon the lush foliage. The sky hung heavy and dark, vaguely resembling a menacing serpent's head. Cold droplets fell upon Quirrell's sleeping face, abruptly rousing him. His first reaction upon beholding the unfamiliar surroundings was to reach for his wand at his waist, swiftly casting an ironclad charm and a shield charm before seeking concealment. The towering trees concealed Quirrell's slender frame well. After a time, seeing no hostile wizards nor harmful curses, he finally allowed himself to ponder his predicament. The sensation of cold rain upon his skin was so vivid that it dispelled any notion that this was a dream. Waving his wand in the air, a line of text appeared. Albania, July 1991. Quirrell rubbed his temples in frustration, realizing his smartwatch was missing, a device universally issued by Universal Corporation, imbued with potent defensive magic and multiple communication functions. Moreover, upon examining his palm, he noticed the calluses had vanished, revealing a pair of slender, smooth hands. Have I been subjected to a new experiment? Quirrell muttered under his breath. Yet, what experiment could reverse time and render him a decade younger? Lost in these thoughts, a verdant snake slithered down from the canopy, its crimson eyes fixated upon the wizard below. A hoarse, piercing voice abruptly interrupted Quirrell's musings. Hiss, young wizard. An outstanding graduate of Slytherin. Quirrell scanned his surroundings and finally spotted the emerald serpent above. Are you an animagus? Or have I suddenly acquired parcel tongue? He wondered aloud. My goodness, why did the Lord not inform me sooner? I would have been most eager to serve. Parcel tongue, the emblem of Slytherin's heir. No one was more loyal to the Lord than he. Had it not been for the Lord's favor, Quirrell might have remained merely a professor. The serpent, upon hearing the title Lord, darkened momentarily in its crimson gaze. What is your name, young wizard? It inquired. Quirinus Quirrell, he replied. Do you know who I am? You are a snake? Quirrell coughed, eyes fixed on the serpent, wand tightly gripped. I am the Dark Lord, the greatest Dark Lord, the sole heir of Slytherin, Lord Voldemort. The serpent flicked its tongue, enticing the wizard with promises. Do you desire power, wealth, or the mastery of profound dark magic, beauty, influence, and formidable strength? All shall be yours if you pledge allegiance to me. Assuming this was a test from the Lord, and noting the serpent's resemblance to the formidable heir of Slytherin from legend, Quirrell no longer hesitated. Great Lord, what is your command? He answered solemnly. The serpent paused, momentarily perplexed whether to deem the wizard foolish or to marvel that the Lord's renown still commanded such submission. It then raised its head proudly. Fetch me a rabbit, the plumpest and most succulent. Yes, my lord, Quirrell replied, turning swiftly into the forest. Soon, he returned bearing several rabbits. Using a summoning charm, he called forth his luggage, which contained a tent sheltering him from the cold rain. The serpent was laid reverently upon the sofa, surrounded by snacks and bread Quirrell had retrieved. Lord, where do we proceed now? He asked quietly, slicing the rabbit meat. The serpent savored the long-missed service, flicking its tail in response. It had originally intended to possess this wizard's body, but upon witnessing his naivete, it postponed the plan. Once back in London, the serpent would have the wizard incapacitate several ministry officials with potions to induce slumber, enabling it to take permanent possession. Return to London. It is time to observe how the traitors fare, the serpent rasped. Quirrell eagerly accompanied the serpent back to London, only to find a city vastly different, imbued with a peculiar atmosphere. After some investigation, he gradually understood. He had arrived in an alternate world, one where the Lord had lost his faculties. Lord, I never expected you to be so foolish in this world, Quirrell silently mocked. The image of the Lord as a great, wise, and visionary figure was shattered by the rumors of this realm. The serpent, growing impatient as Quirrell studied a copy of the Daily Prophet for some time, tapped the table with its tail. Quirrell, I command you to gather potion ingredients. I have grand designs, it hissed hoarsely. Having read the Dark Lord's biography in his original world, Quirrell knew of his youthful errors. He regarded the serpent thoughtfully. If it was indeed a fragment of the Lord's soul, then destiny had diverged onto a different path. His gaze sharpened. What if he replaced the Lord? What fate awaited this world then? No, it was too exhausting. The Lord had already poached Hogwarts students for Universal Corporation and even courted German students. Wizards worldwide could scarcely satisfy his demands. However, traversing this path of replication is no simple feat. His current identity is that of a powerless and insignificant pureblood. Moreover, this world is markedly more backward and ignorant than the original, as evidenced by the attire of its inhabitants, the archaic educational system for young wizards, and the foolish reverence shown to an infant hailed as a savior. All of this strikes Chilo as profoundly irrational. He yearns for his wristwatch, for the comfort of his office, and for delectable lunches. Gazing into the crimson vertical pupils of the green serpent, he felt that acquiring ready-made solutions might expedite his desires. My lord, I possess a secret potion recipe that may assist you in restoring your body, Chilo whispered, drawing closer to the serpent, his wand hovering in the air. However, You must enter into a contract with me. The serpent flicked its tongue and regarded the young wizard, nodding its head in acknowledgement. The wizard's soul was exceedingly powerful. Back in the Albanian forest, it had attempted to descend, only to be repelled. Had it not been for the presence of this green serpent, his soul would have been left languishing among the treetops. Chilo and the serpent forged their pact, and with a sense of satisfaction. He led the serpent to gather potion ingredients, quietly making his way to Little Hangleton. He had already secured his father's bones, but the flesh of a servant, well, he was not merely a servant. He pondered who to capture. Chilo scratched his head, contemplating the many who harbored hatred for the Lord in this world. The serpent, upon hearing Chilo's intentions for the potion, felt a peculiar sensation arise within. This potion was destined for success. Ultimately, Chilo's potion was indeed completed. Through the white mist before him, he beheld the tall, slender figure rising within the cauldron, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The life of effortless victory was finally within reach. Voldemort donned his black robes, elatedly surveying his familiar yet strange limbs. Chilo, you have done well. He flexed his pale, elongated fingers, his voice cold and sharp. Chilo smiled faintly. Earning praise from the original Lord was no small feat, and only this backward world's Voldemort could readily commend him. My lord, do try your wand. Chilo presented it with reverence. Although it was not the original wand, Voldemort still expressed delight, gently caressing its length before obliterating a nearby tombstone, only to restore it with a charm, followed by a thunderbolt curse. After several such iterations, he reluctantly stowed the wand away. Let us proceed, Chilo. I must announce my return to all. A triumphant expression adorned Voldemort's face. After 10 long years, he had finally returned. My lord, shall we not take a moment to lay low? Chilo quickened his pace to catch up, hesitating to speak. Did you not divide your soul into several pieces? Should we not first gather them? Voldemort halted, turning to regard Chilo, his glowing red eyes filled with astonishment. I care not how you came by this knowledge, but you must keep it to yourself. Voldemort hissed, reprimanding him in a low voice. My lord, I speak for your own good. Surely you did not finish reading the magic book? Moreover, every ancient family possesses tomes regarding Horcrux research. I know not how much you have read, but your current understanding is flawed. Chilo rubbed his forehead and continued. The soul is the source of a wizard's magical power. Your strength does not stem from the creation of Horcruxes, but rather from your innate power. Horcruxes are merely vessels created by wizards a millennium ago. They function like a voodoo doll. If a dark wizard perishes, the Horcrux serves as one of the means for the family to resurrect him. Furthermore, the more Horcruxes one creates, the more intelligence and sanity one loses. Should you not reclaim your Horcruxes, those aware of them may seek to destroy them. It is akin to the 3 souls and 7 spirits in Hogwarts. If the soul is incomplete, one risks becoming a fool or a madman. With a shrug and a resigned gesture, Chilo concluded, So, you see. Voldemort absorbed Chilo's words without retort, committing them to memory. We shall discuss those matters later, Chilo. For now, we must find an opportunity to reveal ourselves. During his time with Chilo, Voldemort's patience had been considerably tempered. Had this been a decade prior, absent of Avada, he would have unleashed his wrath. Oh, very well, my lord. Chilo felt a chill run down his spine, wrapping his arms around his meek self. I am to teach at Hogwarts when September arrives, so perhaps I could sit this one out? Voldemort paused, suppressing the urge to inflict pain upon him, and impatiently nodded. Chilo trotted after him, internally celebrating his good fortune. So, with the aid of an empowered Voldemort, what fate awaits in this world? The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.